Hola a todos, voy a ir lento y rápido ya. Hola a todos, hola Miami, hola Latinoamérica, soy María Victoria Amparo Salazar, soy del grupo Ohla, el grupo más corto de los amigos. Bueno, ahora estoy muy lenta, ¿puedes poner stop? Stop. ¿Puedes ir para arriba o no? ¿Puedes ir para arriba? ¿Puedes ir para arriba? Vale, no, está perfecto.
Latinoamérica se le enamora.
Delta y Latam Airlines. Esta alianza tenía que pasar. No es coincidencia. Quieres estar más cerca de tus seres queridos. Por eso te ofrecemos vuelos semanales entre Sudamérica y Estados Unidos. Quieres explorar nuevos lugares. Por eso te ofrecemos más destinos para canjear tus millas. Quieres estar más relajado antes de cada vuelo. Por eso te ofrecemos acceso a más lounges VIP. Y todo esto porque queremos acercarte a lo que de verdad importa. Con Delta y Latam Airlines, Sudamérica y Estados Unidos están más cerca de lo que parece.
Success in retail has always been down to one thing: delighting customers through each and every aisle. But then the world of retail changed. Things got quicker, busier, and more complex, with more choices than ever before. The role of stores became profoundly challenged. With these changes, we asked ourselves, how can we harness digital technologies to augment the physical experience in store? Enter Trax, the driving force of today's retail. It starts at the one place it counts most, at the shelf. Just imagine if every shelf could speak directly to you. With the Trax platform, we've taken the power of our computer vision, AI, and advanced hardware, and combined it with our on-demand workforce to better enable brands, retailers, and shoppers to take smart actions in store. With the physical more intuitive, the store of tomorrow is one that promises meaningful experiences, always delivering the right product, to the right place, at the right time, at the right price. So Carmen can find her gluten-free essentials with ease, earn rewards, and order her favorite products for delivery anytime. For store assistant Adam, it's all about real-time alerts on low or out-of-stock products for faster replenishment. Not forgetting FlexForce worker Dave, who's one of the millions of Trax's crowdsourced workers that can be quickly deployed for store audits, merchandising, and sales activation. And everything circles back to headquarters, where operations manager Henry monitors live in-store conditions, and brand manager Zoe gets granular visibility with real-time shelf KPIs and insights to seize growth opportunities for her brand in every channel. Trax helps brands, retailers, and shoppers to better navigate this new frontier of retail. We've been implementing our solutions in stores, at scale, and across the globe for over a decade. And because of that, we believe we have the largest visual database of products worldwide. It's truly a brand new day of personalized and delightful retail, where the best of physical and digital come together to accelerate your store performance and to meet the demands of modern-day shoppers. Welcome to the rebirth of retail with Trax.
would like to welcome all the participants and members and friends. I am extending our warmest welcome to our summit, Latin America. So we have participants from Brazil, Peru, Bolivia, and Paraguay. For starters, let me tell you that this summit has been organized in the past 9 months with the largest marketing conglomerate, and at the FIU venue we're starting our summit. The objective was quite clear from the very start, to reflect among entrepreneurs, politicians in the region, how global stability and the breaking pace of the change technology and communications is transforming consumption habits, the successful delivery of brands and the way of doing business in the region. And today, this goal is already a reality. Good morning, everyone, to all those present here, and to the over 2,700 participants connected from Miami to Chile. My name is Ron Jimenez. Welcome. During these days, we will hear and share the changes that have been experienced by Latin America in this area through a number of panels. First, the new Latin American consumer. Second, digital disruption. Third, business models based on the consumer. Fourth, supply chain changes. Then sustainability as a driver of consumer. And the last one, we'll have a presidential panel on the present and future of Latin America. I would like to invite you to follow us on the Ohla group social networks. For those who are at home, you should use the hashtag Summit Latin America to join our conversations, share your reflections and ideas with us. We'd like to express our special thanks to our sponsors, especially Delta and Latam Airlines, Trucks, Yellow, American Market Intelligence, Munición, and Línea San Pedro Tarapacá, and our media partners in the entire region, Grupo Expansión from Mexico, MSF Radio, Colombia, El Comercio from Peru, America. Next, I'd like to watch a video from our main sponsors. Delta Latam Airlines have joined together. It's no coincidence you want to be near your dear ones. That's why we're offering you international flights between Latin America and the United States. That's why we are offering various destinations. You need to be more relaxed before every flight, and we're offering you VIP lounges because we want to get you close to it. With Delta and Latam Airlines, South America and the United States are closer than it seems. We are thrilled to say that at the end of the day, we will be doing a draw for a free ticket for Latin America and also for our online audience who are following us through our link. You can share your comments using hashtag Summit Latin America, and we will be drawing a plane ticket tomorrow as well. While it is true that Latin Americans have commonalities, very well. Now I'd like to give the floor to Carlos Diaz, Director and founder of Adam Smith Center from Florida International University, former Director of Public Policy of the White House, will explain to us the importance of this event. Go ahead, Carlos. Thank you very much. On behalf of the International Florida University and Adam Smith Center. I'd like to welcome you all. These are going to be 2 outstanding days of conferences, briefings, and events. And before I do anything else, I'd like to thank the Ohla Group for choosing us to be co-sponsors of this event. We are a relatively young center, so I'd like to leave a couple of minutes to talk to you about Adam Smith Center. It was established by the Florida legislature and governor to operate as a think tank. And that's how I like to call it, because we favor both practice and action combined. And we want to be a first-class global research center, which is nonpartisan, to inform, influence future and present leaders to implement public, innovative, significant public policies to promote economic freedom and progress. So our reach is really global because of our location in Miami, as well as for everything else. We have started with a very honest and specific emphasis on studying all these topics in the United States and the Caribbean and Latin America. As I see it, our effort has 4 main components: promoting education and therefore inspiring youths to implement public policies. When they arrive on a corporate or public position, we have a Senior Leadership Fellows program here in the University of Miami, and in every semester 4 former politics of the highest level will meet. 3 of them during this day: former President of Colombia, Iván Duque, former President of Colombia, Iván Duque, and the former President of Chile, Eduardo Frei. And these individuals coming every semester, they will come and provide a class here with the students during the semester. They will stay with us. Number 2, promoting debate and dialogue through public events, forums, and lectures, convening different people from all over the world to share their perspectives and have discussions of these very important topics for society. And this year we have 3 ongoing events. One, Hemispheric Security Conference, which has started today, will conclude at noon. This event will conclude tomorrow. And our first executive course on crisis management, provided by the 3 presidents mentioned. Other politicians, entrepreneurs, public communicators will be participating, providing this diploma course, which will be starting in the evening tomorrow, entire day, Friday and Saturday. So we'll have many events. Number 3, we'll be promoting research, doing studies and reports to promote not only theories, but especially practice, how to improve public policy making. 4th, we have not yet started it, but we want to provide kind of consulting services for those public servants or companies interested in getting data, experiential data, serious, rigorous, that will inform their policies, that will transform into well-designed and implemented public policies. And it will be up to the customer to make the decision, but we will provide very strict analytical data for them to make a decision. So far, the approach has been geared towards public policy making, but we're considering expanding it and go into the corporate world, because I think we have a great opportunity to cooperate with the private sector in order to establish strong public relations that will contribute to public policy making in the U.S., but also getting into the corporate sector, which is key to growth. That's why this summit is so important to us, because this is the beginning of our effort to reach out to the private sector and mainstream the rest and create a better working relationship between you and the public servants. It's a great pleasure to be here. I hope to see you all during the next few days. Thank you. Thank you so much, Carlos, for believing in the Ohla Group and convening us here today. I'd like to give the floor to Antonio Monke, the CEO from the Ohla Group, largest marketing conglomerate in Latin America and organizer of this event together with FIU. But before, we'd like to invite you to watch a video on the Ohla Group.
Latinoamérica es una región de contrastes.
Latin America is a region of contrasts. While it is true that all Latin Americans have things in common, each country is different. The idiosyncrasy, the accent, the geography, the opportunities and rules that come with them, the rhythm of life, faith, connectivity, curiosity, the desire to want a better life, the rebellion, spontaneity, the impudence, passion. Any brand that wants to be present in Latin America must have knowledge of what the market is like, or have a strategic ally that does. But above all, you should know that this region today is not for few new conquests. Latin America needs to be attractive. Every relationship begins with a hello. Hola. To Latin America falls in love. And finally, the day has come. So welcome you all. We're actually very happy to be here. And I warmly welcome you all to our first Latin American Summit. We set out to do this a few months ago, and now we're very happy because we've been able to physically convene more than 1,500 leaders from the region virtually and in person, and these are executive leaders, academicians, entrepreneurs, people who are connected to the retail sector in Latin America. 3 years ago, together with 3 Latin American groups who are experts in marketing and sales, started to group or rally our operations and establish the first multi-Latino group for marketing and sales solutions to serve the local and regional needs of our customers. In the more than 30 years of experience of Cosmic Group on problem solving with our corporate ecosystem with various solutions, allow us to employ more than 60,000 people a year, operating more than 17 countries in Latin America for more than 70 clients. Our strength and strong local presence of our company in all countries throughout the region has enabled us to understand that despite the fact that we all recognize ourselves as proudly as Latin Americans, Latin America is a region of contrasts, and each country is different. It's idiosyncrasy, customs, social context, and their economies. World is facing a very fast-paced change dynamic, and as representatives and Latin American experts, we have decided together with this center to launch the first Latin American Summit to understand how the consumption habits are changing, how to build branding and doing business from the Latin American outlook. So please enjoy thoroughly all the panel discussions, workshops, and the spaces to network. When this initiative came up, we decided to carry out a real meeting amongst Latin Americans who were subject matter experts on Latin America and leaders with the purpose of understanding the region. We didn't want a seminar or an expo, but 2 days discussing, reflecting, and sharing with you both virtually and in person. So we hope that out of these 2 days we will have major opportunities. Let us examine the main trends and be able to incentivize our market strongly. Lastly, I'd like to thank all those who believed in us and help us create this tradition, to the Ohla partners for their commitment, their analogies, Adam Smith Center and the university for believing on our proposal, our sponsors, Nidia Valiant, and the authorities joining us, and to all those who are in person and on the streaming and to the entire team who has been working quietly in organizing this summit. To all of you, our infinite thanks. In order to continue on the same line of thinking that Antonio was indicating for us, which is to fall in love with Latin America, I'd like to invite John Price, CEO from American Market Intelligence. He is a veteran speaker and consultant on Latin America, one of the main opinion leaders in the region since 1993. John was advising over 50 global companies on their trading strategies and the need for market intelligence in Latin America. He will also be conducting an analysis of global outlooks and its impact in the region, while he will be introducing the main trends and market insights in Latin America. Welcome, John. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank and congratulate the Ohla Group and FIU for organizing a hybrid event such as this. We've been doing things like this in the past, but I understand the challenge represented by doing this kind of hybrid events or mixed events today. We have a year of close relationship to the Ohla Group, and as many close relationships in Latin America. It started with a reference from a cousin of mine in Chile who was talking to Antonio. Antonio would talk to me. That's how we ended up working with Latin America, starting with close people and by reference. And with FIU, I have a relationship of more than 20 years as a faculty, part-time faculty member, so I really feel very much at home. For all those who are visiting us from outside Miami, there is a typical phrase which is reserved for Mexico, but I think it is applicable to Miami as well. We're here in Miami, so far from God and so close to the United States. Today, I will going to give you, or try to give you, a midterm overview about Latin America, which is something that we rarely have the opportunity to look at. And today, we have a lot of access to information talking about what happened last week, last year, the predictions for the next year, but rarely do we have a midterm overview or outlook of what's happening. First off, I'd like to talk to you a bit about us. We've been analyzing Latin American markets for over 30 years now in different sectors. We have offices here in Miami, but also in Chile, Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico. Just as Ohla and many other groups in the consulting area, we're here to assist our customers to do their strategies before they try to acquire or launch a product in the region. You need to think or anticipate how the customer, the competition is going to react. And we have been very fortunate because we've relied on some of the strongest investors in the region. Now we're going to talk about inflation. Something which is very curious. When you look at the level of inflation in the past 120 years in the United States, one realizes that the time period we know very well, which is the past 30 years, are not really typical of the inflationary history in the U.S. In fact, it is called Goldilocks globalization, or globalización de ricitos de oro, because there was a recession that changed our lives 30 years ago. One, India and China, with half of the workers of the world, integrated or their economy to global economy. That's why in the past 30 years we've seen the labor cost. This has evolved in almost all years of the, has been declining and has not been moving at the same level, which has been problematic in rich countries such as Germany, Japan, the United States, and have had a strong bearing on the local policies. Another factor is that 30 years ago, Russia, because of the perestroika program, also joined the global economy, and all the natural resources that they have, environmental, energy, agricultural, in nature, because of the Western investment and technology, were tapped, and all of a sudden we had a new offer of all those products, which also brought prices down. And also 30 years ago, famous baby boomers in the US reached 35 years of age, and they started saving monies. With these savings, that money would build up on our capital markets. So the cost of capital would decline, a lower capital price, a low price of natural resources. And what has changed? What has changed is the labor costs. In China, in manufacturing areas, will cost 4 times what it used to buy. China is no longer an inexpensive place for investment. That's why the new factories looking for a place for manufacturing and re-exporting are no longer located in China. So the policy, which started badly with Donald Trump and so on, that really captured our imagination and the media, but that's not a reason why companies are not citing companies in China, but it's for a different reason, because of the cost. 2, sanctions against Russia because of their invasion of the Ukraine has left out a lot of energy, metal, grain offers from Russia, which has been skyrocketing prices. And how long is it going to last? We don't know. But in the meantime, the cost of raw materials will be high. And the baby boomers are now 60 years of age. They want to withdraw their money from their savings and start living on them. The cost of capital is not going to be so low anymore. That's why the goal of central banks of getting back to 2% or less levels of inflation, I don't think it's going to be possible or feasible. So major question, and in a couple of hours, the U.S. Fed will announce their new policies, and you're all expecting that they're not going to increase the interest rates anymore. But if their goal target is to lower it to 2%, we will have to live with the high inflation rates for a long time. What's happening in Latin America is this. What is Latin America's position vis-a-vis this new reality? Higher inflation, higher interest rates, prices of natural raw materials higher, and of labor. This is a combination of risk and opportunity. At the level of capital cost, it's an ongoing risk. Any company or individual who can afford to save money in Latin America will only save half of their savings outside the region. They're 8 trillion or $1,000 billion of Latin American savings outside the region. And a lot of it is here in Miami, amongst private banking, property, the U.S. exchanges. Others are in Swiss bank accounts, but they're not in their countries. Latin America is not unique in that respect, but 202 countries or 180 of them are exporting their capital because they don't have faith in the legal systems and governments of their own countries. In the United States, it's a great beneficiary of that uncertainty on emerging markets. The countries that have maintained a low indebtedness, country Chile, Peru, and Mexico, will not be so negatively impacted, such as as those that have higher levels of inflation, such as Brazil and Argentina. Companies that have high indebtedness level are also suffering today, and those who are keeping a lower level are suffering less. In a different respect, it's a new reality and a new opportunity for Latin America. Those who are producing and exporting commodities will have good years, but countries such as Mexico and Central America, which are capturing the new investments for manufacturing that used to go to China and are coming to our region in a wave of nearshoring, will also be benefited by it, but it's a competition. And also Turkey, Vietnam, Bangladesh, India are competing for it. However, it looks good in that respect for us. Now, our demographics, Latin American demographics, is quite surprising. Many people in Latin America will not realize that even though we are a relatively young population, Japan, Russia, and Italy, as compared to those we are, the population that is aging faster than any other area of the world, because 30 years ago, on average, we had 4 years per household, and today we're only having 2. And that is a global trend, but the speed with which this happened in Latin America is double as compared to the same transformation on this country or Europe, for that matter. And it is changing. At a short term, this is an advantage when you have less children and you don't have any senior people yet, both at the household or country levels. You have less spending in terms of food, clothing for the children, having a house for a bigger family, and you can spend more on travel, education, mass consumption products, etc. So it is a time period of 30, 35 years. And the other change, the other side of this demographic change is that Latin America will stay with a lot of senior people, and the same thing will happen all around the world. Why? Because when we move from the rural to the urban areas, our children will be a benefit to the household because they will start getting a job at a farm when as compared to being a liability at home, because they will not be productive until they finish their studies. So the natural calculation that we make as human beings is that we're going to have less children because of that. So the regions that have taken longer in moving to the city are still younger. Central America is the youngest area in the region. Uruguay, Argentina, and Venezuela are the oldest country in Latin America.
But if you look at the growth in consumption over the last few years, it coincided with that change in demographics. There are many people, many politicians say, no, it's because of neoliberalism that we produce more productive economies. That's bullshit. It's economy and the demographics. So that's the dramatic change. In 10 years, we're going to be closing schools for children or converting them into old age homes. We're going to have a lot less children and a lot more seniors. The great market of opportunity for you and the seniors are the people above 65. Because of the changes in pensions, these people already have money. And the traditional contract in our families, which was grandparents, you can come and live with us, and we're going to feed you, and we're going to give you a roof over your head, but you don't have to, you have to do unlimited babysitting. That doesn't work for seniors anymore. They want their freedom. Our societies are changing. Seniors are not moving in with their older children. They are living independently in their own households, and these people are not poor. These people have money. They want to travel. They want to spend. Okay? Let's talk about the change to our labor force. In English, there is a saying that the elites always said, you can no longer find good help. And that is going to be our reality in Latin America. We mistreat all the housekeepers and all the chauffeurs, and you are not going to be able to continue this because they no longer have 5 children. In fact, the people who more children have in Latin America are the rich people. Poor people are no longer having a lot of children. There are no subsidies like before to be able to support them. So our labor force is going to change. And that is what is going to create a middle class in Latin America, something that has escaped us for many years, despite all the efforts of politicians, all the economic debates. We have not been able to expand the middle class in Latin America, and it's because of our demographic structure, and that is about to change. The other change that we have lived through in the last 5 years very strongly has been technological disruption. And it's coming more than anything else because of this. 10 years ago, they were forecasting that more than 10% of urban people would have a smartphone. Now 75% of the urban population have a smartphone. Many of our service sectors have been monopolized or corrupted by high prices, and this has changed it all. Thanks to this, nowadays you can take a taxi cab in Mexico. When I lived in Mexico, I was robbed 4 times in a taxi cab. Every time I got in a taxi cab, because of the way I looked by my accent, I had to haggle over the price that I was going to be charged. Nowadays, I don't have to do that anymore. There are many services in Latin America that will be changed because of the power of disruption. And that is why the most successful market, Uber, Airbnb, and B&B, and other companies have their most successful market in Latin America. The number 2 market for Uber after Latin America is Mexico City. We in Latin America are very attached to our phones. We consume social media at a higher rate than any other region in the world because, in part, we don't find certain information in traditional media, or we don't trust them. That's why the consumption of data continues to grow at a 30% rate per year. As soon as we install capability, the demand is there to consume it. In large cities in Latin America, we can do streaming on our phone with a 5G phone or a 3G phone, but as soon as you go to mid-sized cities, that is no longer possible. But these same individuals want to see Netflix, they want to listen, they want to use their phones to be informed, so the demand is there. What we don't have is the supply, the capability. Another trend is growth of e-commerce. As you can see, the red bars is a penetration of e-commerce in China as a percentage of the total retail sector. this during COVID, it rose over 50%. It will go back down as people go back to brick-and-mortar stores to buy their daily purchases. The same thing happened in the United States. The penetration in Latin America continues to grow. Why? COVID taught us about 40% of population that had never tried e-commerce before. It has shown them that this is a system that functions. They don't steal my credit card numbers. My product arrives. The product that I selected works. The difference between Latin America and the United States is as far as retail, even down to the smallest cities, you can get anything in traditional stores. There are 25 square feet per person of retail space in the United States. In Latin America, it's like 1 square foot per person. What does this mean? If you want to purchase golf clubs and you don't live in the top 15 cities of Latin America, you have to get in your car, get to another city to purchase them, or you can purchase them online. The level of e-commerce in Latin America is not going to reach that of the United States. It's going to reach that of China, because our traditional retail sector has not had the penetration that the United States had. It's going to continue growing, but e-commerce is going to go beyond that of the United States. Other technologies that will have an impact, an important adoption level in Latin America. We're already talking about AI, and there is a large debate as far as what is the rate at which we should develop it and what methods of security we need to implement to make sure that we're taking care of ourselves. But there are other innovation that has great areas for adoption and great use in Latin America. Based on this and all that I have said, what are the industries that will flourish in Latin America in the next 3 to 8 years versus those that will decrease? This is our mapping, more or less. And Antonio, I don't know if we can say this to circulate this among our presenters, but you can. There is a lot of detail in this that's coming up now. As you can see, everything that has to do with digital disruption, the growth of seniors and their consumption habits. When we get older, we're concerned with two things: our health and our money. So we invest a lot of time in things like wellness, spas, sports. We are also concerned of how to plan our finances, our savings, the management of our money. These are areas where there is a lot of investment by seniors. But also there are areas that have previously been underserved, like SMEs, where non-bank consumers are capturing the attention of the new providers of financial service, such as the fintechs, which also has a future. And thanks to the explosion of e-commerce, we spend more on logistics in the warehousing as well as the final distribution of these products. This is at the midterm. Let me talk to you a little bit about where we are at right now. There is a lot of uncertainty right now in this country, the United States, as well as in our regions. So I will first talk about the SWOT analysis, the SWOT. How is Latin America doing? The things that we have in our favor are commodity prices, and on the average, they're higher than what they have been historically. Our central banks in Latin America, in my opinion, have been the heroes of our recent economic history. First, nowadays we have populist governments in our strongest economies in Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Colombia, and Peru. What has been the brake that has been placed on the unwise actions of these governments? Our central banks, their independence and their decision to be aggressively conservative. When inflation came to Latin America in 2021, they reacted and they increased the rates, whereas this country waited a little bit. And high levels of interest cost governments that are indebted. So it limits what they can spend on new projects, and that has been a very important factor. And the other is the China's economy rebounding. Through contacts that we have in Beijing, last year we were told that as soon as Premier Xi was reelected, they were going to end the strict COVID policies in China. He needed this for his reelection, and then they would free up their policies. No one expected the speed with which China did this, and no one was expecting that they were able to recover so quickly, even though 1 million people died in a period of 4 months there. China today, after 2 years of pandemic and 2 years of not spending, they're now spending. Their export region is suffering because of the lack of demand from Europe and the United States, but consumption in China, which is a very important motor engine for Latin America, which is responsible for our food, our commodities, and certain products, is increasing, and China's consumption will grow this year by about 7%. Weaknesses in our region, well, the populism. And as I say populism, I'm not talking about left or right. For me, they're no different. This refers to people who are not experienced in politics. They make decisions to benefit themselves politically and not to benefit the economy of their country. Decisions like subsidizing gasoline. The population welcomes it, but it doesn't do anything for the economy. It favors the middle class, and it is rough on the poor people. After COVID, the deficits that every country faced, and what's the repercussion of this? Well, those who evaluate Latin American government debt have lowered their categories throughout the region. So when they go into the international market with new bonds, they're more expensive. Distribution of income in Latin America, which has always been the base of our political uncertainty and instability, was improving over a period of 30 years thanks to demographics, changes in demographics, and certain good policies. Half of this advancement was lost in a period of 8 months where people were on lockdown. These lockdowns are very costly for Latin America. Well, I don't work, I'll change home, I'll change my workplace to home, I continue earning about the same, but 60% of Latin America population that works informally, their income went from 100 to 0 because one individual and the government made a decision based on incomplete information. So you can understand the rancor that they feel on against the elite. So every election since 2021 up to this last week in Paraguay, it has been a change in government or weakening, a vote against the government, a vote against those people who made the decisions that went against me. That's why we have these political crisis. We first had health, economic, and now we're living the third crisis. Now, there's also a problem of liquidity in the American economy. During the COVID, because in this country, but also in Europe, governments at the fiscal level were not very swift as engines of change. So we have depended on central banks to resolve any economic problem. We tried to resolve COVID with monetary policy by lowering interest rates and printing money. We expanded the amount of money globally by 22% in a period of 18 months globally. That translates to a level of 15% inflation per year in this country. In 1 year, we expanded the amount of money by 25%. And now we're trying to recuperate our policies, and for the first time in almost 100 years, the volume of money in the United States, the M2 money supply is decreasing. That is why regional banks that are not well managed are going to continue to fall. Which is not necessarily something bad if the larger banks can buy them, like what happened last week. But this causes uncertainty in the American market, and obviously that will have effects throughout the world. What are the opportunities? Energy sector continues to attract investors, conventional as well as the new green solar sector and other type of electrical generation. E-commerce continues to grow at the level of 15-20% a year. Digital services and content, the new businesses continue to grow. Why? Because we have smartphones and we have the need for greater competition in many services. There are markets that we have ignored for many years: Venezuela, Argentina, Guyana. Many people are now discovering where Guyana is on the map. This is the fastest growing economy in the world. And also, even though the short-term forecast is not as favorable this year, the changes and reforms, economic reforms that were done by the previous government, and I'm not talking about that idiot Bolsonaro, but the very capable people in the Ministry of Finance and in Congress that made certain reforms that we were expecting for over 40 years in Brazil. And this is creating a wave of investment in Brazil, first with Brazilian money that was out, but also from foreign investment, which will reach record levels next year. So what are the threats? Poor governance. I'm referring to Colombia. I'm referring to the new budget in Brazil. I'm referring to the last 5 years of AMRO. I'm referring to governments made up by people without experience who have ideas that academically sound pretty, but in reality they don't work. And what do these populists do? They punish the more successful areas. When there are fiscal problems in Argentina, they raise taxes on export of grains and other sectors that are very competitive in Argentina. And also, for that income distribution that is worse than it was before, there is a lot of insecurity, especially for people who have money. And that's why these people will leave and they take their money with them. The loss of the capital escape in Latin America is very robust, and it's happening in all countries. Latin America will grow at about 1.4% this year, about twice the level of growth in the United States, but a lot lower than other emerging regions. As far as exporters, as far as growth measured in dollars, the yearly growth between this year and next year in certain countries are up in the skies, because thanks to the policy of our central banks, money, even though there is capital that is escaping, is being replaced by foreign investment in the bonds in our country. In Brazil, you can have a return of 14% buying government bonds. What other country in the world with the level of risk of Brazil can you get that kind of return? In Guyana and Venezuela, thanks to petroleum, there is a lot of growth. Money in Venezuela does not remain. It's not invested, but they purchase things within. Currently, supermarkets in Caracas are full. People are buying the late model cars. There's a lot of opportunity. I'm not recommending buying a business in Venezuela, but I do recommend exporting to Venezuela. The point of view of the exporter is quite different from that of someone who invests. If you export, you are not exposed to the risks, the legal risks of that country, the political risks. But when you invest, your priorities, the priorities will change. Many times we read news based on this list and not based on this list. If you're going to export to Latin America, you have to look at these markets. If you're going to invest in Latin America, you have to take into account these factors. It's quite a difference. Okay, I hope that this has been useful to you, having received this information. I understand that we will not have time for question and answer in the audience, but we can do this online, and I will be present throughout the conference. So you're welcome to pose your questions and your comments. Thank you very much. Okay. I hope you are enjoying the conference up to this point. The information that John has shared with us has been very impressive. For us, it is very valuable to understand globally and the impact that this has on Latin America. We're going to have a 20-minute break. Those of you who are virtual, don't leave your screens. We're going to have interviews with the panelists so that we can share this. And after the break, we will talk about the new Latin America consumer, and Visa and IO will share their knowledge as to how businesses can adapt and satisfy the Latin American consumer. So let's enjoy our coffee break, and we'll see you in 20 minutes. Continue enjoying this conference. Sí.
Bueno, bienvenidos. Continuamos.
Welcome. We're talking a little bit more with Mr. John Price, who just gave us a very good presentation on the situation of the market in the future in Latin America. CEO of American Market Intelligence, Mr. Price. During your presentation, you were talking about projections on the demographics, the short, medium, and long term. Basically, my question is, how do you project this? So we're talking about that seniors above 65 will be the objective market within the next 30 years, different of today, which young adults are the ones. How do you project the behavior with technology and with those seniors of the future? Will they be behaving the same way with technology, or are we going to see this as something usual where we break away from technology and we're a little behind? How will millennials, those over 60, 65, will be dealing with technology? Well, millennials are still away from being a senior, but Gen X is like me, for instance. In 10 to 15 years, we're going to be seniors. I think that Gen X in Latin America is a generation that does not have the same level of ease as we have as Gen Y or millennials, but it's a generation that all their banking transactions are being done online. It symbolizes that they're using their phones. I think the capability of anyone of any age to adapt to technology should not be discarded. But this technology will continue on. And as far as this boom, the world has changed with regard to AI. How do you think this will impact, transform Latin America? Will this be a negative impact? Will we lose our work, or will there be other opportunities with regard to this new tool that is part of us now? The truth is, we don't know. We cannot forecast what impact it will have. There are a lot of concern, not just for economic disruption, but the loss of control that this can bring about. There are certain jobs in Latin America, outsourcing, that depends on qualified labor, but that do simple work of software creation, office services. These types of work can be done through artificial intelligence. A concrete example, a translator in the past would charge 8 cents per word, but currently with AI, first they have to incorporate AI to their work, but now they cannot charge more than 2 cents a word. And they'll need less translators to do the same volume of work. But you consider that there can be opportunities among those people who are concerned about losing their job. Will it relevant then for those who can manage these tools and use this technology and get work that will transform?
Pues, estando vigente, ¿cree que esa es una solución?
Bueno, yo lo veo de esta manera. Hace 100 años en Estados Unidos, 50% de la población trabajaba en la granja. Hoy en día son menos de 2%. ¿Qué sucedió con los otros 48%? No es que están desempleados. Entonces, disrupción tecnológica nos obliga de aprender nuevas capacidades y aplicar y considerar otras vocaciones. Pero ese cambio, si es muy rápido, puede desemplear mucha gente en el corto plazo. Si es más paulatinamente integrado, va a ser un net positivo porque aumenta mucho la productividad de mucha gente.
¿A qué podemos comparar en la historia esta nueva evolución tecnológica de la inteligencia artificial impactando al mundo entero con el pasado? ¿A qué lo compararía usted?
Yo lo compararía a dos cosas. Primero, la introducción del Internet, que nos abrió mucha oportunidad de conocer, de absorber información que antes no. Yo recuerdo cuando yo era niño, tuvimos que ir a la biblioteca para informarnos, ¿no? Hoy en día, pues no hay que ir a la biblioteca es el Internet. Y el otro es el smartphone y todo lo que contiene en términos de los apps y las facilidades que hoy tenemos para utilizar distintos servicios que en el pasado no utilizamos. Entonces, yo creo que es tan fuerte un cambio como estas dos invenciones.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias, de verdad muy interesante su intervención, aprendimos muchísimo. Ahora venimos con más invitados, quédense con nosotros y gracias por acompañarnos.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias a usted. No le hice más preguntas porque no quería ya...
Está bien, con gusto. Bueno, suerte.
Encantada, gracias. Hola Francisco.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Bienvenido.
Gracias.
Creo que me moví, estoy bien. Bueno, bienvenidos de nuevo a Summit Latam. Estamos en streaming y ahora me acompaña Francisco Olivares, Consumer Industry Lead Partner de Ernst & Young, quien será uno de nuestros próximos panelistas. Estaremos hablando sobre hábitos de consumo, correcto, Francisco, y...
¿Sí?
No, ya va. Sobre los hábitos de consumo, y quería que nos adelantaras un poquito, nos hicieras una breboca de lo que vamos a estar escuchando en unos cuantos minutos sobre esos hábitos que nos tienen.
Sí, a ver, el consumidor va cambiando muy rápido. La verdad es que toda la información que se tiene, la adaptabilidad que ha tenido que tener estos consumidores que hemos sido resilientes y estamos listos a cualquier cambio, y ahora comparamos más cosas, tenemos a la mano comparaciones automáticas de los precios que vamos a pagar. Todo esto evidentemente le va dando otra cosa y otra dinámica a lo que hace el consumidor hoy en día. Entonces, de todo esto vamos a platicar un poquito de qué está pasando, qué le preocupa a los consumidores, qué cree que es importante para ellos, los tipos de consumidores que hay, qué se fijan en los productos cuando van a comprar, y de todo esto hablaremos un poco.
Francisco, el tema del momento básicamente a nivel mundial es la inteligencia, la irrupción de la inteligencia artificial, que ya es un hecho. Ya no estamos hablando del futuro, estamos hablando del presente. ¿Cómo percibe el consumidor la llegada de la inteligencia artificial, y cómo creen ustedes que va a impactar a nivel de Latinoamérica la llegada de esta herramienta tan poderosa?
Yo creo que la inteligencia artificial, como dices, ya es un hecho, está llegando, pero va en baby steps a lo que vamos a ver en el futuro. El consumidor se va adaptando muy rápido, eso ya lo vimos. Entonces, va a ir adaptando sus hábitos de compra, qué tiene que hacer, hacia dónde tiene que ir. Y todo esto, la inteligencia artificial evidentemente va a ayudar, va a ser una herramienta adicional para ver cómo consumir, qué le hace bien a mi salud. Hoy los consumidores nos dicen que están poco informados muchas veces de los productos que están consumiendo. Y creo que cada vez, entre más información tenga sobre mí, entre más sepa qué me hace bien y qué me hace mal, yo creo que vamos a ir adaptando todas estas tendencias de consumo como consumidores conscientes, porque también lo vamos a platicar un poquito. Los consumidores cada vez somos más conscientes de qué comemos, qué entra en nuestro cuerpo, con qué nos cuidamos, y todo esto necesitamos todavía más información, y yo creo que esto va a ser una fuente de información muy importante para adaptar nuestros hábitos de consumo.
¿Tienes algún porcentaje que me puedes dar para tener clara la perspectiva de las marcas que ya están reaccionando a este tipo de hábitos que ya el consumidor le exige a diferentes marcas masivas en cuanto a la calidad de los ingredientes que utilizan, la selección o elegir cómo desarrollar cierto producto libre de crueldad animal, etcétera? Cada vez son más las marcas. ¿Cómo es el porcentaje del radio de las que están tomando acción con respecto a eso?
Mira, ahí sí me toca trabajar con muchísimos clientes, y yo te puedo decir que casi todos están haciendo algo, pero no necesariamente todos están haciendo lo mismo. Yo creo que cada compañía está buscando sus batallas. Entonces habrá unos que van más hacia el tema de los animales, habrá marcas que van más hacia el tema del planeta, el reciclaje. Hoy vemos compañías que están informando que, por ejemplo, sus botellas son 100% biodegradables, y muchas veces estas leyendas ya son más grandes que la marca del producto que están vendiendo. ¿Por qué? Porque los consumidores no se sienten informados. Y para cada consumidor y cada mercado se le tiene que hablar en su idioma y en qué le es relevante. Entonces, yo te podría decir, todas las marcas están haciendo algo, pero este tema de sustentabilidad, de ESG en general, es un tema sin fin. O sea, vamos a seguir viendo cada marca peleando por valores, teniendo diferentes criterios y diferentes formas de hacer las cosas, y eso es lo que también los consumidores van a empezar a buscar lealtades con marcas que se apeguen más a sus filosofías. Esto era una tendencia mucho más marcada antes de pandemia, se está retomando de forma muy fuerte.
¿Qué es lo que más le preocupa al consumidor latinoamericano en cuanto a esto que estamos conversando? O sea, ¿qué es lo que más se fija de repente en productos orgánicos, en el ecológicos? ¿Qué es lo que le preocupa?
Ese lo vamos a ver con mucho detalle en la presentación, pero les voy adelantando así como un spoiler muy rápido, pero el tema del planeta está siendo impresionante. O sea, de repente vamos a ver países latinoamericanos que sus decisiones de compra el planeta está arriba de otros aspectos que de algunos países europeos que los vemos como muy avanzados. Y eso, de verdad que cada vez que veo los estudios y lo que opina la gente y demás, me sorprende un poco, que puede tener diferentes razones, pero y ya las explicaré un poquito más a detalle en la presentación, pero sin duda el planeta está abarcando todos los segmentos, todos los niveles de ingreso, todas las generaciones. Es algo que se está metiendo en la cabeza de todo el mundo y además el consumidor, como les adelantaré, se los está exigiendo a las empresas. O sea, prácticamente es algo que les está pidiendo que lo hagan y no hay opción. Todos tienen que hacer algo.
Bueno, Francisco, muchísimas gracias. No podemos esperar, ya faltan pocos minutos para que comience tu panel, así que acompáñanos para escuchar más sobre esta interesante información que nos trae Francisco Olivares. Gracias, Francisco.
Gracias. Muchas gracias.
Es diferente. La idiosincrasia, el acento, la geografía, las oportunidades y reglas que vienen con ellas, el ritmo de vida, la fe, conectividad, la curiosidad, las ganas de querer una vida mejor, la rebelión, la espontaneidad, el descaro, la pasión. Cualquier marca que quiera estar presente en América Latina debe tener conocimiento de cómo es el mercado o tener un aliado estratégico que lo tenga. Pero sobre todo, debes saber que esta región hoy no está para nuevas conquistas. A Latinoamérica se le enamora y toda relación comienza con un hola. Hola, a Latinoamérica se le enamora.
Delta y Latam Airlines. Esta alianza tenía que pasar. No es coincidencia. ¿Quieres estar más cerca de tus seres queridos? Por eso te ofrecemos vuelos semanales entre Sudamérica y Estados Unidos. ¿Quieres explorar nuevos lugares? Por eso te ofrecemos más destinos para canjear tus millas. ¿Quieres estar más relajado antes de cada vuelo? Por eso te ofrecemos acceso a más lounges VIP. Y todo esto porque queremos acercarte a lo que de verdad importa. Con Delta y Latam Airlines, Sudamérica y Estados Unidos están más cerca de lo que parece.
Success in retail has always been down to one thing: delighting customers through each and every aisle. But then the world of retail changed. Things got quicker, busier, and more complex, with more choices than ever before. The role of stores became profoundly challenged. With these changes, we asked ourselves, how can we harness digital technologies to augment the physical experience in store? Enter Trax, the driving force of today's retail. It starts at the one place it counts most, at the shelf. Just imagine if every shelf could speak directly to you. With the Trax platform, we've taken the power of our computer vision, AI, and advanced hardware and combined it with our on-demand workforce to better enable brands, retailers, and shoppers to take smart actions in-store. With the physical more intuitive, the store of tomorrow is one that promises meaningful experiences, always delivering the right product to the right place, at the right time, at the right price. So Carmen can find her gluten-free essentials with ease, earn rewards, and order her favorite products for delivery anytime. For store assistant Adam, it's all about real-time alerts on low or out-of-stock products for faster replenishment. Not forgetting FlexForce worker Dave, who's one of the millions of Trax's crowdsourced workers that can be quickly deployed for store audits, merchandising, and sales activation. And everything circles back to headquarters, where Operations Manager Henry monitors live in-store conditions, and Brand Manager Zoe gets granular visibility with real-time shelf KPIs and insights to seize growth opportunities for her brand in every channel. Trax helps brands, retailers, and shoppers to better navigate this new frontier of retail. We've been implementing our solutions in stores at scale and across the globe for over a decade. And because of that, we believe we have the largest visual database of products worldwide. It's truly a brand new day of personalized and delightful retail, where the best of physical and digital come together to accelerate your store performance and to meet the demands of modern-day shoppers. Welcome to the rebirth of retail with Trax. Success in retail has always been down to one thing: delighting customers through each and every aisle. But then the world of retail changed. Things got quicker, busier, and more complex, with more choices than ever before. The role of stores became profoundly challenged. With these changes, we asked ourselves, how can we harness digital technologies to augment the physical experience in store? Enter Trax, the driving force of today's retail. It starts at the one place it counts most, at the shelf. Just imagine if every shelf could speak directly to you. With the Trax platform, we've taken the power of our computer vision, AI, and advanced hardware and combined it with our on-demand workforce to better enable brands, retailers, and shoppers to take smart actions in-store. With the physical more intuitive, the store of tomorrow is one that promises meaningful experiences, always delivering the right product to the right place, at the right time, at the right price. So Carmen can find her gluten-free essentials with ease, earn rewards, and order her favorite products for delivery anytime. For store assistant Adam, it's all about real-time alerts on low or out-of-stock products for faster replenishment. Not forgetting FlexForce worker Dave, who's one of the millions of Trax's crowdsourced workers that can be quickly deployed for store audits, merchandising, and sales activation. And everything circles back to headquarters, where Operations Manager Henry monitors live in-store conditions, and Brand Manager Zoe gets granular visibility with real-time shelf KPIs and insights to seize growth opportunities for her brand in every channel. Trax helps brands, retailers, and shoppers to better navigate this new frontier of retail. We've been implementing our solutions in stores at scale and across the globe for over a decade. And because of that, we believe we have the largest visual database of products worldwide. It's truly a brand new day of personalized and delightful retail, where the best of physical and digital come together to accelerate your store performance and to meet the demands of modern-day shoppers. Welcome to the rebirth of retail with Trax.
Latinoamérica es una región de contrastes. Si bien es cierto que los latinoamericanos tenemos cosas en común, cada país es diferente. La idiosincrasia, el acento, la geografía, las oportunidades y reglas que vienen con ellas, el ritmo de vida, la fe, conectividad, la curiosidad, las ganas de querer una vida mejor, la rebelión, la espontaneidad, el descaro, la pasión. Cualquier marca que quiera estar presente en América Latina debe tener conocimiento de cómo es el mercado o tener un aliado estratégico que lo tenga. Pero sobre todo, debe saber saber que esta región hoy no está para nuevas conquistas. A Latinoamérica se le enamora y toda relación comienza con un hola. Hola, a Latinoamérica se le enamora.
Delta y Latam Airlines. Esta alianza tenía que pasar. No es coincidencia. Quieres estar más cerca de tus seres queridos. Por eso te ofrecemos vuelos semanales entre Sudamérica y Estados Unidos. Quieres explorar nuevos lugares. Por eso te ofrecemos más destinos para canjear tus millas. Quieres estar más relajado antes de cada vuelo. Por eso te ofrecemos acceso a más lounges VIP. Y todo esto porque queremos acercarte a lo que de verdad importa. Con Delta y Latam Airlines, Sudamérica y Estados Unidos están más cerca de lo que parece.
Latinoamérica es una región de contrastes. Si bien es cierto que los latinoamericanos tenemos cosas en común, cada país es diferente. La idiosincrasia, el acento, la geografía, las oportunidades y reglas que vienen con ellas, el ritmo de vida, la fe, conectividad, la curiosidad, las ganas de querer una vida mejor, la rebelión, la espontaneidad, el descaro, la pasión. Cualquier marca que quiera estar presente en América Latina debe tener conocimiento de cómo es el mercado o tener un aliado estratégico que lo tenga. Pero sobre todo, debe saber que esta región hoy no está para nuevas conquistas. A Latinoamérica se le enamora y toda relación comienza con un hola. Hola, a Latinoamérica se le enamora.
Delta y Latam Airlines. Esta alianza tenía que pasar. No es coincidencia. Quieres estar más cerca de tus seres queridos. Por eso te ofrecemos vuelos semanales entre Sudamérica y Estados Unidos. Quieres explorar nuevos lugares. Por eso te ofrecemos más destinos para canjear tus millas. Quieres estar más relajado antes de cada vuelo. Por eso te ofrecemos acceso a más lounges VIP. Y todo esto porque queremos acercarte a lo que de verdad importa. Con Delta y Latam Airlines, Sudamérica y Estados Unidos están más cerca de lo que parece.
Success in retail has always been down to one thing: delighting customers through each and every aisle. But then the world of retail changed. Things got quicker, busier, and more complex, with more choices than ever before. The role of stores became profoundly challenged. With these changes, we asked ourselves, how can we harness digital technologies to augment the physical experience in store? Enter Trax, the driving force of today's retail. It starts at the one place it counts most, at the shelf. Just imagine if every shelf could speak directly to you. With the Trax platform, we've taken the power of our computer vision, AI, and advanced hardware and combined it with our on-demand workforce to better enable brands, retailers, and shoppers to take smart actions in store. With the physical more intuitive, the store of tomorrow is one that promises meaningful experiences, always delivering the right product to the right place, at the right time, at the right price. So Carmen can find her gluten-free essentials with ease, earn rewards, and order her favorite products for delivery anytime. For store assistant Adam, it's all about real-time alerts on low or out-of-stock products for faster replenishment. Not forgetting FlexForce worker Dave, who's one of the millions of Trax's crowdsourced workers that can be quickly deployed for store audits, merchandising, and sales activation. And everything circles back to headquarters, where operations manager Henry monitors live in-store conditions, and brand manager Zoe gets granular visibility with real-time shelf KPIs and insights to seize growth opportunities for her brand in every channel. Trax helps brands, retailers, and shoppers to better navigate this new frontier of retail. We've been implementing our solutions in stores, at scale, and across the globe for over a decade. And because of that, we believe we have the largest visual database of products worldwide. It's truly a brand new day of personalized and delightful retail, where the best of physical and digital come together to accelerate your store performance and to meet the demands of modern-day shoppers. Welcome to the rebirth of retail with Trax.
Latinoamérica es una región de contrastes. Si bien es cierto que los latinoamericanos tenemos cosas en común, cada país es diferente. La idiosincrasia, el acento, la geografía, las oportunidades y reglas que vienen con ellas, el ritmo de vida, la fe, conectividad, la curiosidad, las ganas de querer una vida mejor, la rebelión, la espontaneidad, el descaro, la pasión. Cualquier marca que quiera estar presente en América Latina debe tener conocimiento de cómo es el mercado o tener un aliado estratégico que lo tenga. Pero sobre todo, debe saber que esta región hoy no está para nuevas conquistas. A Latinoamérica se le enamora y toda relación comienza con un hola. Hola, a Latinoamérica se le enamora.
Delta y Latam Airlines. Esta alianza tenía que pasar. No es coincidencia. Quieres estar más cerca de tus seres queridos. Por eso te ofrecemos vuelos semanales entre Sudamérica y Estados Unidos. Quieres explorar nuevos lugares. Por eso te ofrecemos más destinos para canjear tus millas. Quieres estar más relajado antes de cada vuelo. Por eso te ofrecemos acceso a más lounges VIP. Y todo esto porque queremos acercarte a lo que de verdad importa. Con Delta y Latam Airlines, Sudamérica y Estados Unidos están más cerca de lo que parece.
Success in retail has always been down to one thing: delighting customers through each and every aisle. But then the world of retail changed. Things got quicker, busier, and more complex, with more choices than ever before. The role of stores became profoundly challenged. With these changes, we asked ourselves, how can we harness digital technologies to augment the physical experience in store? Enter Trax, the driving force of today's retail. It starts at the one place it counts most: at the shelf. Just imagine if every shelf could speak directly to you. With the Trax platform, we've taken the power of our computer vision, AI, and advanced hardware and combined it with our on-demand workforce to better enable brands, retailers, and shoppers to take smart actions in store. With the physical more intuitive, the store of tomorrow is one that promises meaningful experiences, always delivering the right product to the right place, at the right time, at the right price. So Carmen can find her gluten-free essentials with ease, earn rewards, and order her favorite products for delivery anytime. For store assistant Adam, it's all about real-time alerts on low or out-of-stock products for faster replenishment. Not forgetting FlexForce worker Dave, who's one of the millions of Trax's crowdsourced workers that can be quickly deployed for store audits, merchandising, and sales activation. And everything circles back to headquarters, where operations manager Henry monitors live in-store conditions, and brand manager Zoe gets granular visibility with real-time shelf KPIs and insights to seize growth opportunities for her brand in every channel. Trax helps brands, retailers, and shoppers to better navigate this new frontier of retail. We've been implementing our solutions in stores at scale and across the globe for over a decade. And because of that, we believe we have the largest visual database of products worldwide. It's truly a brand new day of personalized and delightful retail, where the best of physical and digital come together to accelerate your store performance and to meet the demands of modern-day shoppers. Welcome to the rebirth of retail with Trax.
Latinoamérica es una región de contrastes. Si bien es cierto que los latinoamericanos tenemos cosas en común, cada país es diferente. La idiosincrasia, el acento, la geografía, las oportunidades y reglas que vienen con ellas, el ritmo de vida, la fe, conectividad, la curiosidad, las ganas de querer una vida mejor, la rebelión, la espontaneidad, el descaro, la pasión. Cualquier marca que quiera estar presente en América Latina debe tener conocimiento de cómo es el mercado o tener un aliado estratégico que lo tenga. Pero sobre todo, debe saber que esta región hoy no está para nuevas conquistas. A Latinoamérica se le enamora y toda relación comienza con un hola. Hola, a Latinoamérica se le enamora.
Delta y Latam Airlines. Esta alianza tenía que pasar. No es coincidencia. Quieres estar más cerca de tus seres queridos. Por eso te ofrecemos vuelos semanales entre Sudamérica y Estados Unidos. Quieres explorar nuevos lugares. Por eso te ofrecemos más destinos para canjear tus millas. Quieres estar más relajado antes de cada vuelo. Por eso te ofrecemos acceso a más lounges VIP. Y todo esto porque queremos acercarte a lo que de verdad importa. Con Delta y Latam Airlines, Sudamérica y Estados Unidos están más cerca de lo que parece.
Success in retail has always been down to one thing: delighting customers through each and every aisle. But then the world of retail changed. Things got quicker, busier, and more complex, with more choices than ever before. The role of stores became profoundly challenged. With these changes, we asked ourselves, how can we harness digital technologies to augment the physical experience in store? Enter Trax, the driving force of today's retail. It starts at the one place it counts most, at the shelf. Just imagine if every shelf could speak directly to you. With the Trax platform, we've taken the power of our computer vision, AI, and advanced hardware and combined it with our on-demand workforce to better enable brands, retailers, and shoppers to take smart actions in store. With the physical more intuitive, the store of tomorrow is one that promises meaningful experiences, always delivering the right product to the right place, at the right time, at the right price. So Carmen can find her gluten-free essentials with ease, earn rewards, and order her favorite products for delivery anytime. For store assistant Adam, it's all about real-time alerts on low or out-of-stock products for faster replenishment. Not forgetting FlexForce worker Dave, who's one of the millions of Trax's crowdsourced workers that can be quickly deployed for store audits, merchandising, and sales activation. And everything circles back to headquarters, where operations manager Henry monitors live in-store conditions, and brand manager Zoe gets granular visibility with real-time shelf KPIs and insights to seize growth opportunities for her brand in every channel. Trax helps brands, retailers, and shoppers to better navigate this new frontier of retail. We've been implementing our solutions in stores, at scale, and across the globe for over a decade. And because of that, we believe we have the largest visual database of products worldwide. It's truly a brand new day of personalized and delightful retail, where the best of physical and digital come together to accelerate your store performance and to meet the demands of modern-day shoppers. Welcome to the rebirth of retail with Trax.
Latinoamérica es una región de contrastes. Si bien es cierto que los latinoamericanos tenemos cosas en común, cada país es diferente. La idiosincrasia, el acento, la geografía, las oportunidades y reglas que vienen con ellas, el ritmo de vida, la fe, conectividad, la curiosidad, las ganas de querer una vida mejor, la rebelión, la espontaneidad, el descaro, la pasión. Cualquier marca que quiera estar presente en América Latina debe tener conocimiento de cómo es el mercado o tener un aliado estratégico que lo tenga. Pero sobre todo, debe saber que esta región hoy no está para nuevas conquistas. A Latinoamérica se le enamora y toda relación comienza con un hola. Hola, a Latinoamérica se le enamora.
Delta y Latam Airlines. Esta alianza tenía que pasar. No es coincidencia. Quieres estar más cerca de tus seres queridos. Por eso te ofrecemos vuelos semanales entre Sudamérica y Estados Unidos. Quieres explorar nuevos lugares. Por eso te ofrecemos más destinos para canjear tus millas. Quieres estar más relajado antes de cada vuelo. Por eso te ofrecemos acceso a más lounges VIP. Y todo esto porque queremos acercarte a lo que de verdad importa. Con Delta y Latam Airlines, Sudamérica y Estados Unidos están más cerca de lo que parece.
Success in retail has always been down to one thing: delighting customers through each and every aisle. But then the world of retail changed. Things got quicker, busier, and more complex, with more choices than ever before. The role of stores became profoundly challenged. With these changes, we asked ourselves, how can we harness digital technologies to augment the physical experience in store? Enter Trax, the driving force of today's retail. It starts at the one place it counts most, at the shelf. Just imagine if every shelf could speak directly to you. With the Trax platform, we've taken the power of our computer vision, AI, and advanced hardware and combined it with our on-demand workforce to better enable brands, retailers, and shoppers to take smart actions in store. With the physical more intuitive, the store of tomorrow is one that promises meaningful experiences, always delivering the right product to the right place, at the right time, at the right price. So Carmen can find her gluten-free essentials with ease, earn rewards, and order her favorite products for delivery anytime. For store assistant Adam, it's all about real-time alerts on low or out-of-stock products for faster replenishment. Not forgetting FlexForce worker Dave, who's one of the millions of Trax's crowdsourced workers that can be quickly deployed for store audits, merchandising, and sales activation. And everything circles back to headquarters, where operations manager Henry monitors live in-store conditions, and brand manager Zoe gets granular visibility with real-time shelf KPIs and insights to seize growth opportunities for her brand in every channel. Trax helps brands, retailers, and shoppers to better navigate this new frontier of retail. We've been implementing our solutions in stores, at scale, and across the globe for over a decade. And because of that, we believe we have the largest visual database of products worldwide. It's truly a brand new day of personalized and delightful retail, where the best of physical and digital come together to accelerate your store performance and to meet the demands of modern-day shoppers. Welcome to the rebirth of retail with Trax.
Latinoamérica es una región de contrastes. Si bien es cierto que los latinoamericanos tenemos cosas en común, cada país es diferente. La idiosincrasia, el acento, la geografía, las oportunidades y reglas que vienen con ellas, el ritmo de vida, la fe, conectividad, la curiosidad, las ganas de querer una vida mejor, la rebelión, la espontaneidad, el descaro, la pasión. Cualquier marca que quiera estar presente en América Latina debe tener conocimiento de cómo es el mercado o tener un aliado estratégico que lo tenga. Pero sobre todo, debe saber que esta región hoy no está para nuevas conquistas. A Latinoamérica se le enamora y toda relación comienza con un hola. Hola, a Latinoamérica se le enamora.
Delta y Latam Airlines. Esta alianza tenía que pasar. No es coincidencia. Quieres estar más cerca de tus seres queridos. Por eso te ofrecemos vuelos semanales entre Sudamérica y Estados Unidos. Quieres explorar nuevos lugares. Por eso te ofrecemos más destinos para canjear tus millas. Quieres estar más relajado antes de cada vuelo. Por eso te ofrecemos acceso a más lounges VIP. Y todo esto porque queremos acercarte a lo que de verdad importa. Con Delta y Latam Airlines, Sudamérica y Estados Unidos están más cerca de lo que parece.
Bueno, bienvenidos de vuelta.
Welcome back. let's continue. I hope you have enjoyed this coffee break, and we're ready to continue to talk about trends and challenges in the Latin American market. The next session is the new Latin American consumer, moderated by Antonio, our CEO from Ohla. And the speakers are Francisco Olivares, consumer industry lead partner, Álvaro Cárdenas, president for Latin America, Diageo, and Luciana Resende Lotze, CMO, Visa Latin America and Caribbean. During this session, we will discuss how the consumer has changed in recent times, challenges involving this and the tools that all companies wanting to reach out to that consumer should have. And at the end, we will have a Q&A. The end of the Q&A, we will have a space for participants to ask more questions to the speakers. For our in-person meeting, we will have a QR on the QR code that will lead you to a Google questionnaire, and on the back of your badges you will have the QR code to access the formulary. For the streaming audience, more than 2,500 people, you can put your questions in the chat box. So we will be checking on it to try to respond all of them as soon as possible. Without further ado, I will leave you with Antonio, who will be the moderator in our expert panel. It's so nice to see you back. We will keep on having great content with the deluxe invited speakers. We're going to hear a presentation after hearing the presentation by John. We are going into a discussion panel that, to be honest, I volunteered to be attending it because this is quite a thesis. I'm not using the mic, pardon me. So the thesis of the summit was leveraged to address consumer habits, and we're trying to conduct an analysis of this new consumer. So let me first of all warmly greet Francisco, Álvaro, and Luciana, and to give you some context about the new consumer. Apart from the economic, political, and social uncertainty that we're facing, we know that there is a dynamic ecosystem that has been driven by social media and technology, and this has led us to the most significant changes that this consumer has had from Latin American outlook, and we need to understand also how companies can adapt to these changes to continue to stay in the market vis-a-vis elusive consumers or fragmented consumers, or those that cannot be made loyal to us. So from that regard, we would like to welcome our dear subject, and we will hear a presentation by Ernst & Young by Francisco. I'd like you to join us so you will feel encouraged. Álvaro, Lucena will continue with a panel discussion on the new consumer, and then we'll close with the questions that you're putting on the chat. Go ahead. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for having me on this event, and to you for being here, and to the organizers for organizing this event. What are we going to present to you? We conducted a study that we did recently, which is titled, let me show you, the Future Consumer Index. What are we trying to do at a global level? What we're trying to do is looking at the consumer sentiment or feelings. In this context, I think that many companies have hard data, how much they're selling every week, and their statements. But what we didn't have is what the consumer is feeling. What are their preferences? Where are they headed to after having seen 11 waves of this, which may or may not have translated into a different way of consuming. But we need to look at what the consumer is asking from the companies, and we need to address that, because that will help our customers a lot. So we start by asking, what is of concern to you this day? And I could be talking for 3 hours about these slides by type of industry or segment, but I think that we would like to convey the highlights of what we're seeing in the trends. So what is concerning you as a consumer nowadays? In this first slide, we put Mexico and how it compares at a global level. And then we conducted several studies, and there's several countries involved. We conducted some internal surveys for Colombia, Peru, and Central America. And Latin America, we have also included Brazil, Argentina, and Chile. But I believe that this clearly shows how the Latin American consumer thinks. And many times we are looking at this difference between Latin American consumers versus global consumers. And by and large, what we're seeing, as we saw it in all waves, the Latin American consumer is always more concerned for the short-term period. We have a consumer that is no longer so trusted on the economy and what's going to happen with our countries, and this reflects at a short-term period. And when we ask them, do you feel lonelier now than before the pandemic? And 31% will say yes, and 32% are a global level, and we're together there. But there is a major concern about the affordability products, basic commodities, in terms of price or quantity. Finding the product is no longer a problem, but with all the inflation that we're seeing, people are concerned if they will have enough for the next month. When we have this inflation dynamic, wages will not be matching increased prices. So this is a short-term concern, but if you put it on a long view, people are more trusting than the rest of the world. They think they are in greater control of their lives and express trust on their lives. And it's 16% compared to 49%. And they think that the future will improve the next 3 years, which is very important for consumers. Why? Because consumers are more willing to spend when they have a good midterm and long-term outlook. On the other hand, we try to look at an emergency consumer. These are consumers that are extremely resilient today. If I am left without any money, I am willing to spend less. If I have more money, I will spend more. And I know many things can happen, so our mind is vigilant and alertful to try and modify our behavior at any time, but that involves more cautious people in spending. They're not spending indiscriminately, and we're seeing 68% being more cautious. And on the other side, we have 32% that are not living like that. People saying, no, I will live it up. And then these are some of the markets I'm speaking to. I like this slide a lot because what it tells me is how I feel today compared to the last 3 or 4 months. So you can see there's been a major decline, and people are feeling a little bit worse, which is the red line at 19%. Many people feel more or less the same. There are people who feel better. If you look at people who feel better with the different waves we've seen, we've been seeing a decline as compared to previous months. And then we look at the levels of income, high, low, and mid-level. And obviously those who feel better, as you see it on the slide, are those with a mid-level income. This has been changing wave after wave, and there was a time when pretty much all three levels were even in that regard. But what we are seeing is that in 3 years, people are looking at themselves with a better or a worse look. From 19, it's going up to 17, going down to 17. So what's one of the primary concerns? And we have the global comparator with Latin America concerning the four major countries, and people are extremely concerned about their finances. I believe that we in Latin America are already used to living with inflation, which is affecting the entire world, and it was not there a few years ago, and therefore we are more used to it. But there's now a slightly higher concern. If you look at Chile, 96% of the people are concerned about their finances. So being able to reach such percentages in a survey is quite striking. So people who are just buying the essential commodities on both sides, 50% says yes, 50% no, depending on the market. We're looking at the people who are consuming more than the essentials, and others are just confining themselves to the essentials or necessities. Now this slide is very indicative of what is really worrying people, and I can tell you that this is the first wave in which consumer goods are the most worrying portion of it. In Latin America, what we are concerned most about are the value of energy products, gas, etc. And historically, it's been so, and this is what's been trend-setting for us. These times, people are really concerned about basic goods and necessities, but what we see that is increasing the most, inflation-wise, are these basic products. And then I think this is also a catalyzer of our mindset. People are afraid of losing their job, but they're not afraid of finding a new job. In other words, they're seeing sources of jobs to do something else. And as John was saying, these are people who lost everything and had to reinvent themselves, do new things. And all of a sudden, when you go out on the job market, it's no longer that easy to find the same people you used to find. Why is that? Because people have found different ways of living, different ways of earning money, and this is being reflected on the market where people are not concerned. And this is also important because this is a consumer consumption catalyzer or detonator. There are 5 types of consumers, and this is a key part of all the survey that we are doing globally. So when you want to buy a good, what's most important for you? Just affordability, price, and availability, that this is a good product for the planet, and that it will provide a good experience for the customer, which will be good to my health or my society. And when I say society, I mean my close community. And these 5 different consumers whom we asked what's most important for them, we've seen important changes between consumers of different waves. Nowadays, we have 15% who are more concerned about affordability. It should be more. Maybe are you concerned about finances? How are you doing? What are you thinking about? At that point, we would ask affordability should be more important to you. But look at the planet issue. The ecological, environmental issue has gone into the mind of the Mexican and Latin American consumer, which is really striking, and we'll see with other countries too. The product experience is more or less relevant. Health will be dependent on who I'm speaking to, if it's a baby boomer generation is concerned about health as opposed to everything else. The truth is that society has lost relevance in this picture, and people do want their close community to be okay and to have locally grown or produced products, but this is not the main driver for consumers. In terms of sustainability, in the interest of time, I know there will be a whole panel discussion on sustainability, so I won't go in greater detail. But what the consumers are telling us is quite relevant. I believe that in sustainability today, the three major stakeholders, government, company, and society, the main burden is being put on the companies. They're not acting consistently, and they're not willing to pay a premium for the environment. They're not willing to behave in a way which is different from how they used to behave, but they're telling companies that they have to intervene and do good things for the planet, and that will determine my choice for goods. And then consumers tell us that they are not informed of what companies are doing for the planet, so they're seeing increasingly more companies putting things on the labels of their products. If these are recyclable bottles, they're telling us this is 100% recyclable, or cocoa is fair trade, or these are free range chickens, and they're telling us a bit in their messages, but the consumer feels they lack a lot of information. They need to know what the companies are conveying, what their values are, how they're focusing, and I think that this trade topic is really gigantic and endless, because we will be able to save in terms of water or electric power usage, and companies have to select their battles, treating animals fairly, or have programs to take care of animals who are stray on the streets, and we have to be very clear with consumers about that. What are the battles they're fighting, and what's the ideology behind? Now we are going to look at the 5 types of consumers and do a double click to first look at this by generation, and then by income, what's important for each, and what do I want to communicate to my target market, what's relevant or important to them. And here, for the first time in the whole area, everything is green on the first line. Both the low-income people and baby boomers are thinking about the planet first. This is the first wave. It used to be affordability, and now it's both low-income and baby boomers are concerned about the planet, and they're taking care of the monies, and the people who are not receiving a wage, they're taking more care of their finances, which is quite logical, and it's very normal for the gen to be concerned about their health, their age, and what's coming next for them. And people with high income, we're seeing that pretty clearly. The second driver is product experience. I don't care, or they don't care, if it's good for the community or for the body. Affordability, while it is at a very low point, 3% only on high income level, what I am concerned about the product is the experience it will provide to me. So it becomes very relevant to see who I'm speaking to. And here I have the list of consumers per country, which is very interesting to me and will tell me what's important for each country. We would think that actually countries such as Switzerland, Sweden, Norway, Japan would be highly concerned for the planet issues, but their number one driver today is affordability, which also has to do with the people age, as John was mentioning in his briefing, and also with having elder people within the country, which shows that they have different preferences, and this is where we see affordability as an issue. But if you look in the middle, the planet is at the center for China, Mexico, Nigeria, Brazil, which has always been concerned about it, but even for our in-house service for Colombia, Peru, and Central America, it's still important, and it's the number one issue, the planet. In terms of customer experience, if you look at India, that's what they are more concerned. Experience of goods, 54% is really overwhelming, and it's a number we don't see almost anywhere. And on this note, I am pretty much finishing with the wrap-up of my presentation. We can turn to the Q&A. Go ahead. Yeah, the mic, just making sure it works. All right. Your briefing has been most interesting, Francisco. And we're left with very interesting and ambitious connections. And tomorrow you're all warmly invited to a panel discussion on sustainability as a consumer driver, which is going to be also very interesting, but it's unbelievable to see how the planet concern is starting to pervade everyone, and the companies are dealing with challenges, and for the consumer is setting a trend which is quite interesting to us. And moving forward with our dynamic, I'd like to talk with our subject matter experts from their professional career path and expertise, because they are managing extremely iconic brands, and they have different consumer outlooks, which is also something we wanted to include. We are not only including mass consumption products, household products, but also services. We're consuming payments, electric power, and you have to look at all those different perspectives. Having said that, we have a discussion that will hinge around 5 questions that we've prepared for you. So we will first start by trying to define the consumer first, to hear your perspective. Which are the main traits of the new Latin American consumer, and how are they different from previous generations, which is an important topic? And to follow up, what are the factors impacting the buying decisions made by that new consumer, and how it has evolved in recent years? So I'd like to start with Luciana, then we'll move on with Álvaro. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Antonio. Thank you for your presentation on a very important topic, and I was delighted to hear it. I would say that we cannot set apart the beginning of this consumer and the pandemic, because it involved major acceleration of life. What we thought was going to happen in 5 years actually happened in 2. So in that regard, things that we were purchasing online were selective in nature. Some were very specific. In during the pandemic, we had to learn to buy everything. When we look at what happened between generations, we find it quite interesting, because obviously the youngest Z generation is one that not born but grew with the impact of that reality, which is 100% native digital gen. So you will have some prospect on it. They would also need to be included in banking. If you look at the traditional bancarization through a digital wallet, you look at the traditional and the digital modes, we are above 70% now, but when you look at the Z Gen, 26% of that population only has a digital banking or 100% bank or 100% digital wallet. In the case of the millennial, it's 26%, and a baby boomer is only 5%. So obviously, the Z Gen trend is absolutely digital in nature because of their social behavior. They have virtual friends who are true friends, and he or she may have not seen him or her before, but especially that generation is going to set the trend for the coming changes, because if we look at other generations, for us it is a change, but they have been born like that, and they're going to drive change exponentially from this point forward. So I think this is a factor we need to consider because it's most important. That's quite interesting because during lunchtime we'll hear the major discussion panel on digital disruption. So we are looking at this an intro to these trends. In Álvaro, you have a super international career path, and now that we're looking at Latin America and the Caribbean leading ahead major brands, what's your take about this? Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here. Good afternoon to those who are listening to us, or watching us virtually. For all those who are connected, my warm greetings to you all. Before addressing the question, I'd like to explain to you what Diageo is, which is the premium liquor company in the world. Maybe you know Johnny Walker, or you have been celebrating with Guinness or Tanker. We are at 180 marketplaces in the world. We have iconic brands like Johnny Walker with over 200 brands that have gone through world wars, and it's still there. And this is a great time to talk about global volatility and other topics. I think we're privileged to work in the Latin American region where we have a vibrant consumer who's also very young, especially when compared to the European consumer. Almost 50% is under 40 years, and Europe is over 45. And that base is growing at 1.8%, while in the US it's growing at 0.5%. And we have an emerging class that went from 20 to 25%. So I think that many times we look at the Latin American consumer from a global perspective, and when you do that, you're in a very good standing to capture the upcoming new growth stage in the market. What's different today? We have a more demanding consumer for brands, and one that wants comprehensive brands that will do what they tell them to do, which is their commitment with sustainability, customer experience, and delivery. And we have a much smarter consumer today due to our current situation. There is a consumer that knows that we have two pockets, one where they're going to save and the other one is they're going to spend to please themselves. So our job is to guarantee that our brand is going to be on the spending pocket and not the saving pocket. But today it's much more selective in what you're doing. Are you willing to pay in different categories differently? That's why we're seeing that Latin America, as compared to any other region in the world, the super premium and deluxe market is growing more speedily.
So despite all the inflationary theme, when a brand has a value proposition that makes sense to the consumer is willing to pay. And I believe the other thing, before we used to have brands talking to the consumer. That was all the interaction. The company was talking to the consumer. Consumer doesn't want that anymore. Consumer wants their brand be a part of the conversation. That consumer will be talking about a brand. And that's a big change in how companies and brands are interacting with consumer, because it's not transactional anymore. Consumer wants a more intimate intimate relationship where he's better known, to know what his motivations are. And that's a big change, and that sped up after the pandemic. The occasions of consumption and their motivation of the consumer changed. Previously, I went to the market, and we had a panel. Prior to the pandemic, we would think a lot about what I should spend my money on when I wanted to indulge. But now I don't. It's more impulsive now, and the brands that don't play in that motivation of indulgence, if it's a more planned purchase and not as inclusive. I believe there are differences in the evolution of the consumer, but the brands who understand the new motivation, they have great opportunity for growth. Very interesting. And with regard to this whole process of what the consumer expects, the purchase experience, we all know it's something that's vital. And a large part of this way of communicating, I believe, is generating a change that is quite substantial, not just on the platform, but in the content of how this conversation is generated. Luciana, from the perspective of the purchase experience, what, from your point of view, what do you see Latin American consumers are valuing more from the purchase experience, and how are businesses adapting to this new expectation? Because this digital world is changing the purchase experience. Now we have prior to this, we would have the brands that were in the supermarket. But when you buy online, the possibilities are infinite. It covers a gigantic list of, and the consumer likes this because there are more options, but it's overwhelming on the other hand. So there is the dialogue and what happens in a social network. There is a lot of search on TikTok. They go to TikTok, and they don't just go to watch musical videos. They search on TikTok because they need someone to help them to navigate all these options. So that's why you have influencers who certain areas, let's think travel. People used to have a travel agency. Somebody would tell you all about everything, but then after they started purchasing their own tickets. But now the offer is tremendous, and so you go through the influencers and you begin to trust that person, and who can be considered a brand also. And brand are play a very important role there. From Visa's point of view, I see this clearly. We see payment options and all the digital options there is certain uncertainty. Where should I go? And so brands have a very strong equity, like in security, like Visa, and they come to guide you along a path where you should go. They present new options and there might be a new e-wallet that nobody knows. When you have a brand of Visa presented, the option can be greater than if you don't have it. The consumer starts navigating through something they know to that world of possibilities. So we have social commerce when people begin social interaction on Instagram, and then they go directly to a purchase. So, and when you go to a physical, a brick and mortar store, then to get prices and whatnot to determine whether you're getting a good deal digitally. So there is a mixture of the physical world with a digital world, and this is something we must understand. That's a very good point, and we're very tied to business and the retail stores, and we find that this phenomenon is not including just the consumers, but channels, informal channels. In fact, one of the technology businesses that is will be on the panel tomorrow, their journey is to digitalize the shopkeeper, the owner of the store, the business person, in its purchase process and on platforms that they never thought they would be relevant within this channel of the supply channel. How do you see this? How are you looking at this? How are you seeing this from the standpoint of purchase? As Luciana was saying, we're seeing the same thing. I believe the consumer now is requiring things. They want the digital alternative, but they also want the brick and mortar alternative, not one or the other. They want to make sure that the companies have this 360 view. And one of the things we have looked at a lot, especially in Latin America. In Latin America, we have e-commerce market. When we talk about e-commerce, we talk directly to the consumer and B2B. And it's of the fastest growth in the world as a region. And we're seeing this a lot, not just because of the pandemic, but because the consumer wants more convenience now than they required before. And it's not only in the experience of purchase, but in the brands and knowing, satisfying that convenience as far as proximity, speed, even in cities that are quite complicated in the region. So this was something that was sped up during the pandemic, but that cultural change was generated with that very palpable desire for convenience. The other expectation, and it has a lot to do with purchase experience, but not just with purchase experience, but with motivation. Latin American consumers are very proud of their countries. Latin America is the cool place in the world. If you look at the great phenomenons in music, if you look in Spotify, the most searched for, they're all Latin and food. And so the consumer has an expectation for local brands, but with local local roots. So they want global as well as local consumer, the Latin American consumer in the market. You stated that vibrant and young, and now you said cool, all describing Latin America. That's very good. And going a little deeper on the idiosyncrasies, as we stated earlier today, we know and we feel as Latinos, among Latinos, and in each country it's different also. What are the challenges to understand the main idiosyncrasies that we have in common, as well as country by country? Luciana, could you answer that? I believe that Álvaro was touching upon that in his answer. I believe that there is that Latin American pride, which is a good thing for us, and I think it's beginning to show more in the world. But there are many communities that are being formed that are borderless, really. people begin to make friendships. There are differences in culture and languages in our region, but people understand each other. It's not as different as in other places where there is a greater barrier. So if there are huge communities of people who are interested in gaming independently of where they live, well, whether they're in Brazil, Argentina, Colombia, Mexico. And I believe that is the other thing that we have to think about. The groups don't necessarily connect with a nationality, but by interest. And interest, there is no border to interest. We're always organized as to how to get to these opportunities by country, but maybe a way of communicating with them, it's less and less that way by country, because the younger generation, they don't have that concept of, they're proud of the region, of their nationality, of their music, but they also have a community of common interest that can come from anywhere in the world. And so that's the kind of thinking and that's the thought that I would like to leave with you, how this is going to evolve in the future. Yes, building on that, when you put the consumer at the center of that, how different are the markets in Latin America? My perspective is that we're more similar than we are different. When you look at the motivations of our consumers, Latin America consumers want to socialize, and that happens in every country, independently, throughout the region, independently of the country that they're in. They like casual encounters. They like their families are important to them, their relationship. There is that. When you look at the consumer, the occasions in their motivation, that's one of the myths that company has to look at. We have the privilege of working in a region where 92% of all the people speak either Spanish or Portuguese. You go to Europe and it's not that way. You go to Asia, it's not that way. You go to Africa, it's not that way. So we're in a region that allows that transcendence among groups. And along with my team, we each think that their market is independent and unique, but that's a very internal perspective. But for the consumer, who are much more alike than they are different. Yes, Álvaro, if we look at the more intimate and emotional, because the things that motivate people, we're much more similar in those. It's interesting that there are many more common patterns that make us prideful in being Latin American, and maybe the differences have to do with the periods, the moments through which the country is living. So we start looking at how to face these patterns given the reality of the context. And it's how to reach the consumer, because the taste and market are different. How to monetize those that are at different levels. The consumers are much more similar. Let's go a little deeper in technology, economic intersections, how these things impact with regard to this consumer who wants to be in a dialogue and interaction with the brands. How do you achieve, especially understanding that there are many distractors out there, not just because of changes, but because everything has to be in these consumers that we call are they're difficult to read, these consumers. Is that question for me? Okay. I was at a meeting with some investors in London, and one of the investors said, well, concerned I was with inflation, because it's an issue in every market, or with movement of different currencies. And my response was, in the region, we have been dealing with this for 3 decades. And just as inflation or devaluation might be new for many people, we have to acknowledge that that has been our reality for a long time. So if there's someone who knows to manage this, it's us. If there are many aspects and different aspects that I have seen in the region, I've seen an increase in price across the board that I have never seen in Latin America, where companies are taking a lot of risk by raising prices. Taking this back to my initial point, the consumers are very selective. They will say, I want to spend more on this and I want to save on this. I think the consumer is much more selective with regard to which pocket he's going to spend his money from with the different brands. And I think this this has implications for the company. The company requires different kind of sophistication in order to manage these inflationary issues, because it will not be sustainable just by raising prices. And a lot of companies are looking at price elasticity. We've seen this in the last 2 years, and we're seeing it right now. That's our reality. How to continue moving along with that equation is going to take to a different type of sophistication, how to follow the consumer at a closer range, to have how to reach them by different channels. This situation of inflation and valuation in our region, it will continue. It has been our reality for the last 3 years. It will continue. And this is forcing a lot of brands to innovate. Innovation is that you have to be a strategic part of the answer in in every company, because it's an expectation of the consumer, and it's the only way of responding to the structural challenges. Luciana, there is an interesting perspective as we talk about this, because we're experts in the region, but something that we see, at least from my point of view, for payments, consumer is using prepaid card, debit cards, looking for, sometimes they're seeing uncertainty, but they're looking for payments by installments that are controllable, that are manageable, and for that is giving them that option to the consumer is quite interesting. Something else that's interesting that we see in Latin America is because we always live with these uncertainties, we're much more open to innovation and to try new things when we take risks. And so an example of that for me, it's quite interesting. We are early adopters, whether digital, social media. It's very big in Latin America. When we look the adoption of cryptocurrency, it has penetrated a lot more in Latin America than in the United States. In Argentina, where inflation is larger, they say, well, I don't know which is a greater risk, so I prefer to try the cryptocurrency. So the United States population, for instance, the Latin population versus the non-Latin, the appetite for cryptocurrency is much higher than in Latin America. That appetite for risk has been cultivated for a long time, and people are more willing to try things. A specific example is, for instance, I see that as a reality in very many areas. There is an appetite to try new things in the region. Going a little deeper in that, it depends also on the category. As in alcohol, for instance, people are more loyal to their brand. will be willing to go to another store if you don't find your brand in one store, or you would ask for it online, or you order it online or something. But if you want to buy ham, or any other type of cleaning product, for instance, it's not that way. So the hard discounters, what they have done in a country like Colombia, they apart a segment of the products, depending on the category, has they go toward the loyalty. Depending on the brand and the market to which you're marketing, you have to have sufficient flexibility in how to position your brand. People who were more flexible to change to a lower end brands, or to be flexible with what the consumer was asking for, have been more successful than those who have to have a year and a half of testing to launch a new brand to see how it's going to work. So it depends a lot on the category. That loyalty in Latin America and mentality, the product is very relevant. And building on that, Francisco, when you think of the concept of loyalty, it's to protect my base of consumers. And the opportunity really is not just in protecting, but in recruiting new consumers. When you change from protecting and how do I bring in new consumers that are not in my category, then you stop worrying so much about that, because you're bringing a new base of consumers and you're broadening your base. And that loyalty versus recruitment is very important to consider. And something else, when we talk about brands, I think it's important to consider this, because the level of information of the consumer is so broad. There is a need for the brand to have integrity. That brand has to have integrity in doing what it says and saying what it does. And consumers have a soft spot for that type of brand when they can identify with what is behind that brand, the motivation. They see that that integrity is real. What they're doing as a company is real. It's not just that it's a marketing spiel. So we have to be very careful with those things when we talk about things, because there's no hiding anymore. We have to be transparent. Continuing along that line, for all three of you, what do you see as the main challenges that we have in the midterm to anticipate changes in the Latin American consumer? Okay, I can start. We at EY, what we look at is that the first thing we need to do to continue monitoring the trends in consumers, because in every wave there is change. The world has been changing so rapidly. We have to have companies that are much more adaptable, ready to see what the consumer is needed, and advance, going before what that need is. We have to be able to foresee trends, and that way you will have a lot more success in the future, because you will understand better the people that you're dealing with. And interpersonalization also is very important. More and more people want to have more personalized products. This was true before the pandemic, but it's going to speed up much more in the future. If I like a certain kind of coffee from a certain region, and I know where that is going, but I want a flavor of a cinnamon flavor in it. I want a business that can meet all of these expectations, and that they read me and my needs a little better. A study said that people are willing to give the brands all their personal information as long as they give better offers and better value in their products. When whether they want to know if I have children or not, what's my marital status. I am willing to share a whole lot more of my information as long as when the offers and the value propositions from the brands come, they will more mirror my needs. And people might consider that everybody knows what you're doing. The phone is listening to you. So I'm willing to give you my data in exchange for good value. And I think that is very relevant, is an opportunity area that is not being taken advantage of from consumers. I believe that well, they say that the best way to foresee the future is to make it up. And I think that making up that future comes from what Francisco says, understanding the needs. The brands are not only solve the problems, but they offer pleasures that is very it meets the consumer's needs, especially with technology. We have to be very careful not to well, what can I do with that technology? But what needs can I supply in my area as a Visa payments? We find that cell phones are a way of receiving payments, even from cards, that you can, each individual can become an entity that purchase and sell products. Transactions between individuals is large now. So, and with the gig working is some people have a one-man company, and I believe that having keeping your finger on the pulse of the consumer is important. If there's a consumer that is willing to share certain data so that you can have a curated experience, then obviously that's the consumer we want to serve. If somebody wants to opt out of everything and have full privacy, that consumer should have that option. So I believe that customization on scaled, you have to have a human understanding, which sometimes we forget, and that is going to maintain us as winners or not in the future. And I continue to talk about the Generation Z, because when you look at statistics among generations, this is a generation with a lot of differences. Millennial and Generation X are, to me, they're very similar, but when you go to Gen Z, they are native digital speakers and they have a different perspective. So we need to understand from now, we're almost late to the party, but we have to think about that generation and try to reach them, and that's important. And to not be repetitive. But I believe that part that is relevant for the Latin American consumer is that ESG, sustainability. All companies have to take this seriously, because that's an expectation. And it's not only that the brands speak, but they should have clear commitments, what that agenda means. And you have to be very careful with commitments that you make, because you have to deliver on them. And if you're a company that is just advertising, but it's just transactional, but there's no purpose behind it, then it's not answering the consumer's need. Consumer has to have a point of view on situations that are happening, and where the brands are taking more risk, because to have a point of view on a social situation or a political situation or an environmental situation, you have to have this is an expectation of the consumer, and we can't ignore it. You have to think very carefully on how the different brands are going to deliver this
and deliver on these expectations. And alternatively, customers are looking for commodities in other brands because they won't spend too much time on it. They are not seeing any differentiation. That's why they're not willing to spend more. This is one of the greatest obsessions I have whenever I talk to other colleagues all the people in the organization, our greatest obsession is to make sure that our brands are differentiated, because that's where they're going to put it on the savings pocket, and that doesn't work for us. So what makes this brand different? Why is it offering a unique experience which cannot be replicated by anyone else? This is what the consumer is expecting. If you deliver this to me, I'm willing to pay. That's quite interesting. Starting with the response to this study, we still have a long ways to get there. We have some questions from our audience, and we want them to participate. We have one here from Daniela, who is Starbucks exec, and it's a question for all panelists, and we'll try to be brief so we can respond to all the questions. The question is, how do you look at the customer loyalty and the customer loyalty programs in the region in coming years? Oh, well, obviously, yeah, the best credentials are those that are based on customer loyalty. I think that the issue of loyalty is a very good one. When you're almost loyal, you can become even more loyal yet. And I believe there is a vast experience in interconnecting the various customer loyalty programs, because there's always certain frustration by the consumer about the limitation of using it. Obviously, the loyalty program is targeting that, but thinking in a more innovative way, there is a possibility of interconnecting more with those categories that are not competing with each other, so that the experience can be even better. And obviously, also, if you are on a plain mileage program, which is a great hit, but during COVID it became too complex, because what are you doing with that if you're not flying? So that would create a business issue, and that would be a liability that you would have. So I believe there's a balance to it, as in everything else, and I think that for people who are already loyal, you can always make them more loyal, but there is a semi-loyal group there where we have an opportunity or room for improving those programs by offering a better interconnection between them. Alvaro? I don't have much to add to that. Within the industry I work, I don't have a lot of customer loyalty program. That's the case of the mileage programs, but my response is more as a consumer. But it's a bit overwhelming, because everybody is into the same thing, whether it is credit cards from companies or supermarkets. You need to differentiate yourself. So that was the point Francisco was saying. Going forward, these programs must be more tailor-made, and understand that the consumer base must be targeted towards a more specific need, more than an overall type of program, which is what most companies are doing today. That's more of my perspective to it. Francisco, we still have a question. I will not let you finish the previous question, but this is a question from Margarita in Chile, which is specifically for you. How is this impacting the sensitivity of the emotions of consumers, the intangible consumer assets or goods, the intangible, unintelligible goods issue is hard to address. I mean, this whole topic of metaverse and being able to purchase things there. I have children who are find more satisfying to buy an avatar t-shirt than buying anything else for themselves, which is quite puzzling to me. But this is not going to stop. It's going to go beyond that point, as people will go deeper into the virtual worlds and start living there using the word cool. You become more cool in your avatar and what you can reflect and interact with people from all over the world, rather than what you can do sitting at home, or the work that you have to do to interact with people outside. And this is something the new generations are growing with, and it won't stop. I don't think this is something that will stop. It's really growing, and this satisfaction will be growing to have access to it, even if it's just temporary in nature. When I talked to him, how long are you going to use this avatar t-shirt and use a real life t-shirt, I get involved in a very difficult discussion, and probably he will use the avatar rather than the real t-shirt. So these are mood issues that will still linger with us, and they will keep growing. They won't come to a stop. Even though this question is addressed to you, I'd like to hear Luciana and Álvaro speaking to it. And by the way, this afternoon we'll hear a master class, exclusive master class on this, and then the digital disruption panel discussion. But it would be interesting in looking at it as from the tangible goods perspective. I will give you a very short answer to it because we have all the questions to respond. But I think that digital e-commerce world that is opening up is emerging with the avatars, and all that is marketable. And today a soccer goal can be quite marketable because you can own that moment in time. So imagine the kind of endless trade that you can bring up and all the stakeholders that can be behind that, because this can generate like small contracts in terms of ticketing, and it should work for entertainment purposes to start living in such a tangible world, because you're attending entertainment, but the way you purchase it or market it, all the digital moments that you can capture and make it marketable, is going to become a fascinating universe, which is also unstoppable. I don't have anything else to add to that, but I'm going to refer more to the intangible goods. Much of what has been doing, especially in the past 3 years, there were a lot of influencers in it, but now it's more relevant in terms of content creation. And in that, data is critical. You have to look at the consumer perspective, whether it is tangible or intangible. The brand, I have to talk about it in a real-time talk, and I need to understand what the consumer wants in that, and that must go on real time, and they have to understand the ongoing conversations between consumers and on the brands, and your brand must be focused on that conversation. I see that segment moving more actively towards that goal. Excellent. And on that note, we are ending our panel discussion. I think that we had a lot of substance to this panel, and we selected this panel because, as we indicated at the start, we know that everything begins on this starting point of transformation with consumers by putting consumers at the center. And I think that we are looking at a region with a lot better expectations as we compare them with the global audience, and we can see that there is a greater consciousness at a global level that we will discuss today, and a better informed consumer that is using new methods of payment, and a consumer that needs to interact more by being more connected than as was in the past with our communications. Thank you so much for being here for us. We're very happy to have you on board. And next, we will continue with Vicky and Fernando. They will brief you about what's coming next. We have many more surprises for you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Francisco, Álvaro, and Luciana, the panelists, for participating in such an interesting discussion panel on the new Latin American consumer. Their inputs and outlook have been most valuable to understand trends in the market, the immediacy of the trends, and how companies can adapt to this new consumer. I'd like to remind you that by the end of the day, we will have a draw of a free plane ticket, courtesy of Delta, complimentary from Delta and Time Airlines, and also for our online audience, whoever is our followers our LinkedIn using the hashtag Summit Latin America, we will also draw another plane ticket tomorrow by the end of our event, or the event closing. On the next half hour, we would like to invite you to participate in the Ohla Analytics Workshop by exploring the trends of physical retails in 2023, how changes are opening up new opportunities for buyers and industry, by Mauricio Hoyos, who is the head of Ohla Analytics Latam. And he will address the new consumer patterns of Latin Americans in line with what we had been seeing before. And at the same time, he will provide tools to handle that commercial marketing at points of sale based on our territorial deployment on more than 70 points of sale in Latin America in 12 categories. Welcome, Mauricio. Thank you for being here. Great. Good morning or afternoon to everyone. Thank you for being here for us. Today, I'm playing as a local player with the Ohla team, and I'd like to share some interesting information, but we'll be dealing with a very specific field, which is the retail field implementation as point of sales. But in closing, we will be sharing the interesting amount of information we received in recent hours with our excellent panelists. We'd like to share information on these trends to close this segment. But from our side, which is execution retail, we'd like to give you an overview. We'll give you a very brief overview about the physical trade. There are a lot of conversations ongoing on the digital marketing, e-commerce, and all those parts that are there and will still be there. But today we're going to talk about physical trade or commerce. We're going to go over it based on the main variables: price, availability, and display. In terms of consumer basic basket of products when you look at a shelf, and we want to address this from our value proposition approach, which is what we're offering to all Latin American countries. Let's get started. There is a context that is very well known to you all. We don't need to repeat this again because we have already gone through COVID situations, social demonstrations, social unrest, and we are standing on an area with a very complicated, weak growth situation and exchange rates that are impacting all the movements in the industry. And how is this looked at from the eyes and the perspective of our customers? We are asking executives in Latam, things are not easy. What do you think that's happening? And the more or less expected situation will be broken down into economic situation, price, behavior, and rate of return on the business. There's no optimism or optimistic view about it. Some are saying that it's going to be business as usual, will improve, or will get worse. Some are thinking the prices are going to increase, and there is an impact of this on the rate of return or profitability of businesses. So here you have the first situation. The message being, this is a complicated matter. What can we do? We're going to share some of the trends by going over some of the points on the points of sale. On the physical buying, we've been seeing some obvious things. This is the post-COVID analysis. We can see now how the pedestrian traffic of people going to sale outlets and pharmacies have increased, and this is a trend that grew and have never stopped ever. So, but this is being combined with the emotional data, what about the consumer thinks. So do Latin Americans like this? Yeah, they're very happy on Shopping Right study, and they are very happy to be buying in person, socializing, and this connects with the kind of conversation our panelists were having before. That's the essence of the Latino people, which is to relate to each other and socialize. There are other major trends added to it, but let us go back to this topic again. We often talk about digital sales, but now we need to look at the other side of the coin, physical or in-person buying. How much is it now? It's 85% of the retail sales are still physical or in person. Without playing down the future e-commerce or e-trade issues, but shoppers in Latin America that were surveyed in various Latin American countries stated that 56% have cut down the frequency of online buying in relation to previous years during the pandemics and crisis. If we add an additional element in what has this issue left with us, Latin buyers are buying at 17% more channels. They go to the supermarket, pharmacy, and also e-commerce. So that's what the pandemic left for us, more buying channels, and they are doing it with a greater frequency. They go to a channel, but as they go more times, they have to buy small or buy less, so competition has become harder. So every time the consumer goes for his or her own favorite product, then the price tag is low. I mean, they're buying less, and they have to look hard at what they're buying. And we mentioned the Latino consumer is also privileging the issue of convenience. In our survey, they were saying that 40% proximity is critical because most of them have to use mass transit, motorcycle, walking. So proximity is a very important issue, and this will be added to variety or assortment of products, and also the incentive of discounts have been very popular. Like in Colombia, they have one which is called B1, and other cases in Mexico, which are a motivation for them to go to the point of sale. And that, together with the convenience store, continue to be the critical mass for consumption in Latin America. In some countries can be above 50%. And what else do we have? Price. We already know that in-person sociability and all that is impactful, but what has occurred in the pricing area? We have a delicate situation created in a survey published early this year. Since 2021, it indicated the buying power of Latino has been reduced by 30%. So what they could buy with 100 pesos or any other currency, now they will only have a 70 pesos or dollar buying power. If we look at a case of Colombia, which has this type of situation, we will see how the goods, consumer goods of the household basket have increased by 23.5%. So the weight of the family basket was more important on the savings pocket of these people as compared to transportation, education, or other issues. What's the bad part of this is that the prospects for reduction of the inflation have not gone down, and it's still estimated at 13% for next year. So price is still determining factor for Latin American consumers, and they're projecting price as a key variable for buying, and it's in our shoppers study. And the price issue is also connected to the buying power issue. We conducted a cross-referenced analysis to know about the minimum wage and what's the kind of effort that Latin American buyer has to make to purchase a pet animal. They have to spend 18.6 hours of work, 4 hours to buy coffee, 4 hours of work to buy shampoo. So you can imagine how the kind of pressure that some of our consumers of lower income can have. 70 or 80% of people who are earning a minimum wage, some of these products can become luxury products. And also in terms of price, the Latin American buyer is facing unfavorable situations from the point of view of variety or assortments. We consider various Latin American chains and the kind of products they were offering in the market, and we concluded that the companies or retail chains who say that they are cheap are only offering 50% of their assortment as more inexpensive. So in the upper level is 33 to 17%. So most of their variety of products is not inexpensive. That's what they say, but at the end of the day, it's not that inexpensive. And this is resulted in the fact that when a Latin American consumer goes to a cheap supermarket and the next day they go to an expensive one, the gap between the price tag is more than 10%. So that's the all the a Latino consumer can save by looking around the various sale outlets. But we have gone to quieter areas when we think for a moment about this ongoing inflation, pricing prospects, what I cannot buy. What happens in terms of customer loyalty, as was being mentioned here? Fortunately for those brands that have been working hard on their positioning and differentiation, the Latino consumer is quite loyal. And our shopper study indicates that even though the Latino shopper doesn't have enough money to buy his favorite brand, and they will try to find a smaller packages of the same brand by 60%. And most of them will stay within their loyalty range, and some of them would try to find a replacement category or a cheaper one, but very few will leave the brand. And now, in order to close this last part, let's talk about availability, which is a very important issue. It is extremely important for all consumers to find available products. They still want their favorite products to be available at their point of sale, which leads us to, pardon me, let me get back. This will get us to a catch-22, which is the fact that despite the fact that they tend to be loyal to their brand by moving within their range, there is an important variable at the retail and sale point of sale. If the consumer finds a reduced number of the products, they will leave their brand and go to the competition by 38%. Others will look for another business establishment, which is a major challenge for the industry and for the merchant, because being able to position yourself within that niche and do your pitch or launch, everything will just go up in the air because the consumers say, I'm loyal, but if you're not available, then I will go to your competition. These are facts of life that our study indicate. And what is the challenge for retail? Well, they're actually losing a lot of sale, a lot of business because of unavailability. And we're finding here two situations. One, we're talking about the main products. Reference is the smallest component of a product, the very last SKU. And when in the study that we conducted of about 500 brands that we consider they're only present in 77% of major stores, which means that they have a reference of 4 establishments and they only need 1, but 32% of the brands or references, as I mentioned, will have a very high likelihood of becoming exhausted. That is, in one of the 3 stores, they will get depleted. So that is a recurring issue for these businesses. So they need to be very well defined in terms of brand at their points of sale. So if we connect this to other variables such as this display and communication, we have another major issue, which is relevance for Latin American consumer. 83%, which is a very interesting high figure, indicates that it is extremely important to show their brand products on the shelf. And 83% of them, whether it is digital or any other type of advertisement through the shelf or whatever, will enhance the importance of that information. So this is reinforcing the very good customer experience that consumers must have at the point of sale when they are going to proceed to make their traditional purchases. But then we have to look at the difficult side of this, which is based on the analysis of 8 categories we made in terms of specific references. We realized that the potential for display are minimal. I mean, supermarkets or stores in Latin America have 1,500, 2,000 square meters. They're not really large. They're very far from big supercenters here in the United States. So that type of mid-level format competition is very aggressive with many brands at the same time. And at the level of pacing, maybe a beer or coffee can have 8 or 6 faces, which are good for a single reference, but there are extreme cases that will go from razors to Pampers that have to compete with the entire value pitch and deal with their prices and the depleted supplies with all these sites. So effort side, and you have to look at 2, 3, or 4 faces. You have to provide the entire magic of the product offer, and it can't fail. So basically, this will lead us to some final reflections before we get to the closing of our briefing, and it has to do with what is happening with the consumer from the Ohla Analytics outlook, our information service unit, and the retail mass consumption world. As I was mentioning, we can summarize or recap the following aspects.
So from the consumer to world, the Latin American consumer, very satisfied, but there are variables, increase in the frequency of purchase. It's not losing anything, the mono channel or the online or offline world, but what we do have to have in mind is that we continue living in that world of purchasing offline. We want to rescue the large loss of purchase power in economies that are already upside down and with low purchasing power, and now because of the pandemic and its consequences, it's even stronger. We have a Latin American consumer who is very loyal to his brand, but also loyal to promotions and offers and prices. I am loyal to my brand, but I'm also loyal to the price. So if the brand and the challenge, and that's a challenge of brands, if brands don't allow me to have the conditions to acquire it, then I'll have to move on to another brand. And then we talk about convenience, availability of products for the consumer. Now, on the side of the business, the retailer, the industry, what are some of these important things that we would like to highlight? There is a large financial and economic pressure. We were mentioning it in the previous planning. It is a constant for us to live in difficult periods. You who manage resources in Latin America and you have these brands and the promotions, this has always been your situation. But the pressure now, what we have as a constant is these things are not disappearing. We also have a challenge for them that we have to have the more channels competing, hard discounters with private brands, or the very online channels. That's a reality that you have to live with, and many challenges to have everything perfect, a synchronicity that's almost to the millimeter, because you might do a lot of marketing, logistics, and everything, but I only have two facings on the shelf. If one fails, then my possibility of my purchaser finding me is even lower. We have commerce needs to look for ways to alleviate this load. I want to close with this exercise, how analytics and our information, how we can connect these points. How do we close this equation? I'm going to do it with a very simple example from a real life. This is one of the countries that we analyzed, Chile, and there is a brand of pet food product that is quite fashionable today. And what's the challenge? This is the X-ray of a product in the supermarket. It might not be very visible, but somebody who is executing this, it's clearer. There is a brand in the 3 kilos segment for medium-sized dogs, pets, and we look at the amount of facings. This one has 2 facings, average. Sometimes they might have 4 or 3, but for the most part, the presentation is on 2 facings. It's listed here in red. The X-ray is that it's in a high position. It's not mid-level or low. If you remember, the game is to be at mid-level. So the position is not optimal, but for the competition, if it's direct competition, which is NutriBalance, it has a 29% difference in price, but it has an enemy, which is Pedigree, which is of a lower price, and they're at the mid-level. What's the challenge availability. This brand has a good presence. It has a 96% of presence, which means that almost all stores have it. They all have it and coded. It's a 19% of being sold out. So one of every five stores, they're sold out. So when a brand with an aggressive competition and scarce possibility of being present, then they have a high probability of being sold out. For the benefit of the competition, their level of sold out is between 8 and 5. So what's happening? This is how, from this type of analysis, we can try to help them. We can see things like, well, this situation is shared similarly at different points of sale. Yes. All of these are having 2 or 3 facings. These are things that they have negotiated. Where are they sold out? In a chain like Líder, we have about 5% of being sold out. What other variable should they know with this brand? Looking at the analysis of the sales indexes, comparing stores where they're sold out and not, we find that 3% of those stores, 3% of sales are lost. They lose 3% of sales when they're sold out. So the impact of being sold out for the brand will take away up to 3% of the sales. We were able to work with this case and to know more about this supermarket. So what we offer and what we want to do for this is to walk along this way so that you can have this experience of something exceptional that's well executed, well understood from the point of view of price and competition. And that's why we're presenting to the market our work schematic. It moves around 3. We ask us the questions, tell us where you want to do this, whether in Colombia, Chile, or Mexico, or Argentina, Peru, Central America, in the Caribbean, and we will work with you. We will tell you what's our work schematic. It's a 4-step process. We capture the information, we process it, we integrate it with your sources to understand whether you will gain sales or not. We do the analysis and then we give you the results. These results will be taken through a diagnostic of the present situation. There will be a benchmarking of the behavior in that category and products compared to brands that compete, that are really competing. They have to be sensible. We don't want to, we're going to look at it within the brand of 3 facings, not 8 or 10, and we're not going to compare it with 8 or 10 kilograms, but 3 kilograms. So with this, I conclude by letting you know that we are available for the market. The largest syndicated panel in Latin America. What does it mean to be syndicated? It is a collaborational panel. It brings in the experience of digital world, and that means that we will visit on site to get your information, not just for you, but for several brands, and that will, there will be an economy of scale that will benefit consumers. That panel has started in 6 countries, but we have the capability of going to 17 countries. It will be fed from It will have more than 60,000 people in a community of experts. We are working more than 4,800 captures monthly, combining different categories on our visits. And we are giving support with the latest technology of processing, image recognition, etc. So we want to share this with you about trends and let you know our new value proposal at this time. Thank you all and have a good lunch.
Super, Mauricio, muchas gracias.
Thank you. I believe we have a lot of information to put it in the blender and see what we get from this whole context that we had. Now that we understand the Latin American purchaser more, and we have some numbers that have to do not only with the physical world but in virtual world. We invite you to take a break and have some free time. There are different options of restaurants that you'll find on your name badge. And there is a co-work space, and if you would like to connect to that and work for a while. Any doubt that you might have, we have team members from Ohla outside that will help you to answer any question you might have. We will meet here again at 2:30 in the disruptive digital disruption with a hyper-connected consumer and other topics. We will see you then at 2:30.
Success in retail has always been down to one thing: delighting customers through each and every aisle. But then the world of retail changed. Things got quicker, busier, and more complex, with more choices than ever before. The role of stores became profoundly challenged. With these changes, we asked ourselves, how can we harness digital technologies to augment the physical experience in store? Enter Trax, the driving force of today's retail. It starts at the one place it counts most, at the shelf. Just imagine if every shelf could speak directly to you. With the Trax platform, we've taken the power of our computer vision, AI, and advanced hardware, and combined it with our on-demand workforce to better enable brands, retailers, and shoppers to take smart actions in store. With the physical more intuitive, the store of tomorrow is one that promises meaningful experiences, always delivering the right product, to the right place, at the right time, at the right price. So Carmen can find her gluten-free essentials with ease, earn rewards, and order her favorite products for delivery anytime. For store assistant Adam, it's all about real-time alerts on low or out-of-stock products for faster replenishment. Not forgetting FlexForce worker Dave, who's one of the millions of Trax's crowdsourced workers that can be quickly deployed for store audits, merchandising, and sales activation. And everything circles back to headquarters, where operations manager Henry monitors live in-store conditions, and brand manager Zoe gets granular visibility with real-time shelf KPIs and insights to seize growth opportunities for her brand in every channel. Trax helps brands.
Check, check, check. 1, 2. Check, 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 check. You getting it? Check, 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 check. You getting it? Check, check. 1, 2. Okay, good.
Bueno, nos encontramos con Mauricio Hoyos, Head of Grupo Ohla Analytics, que nos acaba de compartir una información valiosísima a través de un workshop donde habló de todo el comportamiento de los shoppers, sobre todo en el área de retailing, etcétera, y consumo masivo. Y además está presentando precisamente el servicio que ofrece el Grupo Ohla a través del Grupo Ohla Analytics. Mauricio, cuéntanos primero cómo surgió esta iniciativa de crear este tipo de servicios, a quién va dirigido y cómo los pueden contactar. adicionalmente.
Sí, mira, bueno, muchas gracias por las preguntas de la entrevista. Te puedo comentar lo siguiente, esta iniciativa nace como, digamos, la consolidación de un conglomerado de mercaderismo, promotoría que tiene muchos años en el mercado, pero que hoy tiene una presencia altísima en Latinoamérica. Está simultáneamente en 17 países y yo me atrevo a decir que es la única compañía que tiene esta capacidad de integración a nivel regional. Entonces, la iniciativa nace pues porque hoy todos sabemos que el tema de la información es sumamente vital, pero bien tratada, información bien entendida, bien ejecutada, bien capturada, e información pues que se pueda convertir en acciones útiles para los que están administrando los presupuestos. Entonces la génesis pues está por ese lado. Nosotros justamente sobre esa base hemos fundado nuestro servicio de analítica, que está presente en todos los países y con un par de diferenciales yo diría que muy importantes. El primero es tener paneles colaborativos. Estamos heredando del mundo digital esta experiencia y un panel colaborativo, otros lo llaman en inglés crowdsource y toda esta cosa, es que en una visita podamos aprovechar ese momento que tiene un costo y podamos capturar información para varias compañías en simultáneo. Por supuesto, ese ahorro que tenemos se lo trasladamos a nuestros clientes y eso es uno de nuestros principales atributos y variables, pero hay otros también muy importantes y es que estamos logrando, como muy pocos en Latinoamérica o quizás ninguno, una integración regional desde el primer momento. O sea, nosotros tenemos una conversación única y todas las compañías que pues se interesan en nosotros pueden contactar a uno de nuestros ejecutivos y nosotros le vamos a prestar un servicio para cualquiera de sus países: México, Brasil, Perú, Chile, Colombia, países de Centroamérica, etcétera. ¿Dónde estamos presentes? Bueno, nosotros digamos que como sede jurídica estamos acá en los Estados Unidos, en Miami, pero tenemos la capacidad presencial incluso a través de todas nuestras compañías aliadas de estar en las principales ciudades, Ciudad de México, Lima, Santiago, Bogotá, prácticamente en todas partes, y nos pueden pues contactar por todos los medios sociales y toda la información que se derive de este mismo evento. Somos finalmente los patrocinadores del Summit.
¿El servicio está pensado también para pymes, para empresas medianas y pequeñas o está más...?
Yo creo que le has pegado en donde estamos. Nosotros finalmente también por tener esquemas colaborativos podemos abaratar un poco y compañías que no tienen el presupuesto para hacer seguimiento a su actividad en punto de venta se pueden beneficiar de eso. Entonces nosotros estamos dirigidos a las medianas compañías que no han resuelto este dilema del presupuesto de información de ejecución. Estamos dirigidos a las compañías, por ejemplo, exportadoras, estas que tal vez están valiéndose de una fuerza de campo tercera, un distribuidor, pero no tienen para nada presupuestos importantes para poder validar y valorar qué está haciendo su distribuidor. Entonces está dirigido es incluso para un segmento medio de las compañías.
Fabuloso. Bueno, Mauricio, muchísimas gracias, mucho éxito con este nuevo reto que presenta el Grupo Ohla y bueno, interesantísima tu intervención.
Muchísimas gracias y gracias por las preguntas y la entrevista. Bueno.
¿Te sirvió el link ahí?
Coincidencia. Quieres estar más cerca de tus seres queridos. Por eso te ofrecemos vuelos semanales entre Sudamérica y Estados Unidos. Quieres explorar nuevos lugares. Por eso te ofrecemos más destinos para canjear tus millas. Quieres estar más relajado antes de cada vuelo. Por eso te ofrecemos acceso a más lounges VIP. Y todo esto porque queremos acercarte a lo que de verdad importa. Con Delta y Latam Airlines, Sudamérica y Estados Unidos están más cerca de lo que parece.
Success in retail has always been down to one thing: delighting customers through each and every aisle. But then the world of retail changed. Things got quicker, busier, and more complex, with more choices than ever before. The role of stores became profoundly challenged. With these changes, we asked ourselves, how can we harness digital technologies to augment the physical experience in store? Enter Trax, the driving force of today's retail. It starts at the one place it counts most, at the shelf. Just imagine if every shelf could speak directly to you. With the Trax platform, we've taken the power of our computer vision, AI, and advanced hardware, and combined it with our on-demand workforce to better enable brands, retailers, and shoppers to take smart actions in store. With the physical more intuitive, the store of tomorrow is one that promises meaningful experiences, always delivering the right product,
para nuevas conquistas. A Latinoamérica se le enamora. Y toda relación comienza con un hola. Hola. A Latinoamérica se le enamora.
Delta y Latam Airlines. Esta alianza tenía que pasar. No es coincidencia. Quieres estar más cerca de tus seres queridos. Por eso te ofrecemos vuelos semanales entre Sudamérica y Estados Unidos. Quieres explorar nuevos lugares. Por eso te ofrecemos más destinos para canjear tus millas. Quieres estar más relajado antes de cada vuelo. Por eso te ofrecemos acceso a más lounges VIP. Y todo esto porque queremos acercarte a lo que de verdad importa. Con Delta y Latam Airlines, Sudamérica y Estados Unidos están más cerca de lo que parece. Delta y Latam Airlines. Esta alianza tenía que pasar. No es coincidencia. Quieres estar más cerca de tus seres queridos. Por eso te ofrecemos vuelos semanales entre Sudamérica y Estados Unidos. Quieres explorar nuevos lugares. Por eso te ofrecemos más destinos para canjear tus millas. Quieres estar más relajado antes de cada vuelo. Por eso te ofrecemos acceso a más lounges VIP. Y todo esto porque queremos acercarte a lo que de verdad importa. Con Delta y Latam Airlines, Sudamérica y Estados Unidos están más cerca de lo que parece.
Success in retail has always been down to one thing: delighting customers through each and every aisle. But then the world of retail changed. Things got quicker, busier, and more complex, with more choices than ever before. The role of stores became profoundly challenged. With these changes, we asked ourselves, how can we harness digital technologies to augment the physical experience in store? Enter Trax, the driving force of today's retail. It starts at the one place it counts most, at the shelf. Just imagine if every shelf could speak directly to you. With the Trax platform, we've taken the power of our computer vision, AI, and advanced hardware, and combined it with our on-demand workforce to better enable brands, retailers, and shoppers to take smart actions in store. With the physical more intuitive, the store of tomorrow is one that promises meaningful experiences, always delivering the right product, to the right place, at the right time, at the right price. So Carmen can find her gluten-free essentials with ease, earn rewards, and order her favorite products for delivery anytime. For store assistant Adam, it's all about real-time alerts on low or out-of-stock products for faster replenishment. Not forgetting FlexForce worker Dave, who's one of the millions of Trax's crowdsourced workers that can be quickly deployed for store audits, merchandising, and sales activation. And everything circles back to headquarters, where Operations Manager Henry monitors live in-store conditions, and Brand Manager Zoe gets granular visibility with real-time shelf KPIs and insights to seize growth opportunities for her brand in every channel. Trax helps brands, retailers, and shoppers to better navigate this new frontier of retail. We've been implementing our solutions in stores, at scale, and across the globe for over a decade. And because of that, we believe we have the largest visual database of products worldwide. It's truly a brand new day of personalized and delightful retail, where the best of physical and digital come together to accelerate your store performance and to meet the demands of modern-day shoppers. Welcome to the rebirth of retail with Trax.
Latinoamérica es una región de contrastes. Si bien es cierto que los latinoamericanos tenemos cosas en común, Cada país es diferente. La idiosincrasia, el acento, la geografía, las oportunidades y reglas que vienen con ellas, el ritmo de vida, la fe, conectividad, la curiosidad, las ganas de querer una vida mejor, la rebelión, la espontaneidad, el descaro, la pasión. Cualquier marca que quiera estar presente en América Latina debe tener conocimiento de cómo es el mercado o tener un aliado estratégico que lo tenga. Pero sobre todo, debe saber que esta región hoy no está para nuevas conquistas. A Latinoamérica se le enamora y toda relación comienza con un hola. Hola, a Latinoamérica se le enamora. Latinoamérica es una región de contrastes. Si bien es cierto que los latinoamericanos tenemos cosas en común, cada país es diferente. La idiosincrasia, el acento, la geografía, las oportunidades y reglas que vienen con ellas, el ritmo de vida, la fe, conectividad, la curiosidad, las ganas de querer una vida mejor, la rebelión, la espontaneidad, el descaro, la pasión. Cualquier marca que quiera estar presente en América Latina debe tener conocimiento de cómo es el mercado o tener un aliado estratégico que lo tenga. Pero sobre todo, debe saber que esta región hoy no está para nuevas conquistas. A Latinoamérica se le enamora y toda relación comienza con un hola. Hola, a Latinoamérica se le enamora.
Delta y Latam Airlines. Esta alianza tenía que pasar. No es coincidencia. Quieres estar más cerca de tus seres queridos. Por eso te ofrecemos vuelos semanales entre Sudamérica y Estados Unidos. Quieres explorar nuevos lugares. Por eso te ofrecemos más destinos para canjear tus millas. Quieres estar más relajado antes de cada vuelo. Por eso te ofrecemos acceso a más lounges VIP. Y todo esto porque queremos acercarte a lo que de verdad importa. Con Delta y Latam Airlines, Sudamérica y Estados Unidos están más cerca de lo que parece.
Success in retail has always been down to one thing: delighting customers through each and every aisle. But then the world of retail changed. Things got quicker, busier, and more complex, with more choices than ever before. The role of stores became profoundly challenged. With these changes, we asked ourselves, how can we harness digital technologies to augment the physical experience in store? Enter Trax, the driving force of today's retail. It starts at the one place it counts most, at the shelf. Just imagine if every shelf could speak directly to you. With the Trax platform, we've taken the power of our computer vision, AI, and advanced hardware, and combined it with our on-demand workforce to better enable brands, retailers, and shoppers to take smart actions in store. With the physical more intuitive, the store of tomorrow is one that promises meaningful experiences, always delivering the right product, to the right place, at the right time, at the right price. So Carmen can find her gluten-free essentials with ease, earn rewards, and order her favorite products for delivery anytime. For store assistant Adam, it's all about real-time alerts on low or out-of-stock products for faster replenishment. Not forgetting FlexForce worker Dave, who's one of the millions of Trax's crowdsourced workers that can be quickly deployed for store audits, merchandising, and sales activation. And everything circles back to headquarters. where Operations Manager Henry monitors live in-store conditions, and Brand Manager Zoe gets granular visibility with real-time shelf KPIs and insights to seize growth opportunities for her brand in every channel. Trax helps brands, retailers, and shoppers to better navigate this new frontier of retail. We've been implementing our solutions in stores at scale and across the globe for over a decade. And because of that, we believe we have the largest visual database of products worldwide. It's truly a brand new day of personalized and delightful retail, where the best of physical and digital come together to accelerate your store performance and to meet the demands of modern-day shoppers. Welcome to the rebirth of retail with Trax. Success in retail has always been down to one thing: delighting customers through each and every aisle. But then the world of retail changed. Things got quicker, busier, and more complex, with more choices than ever before. The role of stores became profoundly challenged. With these changes, we asked ourselves, how can we harness digital technologies to augment the physical experience in store? Enter Trax, the driving force of today's retail. It starts at the one place it counts most, at the shelf. Just imagine if every shelf could speak directly to you. With the Trax platform, we've taken the power of our computer vision, AI, and advanced hardware, and combined it with our on-demand workforce to better enable brands, retailers, and shoppers to take smart actions in store. With the physical more intuitive, the store of tomorrow is one that promises meaningful experiences, always delivering the right product, to the right place, at the right time, at the right price. So Carmen can find her gluten-free essentials with ease, earn rewards, and order her favorite products for delivery anytime. For store assistant Adam, it's all about real-time alerts on low or out-of-stock products for faster replenishment. Not forgetting FlexForce worker Dave, who's one of the millions of Trax's crowdsourced workers that can be quickly deployed for store audits, merchandising, and sales activation. And everything circles back to headquarters, where Operations Manager Henry monitors live in-store conditions, and Brand Manager Zoe gets granular visibility with real-time shelf KPIs and insights to seize growth opportunities for her brand in every channel. Trax helps brands, retailers, and shoppers to better navigate this new frontier of retail. We've been implementing our solutions in stores at scale and across the globe for over a decade. And because of that, we believe we have the largest visual database of products worldwide. It's truly a brand new day of personalized and delightful retail, where the best of physical and digital come together to accelerate your store performance and to meet the demands of modern-day shoppers. Welcome to the rebirth of retail with Trax.
Latinoamérica es una región de contrastes. Si bien es cierto que los latinoamericanos tenemos cosas en común, cada país es diferente. La idiosincrasia, el acento, la geografía, las oportunidades y reglas que vienen con ellas, el ritmo de vida, la fe, conectividad, la curiosidad, las ganas de querer una vida mejor, la rebelión, la espontaneidad, el descaro, la pasión. Cualquier marca que quiera estar presente en América Latina debe tener conocimiento de cómo es el mercado o tener un aliado estratégico que lo tenga. Pero sobre todo, debe saber que esta región hoy no está para nuevas conquistas. A Latinoamérica se le enamora y toda relación comienza con un hola. Hola, a Latinoamérica se le enamora.
Delta y Latam Airlines. Esta alianza tenía que pasar. No es coincidencia. Quieres estar más cerca de tus seres queridos. Por eso te ofrecemos vuelos semanales entre Sudamérica y Estados Unidos. Quieres explorar nuevos lugares. Por eso te ofrecemos más destinos para canjear tus millas. Quieres estar más relajado antes de cada vuelo. Por eso te ofrecemos acceso a más lounges VIP. Y todo esto porque queremos acercarte a lo que de verdad importa. Con Delta y Latam Airlines, Sudamérica y Estados Unidos están más cerca de lo que parece.
Success in retail has always been down to one thing: delighting customers through each and every aisle. But then the world of retail changed. Things got quicker, busier, and more complex, with more choices than ever before. The role of stores became profoundly challenged. With these changes, we asked ourselves, how can we harness digital technologies to augment the physical experience in store? Enter Trax, the driving force of today's retail. It starts at the one place it counts most, at the shelf. Just imagine if every shelf could speak directly to you. With the Trax platform, we've taken the power of our computer vision, AI, and advanced hardware and combined it with our on-demand workforce to better enable brands, retailers, and shoppers to take smart actions in store. With the physical more intuitive, the store of tomorrow is one that promises meaningful experiences, always delivering the right product, to the right place, at the right time, at the right price. So Carmen can find her gluten-free essentials with ease, earn rewards, and order her favorite products for delivery anytime. For store assistant Adam, it's all about real-time alerts on low or out-of-stock products for faster replenishment. Not forgetting FlexForce worker Dave, who's one of the millions of Trax's crowdsourced workers that can be quickly deployed for store audits, merchandising, and sales activation. And everything circles back to headquarters, where operations manager Henry monitors live in-store conditions, and brand manager Zoe gets granular visibility with real-time shelf KPIs and insights to seize growth opportunities for her brand in every channel. Trax helps brands, retailers, and shoppers to better navigate this new frontier of retail. We've been implementing our solutions in stores at scale and across the globe for over a decade. And because of that, we believe we have the largest visual database of products worldwide. It's truly a brand new day of personalized and delightful retail, where the best of physical and digital come together to accelerate your store performance and to meet the demands of modern-day shoppers. Welcome to the rebirth of retail with Trax.
Latinoamérica es una región de contrastes. Si bien es cierto que los latinoamericanos tenemos cosas en común, cada país es diferente. La idiosincrasia, el acento, la geografía, las oportunidades y reglas que vienen con ellas, el ritmo de vida, la fe, conectividad, la curiosidad, las ganas de querer una vida mejor, la rebelión, la espontaneidad, el descaro, la pasión. Cualquier marca que quiera estar presente en América Latina debe tener conocimiento de cómo es el mercado o tener un aliado estratégico que lo tenga. Pero sobre todo, debe saber que esta región hoy no está para nuevas conquistas. A Latinoamérica se le enamora y toda relación comienza con un hola. Hola, a Latinoamérica se le enamora.
Delta y Latam Airlines. Esta alianza tenía que pasar. No es coincidencia. Quieres estar más cerca de tus seres queridos. Por eso te ofrecemos vuelos semanales entre Sudamérica y Estados Unidos. Quieres explorar nuevos lugares. Por eso te ofrecemos más destinos para canjear tus millas. Quieres estar más relajado antes de cada vuelo. Por eso te ofrecemos acceso a más lounges VIP. Y todo esto porque queremos acercarte a lo que de verdad importa. Con Delta y Latam Airlines, Sudamérica y Estados Unidos están más cerca de lo que parece.
Success in retail has always been down to one thing: delighting customers through each and every aisle. But then the world of retail changed. Things got quicker, busier, and more complex, with more choices than ever before. The role of stores became profoundly challenged. With these changes, we asked ourselves, how can we harness digital technologies to augment the physical experience in store? Enter Trax, the driving force of today's retail. It starts at the one place it counts most, at the shelf. Just imagine if every shelf could speak directly to you. With the Trax platform, we've taken the power of our computer vision, AI, and advanced hardware, and combined it with our on-demand workforce to better enable brands, retailers, and shoppers to take smart actions in store. With the physical more intuitive, the store of tomorrow is one that promises meaningful experiences, always delivering the right product, to the right place, at the right time, at the right price. So Carmen can find her gluten-free essentials with ease, earn rewards, and order her favorite products for delivery anytime. For store assistant Adam, it's all about real-time alerts on low or out-of-stock products for faster replenishment. Not forgetting FlexForce worker Dave, who's one of the millions of Trax's crowdsourced workers that can be quickly deployed for store audits, merchandising, and sales activation. And everything circles back to headquarters, where operations manager Henry monitors live in-store conditions, and brand manager Zoe gets granular visibility with real-time shelf KPIs and insights to seize growth opportunities for her brand in every channel. Trax helps brands, retailers, and shoppers to better navigate this new frontier of retail. We've been implementing our solutions in stores at scale and across the globe for over a decade. And because of that, we believe we have the largest visual database of products worldwide. It's truly a brand new day of personalized and delightful retail, where the best of physical and digital come together to accelerate your store performance and to meet the demands of modern-day shoppers. Welcome to the rebirth of retail with Trax.
Latinoamérica es una región de contrastes. Si bien es cierto que los latinoamericanos tenemos cosas en común, cada país es diferente. La idiosincrasia, el acento, la geografía, las oportunidades y reglas que vienen con ellas, el ritmo de vida, la fe, conectividad, la curiosidad, las ganas de querer una vida mejor, la rebelión, la espontaneidad, el descaro, la pasión. Cualquier marca que quiera estar presente en América Latina debe tener conocimiento de cómo es el mercado o tener un aliado estratégico que lo tenga. Pero sobre todo, debe saber que esta región hoy no está para nuevas conquistas. A Latinoamérica se le enamora y toda relación comienza con un hola. Hola. A Latinoamérica se le enamora.
Delta y Latam Airlines. Esta alianza tenía que pasar. No es coincidencia. Quieres estar más cerca de tus seres queridos. Por eso te ofrecemos vuelos semanales entre Sudamérica y Estados Unidos. Quieres explorar nuevos lugares. Por eso te ofrecemos más destinos para canjear tus millas. Quieres estar más relajado antes de cada vuelo. Por eso te ofrecemos acceso a más lounges VIP. Y todo esto porque queremos acercarte a lo que de verdad importa. Con Delta y Latam Airlines, Sudamérica y Estados Unidos están más cerca de lo que parece.
Success in retail has always been down to one thing: delighting customers through each and every aisle. But then the world of retail changed. Things got quicker, busier, and more complex, with more choices than ever before. The role of stores became profoundly challenged. With these changes, we asked ourselves, how can we harness digital technologies to augment the physical experience in store? Enter Trax, the driving force of today's retail. It starts at the one place it counts most, at the shelf. Just imagine if every shelf could speak directly to you. With the Trax platform, we've taken the power of our computer vision, AI, and advanced hardware, and combined it with our on-demand workforce to better enable brands, retailers, and shoppers to take smart actions in store. With the physical more intuitive, the store of tomorrow is one that promises meaningful experiences, always delivering the right product, to the right place, at the right time, at the right price. So Carmen can find her gluten-free essentials with ease, earn rewards, and order her favorite products for delivery anytime. For store assistant Adam, it's all about real-time alerts on low or out-of-stock products for faster replenishment. Not forgetting FlexForce worker Dave, who's one of the millions of Trax's crowdsourced workers that can be quickly deployed for store audits, merchandising, and sales activation. And everything circles back to headquarters, where operations manager Henry monitors live in-store conditions, and brand manager Zoe gets granular visibility with real-time shelf KPIs and insights to seize growth opportunities for her brand in every channel. Trax helps brands, retailers, and shoppers to better navigate this new frontier of retail. We've been implementing our solutions in stores at scale and across the globe for over a decade. And because of that, we believe we have the largest visual database of products worldwide. It's truly a brand new day of personalized and delightful retail, where the best of physical and digital come together to accelerate your store performance and to meet the demands of modern-day shoppers. Welcome to the rebirth of retail with Trax.
Latinoamérica es una región de contrastes. Si bien es cierto que los latinoamericanos tenemos cosas en común, cada Cada país es diferente. La idiosincrasia, el acento, la geografía, las oportunidades y reglas que vienen con ellas, el ritmo de vida, la fe, conectividad, la curiosidad, las ganas de querer una vida mejor, la rebelión, la espontaneidad, el descaro, la pasión. Cualquier marca que quiera estar presente en América Latina debe tener conocimiento de cómo es el mercado o tener un aliado estratégico que lo tenga. Pero sobre todo, debe saber que esta región hoy no está para nuevas conquistas. A Latinoamérica se le enamora y toda relación comienza con un hola. Hola, a Latinoamérica se le enamora.
Delta y Latam Airlines. Esta alianza tenía que pasar. No es coincidencia. Quieres estar más cerca de tus seres queridos. Por eso te ofrecemos vuelos semanales entre Sudamérica y Estados Unidos. Quieres explorar nuevos lugares. Por eso te ofrecemos más destinos para canjear tus millas. Quieres estar más relajado antes de cada vuelo. Por eso te ofrecemos acceso a más lounges VIP. Y todo esto porque queremos acercarte a lo que de verdad importa. Con Delta y Latam Airlines, Sudamérica y Estados Unidos están más cerca de lo que parece.
Success in retail has always been down to one thing: delighting customers through each and every aisle. But then the world of retail changed. Things got quicker, busier, and more complex, with more choices than ever before. The role of stores became profoundly challenged. With these changes, we asked ourselves, how can we harness digital technologies to augment the physical experience in store? Enter Trax, the driving force of today's retail. It starts at the one place it counts most, at the shelf. Just imagine if every shelf could speak directly to you. With the Trax platform, we've taken the power of our computer vision, AI, and advanced hardware, and combined it with our on-demand workforce to better enable brands, retailers, and shoppers to take smart actions in store. With the physical more intuitive, the store of tomorrow is one that promises meaningful experiences, always delivering the right product, to the right place, at the right time, at the right price. So Carmen can find her gluten-free essentials with ease, earn rewards, and order her favorite products for delivery anytime. For store assistant Adam, it's all about real-time alerts on low or out-of-stock products for faster replenishment. Not forgetting FlexForce worker Dave, who's one of the millions of Trax's crowdsourced workers that can be quickly deployed for store audits, merchandising, and sales activation. And everything circles back to headquarters, where operations manager Henry monitors live in-store conditions, and brand manager Zoe gets granular visibility with real-time shelf KPIs and insights to seize growth opportunities for her brand in every channel. Trax helps brands, retailers, and shoppers to better navigate this new frontier of retail. We've been implementing our solutions in stores, at scale, and across the globe for over a decade. And because of that, we believe we have the largest visual database of products worldwide. It's truly a brand new day of personalized and delightful retail, where the best of physical and digital come together to accelerate your store performance and to meet the demands of modern-day shoppers. Welcome to the rebirth of retail with Trax.
Latinoamérica es una región de contrastes. Si bien es cierto que los latinoamericanos tenemos cosas en común, cada país es diferente. La idiosincrasia, el acento, la geografía, las oportunidades y reglas que vienen con ellas, el ritmo de vida, la fe, conectividad, la curiosidad, las ganas de querer una vida mejor, la rebelión, la espontaneidad, el descaro, la pasión. Cualquier marca que quiera estar presente en América Latina debe tener conocimiento de cómo es el mercado o tener un aliado estratégico que lo tenga. Pero sobre todo, debe saber que esta región hoy no está para nuevas conquistas. A Latinoamérica se le enamora y toda relación comienza con un hola. Hola, a Latinoamérica se le enamora.
Delta y Latam Airlines. Esta alianza tenía que pasar. No es coincidencia. Quieres estar más cerca de tus seres queridos. Por eso te ofrecemos vuelos semanales entre Sudamérica y Estados Unidos. Quieres explorar nuevos lugares. Por eso te ofrecemos más destinos para canjear tus millas. Quieres estar más relajado antes de cada vuelo. Por eso te ofrecemos acceso a más lounges VIP. Y todo esto porque queremos acercarte a lo que de verdad importa. Con Delta y Latam Airlines, Sudamérica y Estados Unidos están más cerca de lo que parece.
Success in retail has always been down to one thing: delighting customers through each and every aisle. But then the world of retail changed. Things got quicker, busier, and more complex, with more choices than ever before. The role of stores became profoundly challenged. With these changes, we asked ourselves, how can we harness digital technologies to augment the physical experience in store? Enter Trax, the driving force of today's retail. It starts at the one place it counts most, at the shelf. Just imagine if every shelf could speak directly to you. With the Trax platform, we've taken the power of our computer vision, AI, and advanced hardware, and combined it with our on-demand workforce to better enable brands, retailers, and shoppers to take smart actions in store. With the physical more intuitive, the store of tomorrow is one that promises meaningful experiences, always delivering the right product, to the right place, at the right time, at the right price. So Carmen can find her gluten-free essentials with ease, earn rewards, and order her favorite products for delivery anytime. For store assistant Adam, it's all about real-time alerts on low or out-of-stock products for faster replenishment. Not forgetting FlexForce worker Dave, who's one of the millions of Trax's crowdsourced workers that can be quickly deployed for store audits, merchandising, and sales activation. And everything circles back to headquarters, where operations manager Henry monitors live in-store conditions, and brand manager Zoe gets granular visibility with real-time shelf KPIs and insights to seize growth opportunities for her brand in every channel. Trax helps brands, retailers, and shoppers to better navigate this new frontier of retail. We've been implementing our solutions in stores, at scale, and across the globe for over a decade. And because of that, we believe we have the largest visual database of products worldwide. It's truly a brand new day of personalized and delightful retail, where the best of physical and digital come together to accelerate your store performance and to meet the demands of modern-day shoppers. Welcome to the rebirth of retail with Trax.
Latinoamérica es una región de contrastes. Si bien es cierto que los latinoamericanos tenemos cosas en común, cada país es diferente. La idiosincrasia, el acento, la geografía, las oportunidades y reglas que vienen con ellas, el ritmo de vida, la fe, conectividad, la curiosidad, las ganas de querer una vida mejor, la rebelión, la espontaneidad, el descaro, la pasión. Cualquier marca que quiera estar presente en América Latina debe tener conocimiento de cómo es el mercado o tener un aliado estratégico que lo tenga. Pero sobre todo, debe saber saber que esta región hoy no está para nuevas conquistas. A Latinoamérica se le enamora y toda relación comienza con un hola. Hola, a Latinoamérica se le enamora.
Delta y Latam Airlines. Esta alianza tenía que pasar. No es coincidencia. Quieres estar más cerca de tus seres queridos. Por eso te ofrecemos vuelos semanales entre Sudamérica y Estados Unidos. Quieres explorar nuevos lugares. Por eso te ofrecemos más destinos para canjear tus millas. Quieres estar más relajado antes de cada vuelo. Por eso te ofrecemos acceso a más lounges VIP. Y todo esto porque queremos acercarte a lo que de verdad importa. Con Delta y Latam Airlines, Sudamérica y Estados Unidos están más cerca de lo que parece.
Success in retail has always been down to one thing: delighting customers through each and every aisle. But then the world of retail changed. Things got quicker, busier, and more complex, with more choices than ever before. The role of stores became profoundly challenged. With these changes, we asked ourselves, how can we harness digital technologies to augment the physical experience in store? Enter Trax, the driving force of today's retail. It starts at the one place it counts most, at the shelf. Just imagine if every shelf could speak directly to you. With the Trax platform, we've taken the power of our computer vision, AI, and advanced hardware, and combined it with our on-demand workforce to better enable brands, retailers, and shoppers to take smart actions in store. With the physical more intuitive, the store of tomorrow is one that promises meaningful experiences, always delivering the right product, to the right place, at the right time, at the right price. So Carmen can find her gluten-free essentials with ease, earn rewards, and order her favorite products for delivery anytime. For store assistant Adam, it's all about real-time alerts on low or out-of-stock products for faster replenishment. Not forgetting FlexForce worker Dave, who's one of the millions of Trax's crowdsourced workers that can be quickly deployed for store audits, merchandising, and sales activation. And everything circles back to headquarters, where operations manager Henry monitors live in-store conditions, and brand manager Zoe gets granular visibility with real-time shelf KPIs and insights to seize growth opportunities for her brand in every channel. Trax helps brands, retailers, and shoppers to better navigate this new frontier of retail. We've been implementing our solutions in stores at scale and across the globe for over a decade. And because of that, we believe we have the largest visual database of products worldwide. It's truly a brand new day of personalized and delightful retail, where the best of physical and digital come together to accelerate your store performance and to meet the demands of modern-day shoppers. Welcome to the rebirth of retail with Trax.
Latinoamérica es una región de contrastes. Si bien es cierto que los latinoamericanos tenemos cosas en común, cada país es diferente. La idiosincrasia, el acento, la geografía, las oportunidades y reglas que vienen con ellas, el ritmo de vida, la fe, conectividad, la curiosidad, las ganas de querer una vida mejor, la rebelión, la espontaneidad, el descaro, la pasión. Cualquier marca que quiera estar presente en América Latina debe tener conocimiento de cómo es el mercado o tener un aliado estratégico que lo tenga. Pero sobre todo, debe saber que esta región hoy no está para nuevas conquistas. A Latinoamérica se le enamora y toda relación comienza con un hola. Hola, a Latinoamérica se le enamora.
Delta y Latam Airlines. Esta alianza tenía que pasar. No es coincidencia. Quieres estar más cerca de tus seres queridos. Por eso te ofrecemos vuelos semanales entre Sudamérica y Estados Unidos. Quieres explorar nuevos lugares. Por eso te ofrecemos más destinos para canjear tus millas. Quieres estar más relajado antes de cada vuelo. Por eso te ofrecemos acceso a más lounges VIP. Y todo esto porque queremos acercarte a lo que de verdad importa. Con Delta y Latam Airlines, Sudamérica y Estados Unidos están más cerca de lo que parece.
Los invitamos a tomar asiento.
Please take your seats. We are about to begin. A mí me toca que como unos 15 minutos. Ok, voy a llegar hasta... Ok, voy a llegar a... No, es que yo... No, antes de ir a almorzar, yo había... Entonces me faltan... Pero si comenzó... No, yo voy a llegar hasta las 2. Y así no...
Hola.
Hello. Welcome once more. We're going to begin our session on digital disruption. We would like to also welcome our entire virtual public, 2,500 people who are joining with us. We also have the presence of the Mrs. Restrepo, Laura Gavilla, expert in new businesses with focus on technology, Margot Casas, head of agency for Meta, and Andrés Bilbao, co-founder of Traura. Good afternoon. Can you hear me well? During this session, we're going to talk about purchasing, the networks of IT. At the end of this panel, I want to remind you there will be an opportunity to ask questions with the QR that you have on your badges. You can send in your questions. For our streaming audience, please send your message through the chat. We will be looking for them and we will answer them at the end. I would like to talk about the presentation. We have Alejandra Restrepo, Regional Director of Advertising of Mercado Libre. She has experience for over 15 years with a history of complex of business, the development of high-yielding equipment, and the importance of Mercado Libre in our region. She's been working for 4 years. She's a consultant for McKinsey and director of the Sector Público in Latin America. Laura Gaviria, who is an expert in escalation and with a technological focus. She's part of the founding team of Factory, an artificial platform, something that we will be talking about to automate tasks once data is input. She's also an investor, mentor for Endeavor, a Covenant Fellow. She was the operating partner of SoftBank and FinTech operations for Citibank. Welcome, Laura. We also have Marco Casas, head of agencies for Meta. Marco has wide experience in transformational and digital acceleration in Latin America. Welcome, Marco. And finally, we have Andrés Bilbao. Andrés, known as he's a co-founder of Rappi. He's part of Rappi Magia ecosystem of Enterprise. He's an angel investor and a co-founder of Traura. Thank you, Andrés, for your presence here. Now, to start with this topic, let's talk about digital disruption and how this has generated new Latin American consumers and how the consumers have taken advantage of this digital disruption. I would like to, I'll ask all of you, from your experience, what's the greatest disruption that Latin America has faced in the last few years? And how has this disruption changed consumer experience? In my experience, the e-commerce for Mercado Libre, the answer is obvious, but this is very important for consumers. Earlier, we were saying 85% of purchases are physical. Latin America is where e-commerce has been growing the most. When we compare from 1920 to 21, we grew by 16%, but by 21 versus 22, it grew by 9%. Latin America grew greater than that. Argentina 25%, Mexico, Brazil by 18%. So what we find is that in there is growth in e-commerce. We have a commerce who is a captive really, and they use more these platforms for their purchases. So what will happen in the upcoming years is we're expecting that by 2026 e-commerce will double in size. It's a disruption in the way we do business and how we position our products and our brands in our day-to-day life, how we make payments and everything that has to do with the e-commerce ecosystem. So this great impact has been a new channel. Marco, how Meta looks at this, what has been the most important impact for technology in Latin America? Well, I believe that COVID sped up the processes that would have occurred in 5 to 8 years, did it in 12 months. So we're looking for experiences without seamless experiences, hoping to have a redefinition and perceived value. And I believe that Meta has been a mechanism, a technology that has capitalized on the discovery of this, where we allow not just take in demand, but to generate things that many times one might not understand or might not know, whether it's a service or something that has a perceived value. And in that experience and experimentation, I believe therein lies the power you were talking about. In the future, the consumer within that experience is where they find the secret sauce, which brands are forgetting. We have a lot of communication where we say, well, we have to be there. But really what we have to do is realize that the consumer needs and wants things that they're not even aware that they need and want. And that's why our communication experiences is gives us an opportunity to convert that process and within digital and virtual. How have you improved this? If you look from the perspective of a reach, if Meta has 3.5 billion people on a platform, people have perception that it's 80% of the whole world. If we exclude China, in Latin America, it's not different. Many times we forget that is a reach and frequency. If I am to have results, people have to know me. I have to go where people are. If, let's say, in Meta, you have a great reach, a massive reach, the only difference will be the experience that you're offering. And that's where TV at its time and radio and newspaper had their success. Now it's digital, to allowing personalization, which at the end of the day allows people to have this experience. It's Laura, as an investor and now as a what do you think is the technology that has changed the Latin American consumer? Can you hear me well? Okay. I believe that it has not impacted them, but it will. I will be the first to mention artificial intelligence, the generative AI. I don't think it is quite clear. Before there were just a few and a number of people who could interact with computer. You had to know what to program, and that programming would allow you to communicate with a computer and communicate and create something. But now 100% of us that are here, just through tech, we can generate images, sound, music, videos, and websites, and a large number of things that was not possible previously. So marketing will be one of the topics. How do we access new ways of generating content personalized for individuals, and how will the consumer expect that anything that he says will be personalized, and to have a level of personalization that did not exist before. So to me, this will be the new way of having access to this generative artificial intelligence, which is not what we were doing. It was what we were doing before. This is the new power of creation in the hands of individuals that did not exist before. I think that is going to be hyper transformative, and I hope Latin America rides that wave promptly. And it's a different way of accessing a consumer. Andres, with your experience of technology in Latin America, is there something else you would like to add? Yes, I think the last point that about AI, if you look backwards, there is a matter of e-commerce, payment. For instance, pizza in Brazil was a payment system that should exist throughout Latin America. The opportunity of Meta that never they were not allowed to make payments throughout the whole region, to make commerce very easy. But the most exciting thing that's coming is AI. That's an issue. It's like use cases that are very short, and others that text to email, text to poem, and then I can produce the poem in 15 seconds, and she'll fall in love with me. So did it work? Yes, of course. But then after I told her it was created by AI. But these are little use cases that are very small. But then there are other very interesting ones that it's like an auto GPT where you can put people to work. One of the things that I like the most, going back to technologies that are very impactful, was WhatsApp. I operate by WhatsApp, and there's nothing more cool than sending a WhatsApp and all sorts of things happen. But WhatsApp, 100%, there is zero barriers. And this is what's happening right now. Can you imagine a WhatsApp where you send a WhatsApp, and with an AI you interpret what you want to do? It's linked to a lot of tools, and I could have made a manual, for instance. Now I can make it through AI instead of getting meetings in the next 3 days with the top 30 restaurateurs of Rio, and then it impersonates me by WhatsApp. It sends a message to the best conversion. It puts everything on the calendar, and then I arrive at the meeting like a rock star. But it's just a small one, but what is coming very robustly is with biology, understanding genetic way of designing new ways of reproduction and design. It's crazy. For me, it's like 1,000 times stronger than anything else that we have seen recently. But it's just like just taking its first steps. And the last thing I wanted to say, in Latin America, there is a lot of capability for data science, and therefore there's a lot of capability for AI. If we promote this as a region and develop it as a region, we will have a strong increase in productivity and as a top leadership. Other ways, it's just another way of communication. So we can look at it like that. Now let's go into that power of that science of data. So we have e-commerce, personalization of experience, AI in general as three of the digital disruptors that are basic in the last few years. Let's go into e-commerce a little bit. Alejandra. I'm sorry, Laura. Alejandra. Sorry. In that process of conversion, well, Mercado Libre obviously is a benchmark exponentially, and because of the value of Latin America as a brand. What would you say is the main reason behind that exponential growth, and how have you been able to take advantage of that digital disruption? I am glad you brought all these different subjects, because one of the things that Mercado Único does, it has three large components. Mercado Libre democratizes commerce and payments to Latin America. There is a vision of Latin America needs for everybody to have access to everything. The seller who is in Colombia, like me, in the middle of the mountain and wants to sell his products in Bogota, they might have to incur in a lot of costs. They cannot access new markets. Where is the magic behind this? First is people. Mercado Libre has more than 35,000 employees. We're going to close out the year with 50,000, and our big focus is on development of programmers. We have one in Uruguay, Argentina, and Medellin. And what we're doing is working with AI a lot, which is taking advantage of the fact that e-commerce is one of the centers where there is a lot of purchases. 8 of every 10 person who look for a product that they're going to purchase, they do it through e-commerce, even if they go and buy it at the brick and mortar. That implies for us that for advertising, we can take advantage of all the logic of having first data in this to help that the brands can position their products better throughout that whole purchase journey. So what makes Mercado Libre unique? We have a system where we believe in democratizing commerce and payments, so that more than 1 million people who have their income in Mercado Libre can do it throughout the region. We have an ecosystem where it's inclusive. We have entrepreneurs, we have SMEs, we have sellers. There are 146 million unique sellers on Mercado Libre. This would be, if you put this in perspective, it would be like the second largest country in Latin America. And we have a payment ecosystem of shipping, and which allows all of this to function using technology development, AI, machine learning, which allows us to, in this ecosystem, to make payments. We have to our more than 4 million users. We have the whole logistics system and the whole advertising logistics, where we have been developing new solutions of products that allows us how do you do to use all the data and intelligence to be well refined as far as who do I hit with this, and at what point? How do you want to position the brand? You can if you're not looking for children's stuff, we don't want to present you with that. So the idea is to know me as a consumer in a unique manner. I think that is what Mercado Libre is, the #1 business in Latin America. Laura, you saw a lot of enterprising in e-commerce. How do you see that evolution and that digital disruption? If you said 8 of 10 search is done on e-commerce, throughout Latin America in e-commerce, 8 to 10 searches for products. I believe that can happen. It should be like 1 of every 10. What is happening is that the user is going to have a lot of the work that they're doing. Somebody else can do it, and that someone is a machine. And Andres, we were talking about GPT. It's very early. This does not function as it should, but you can go in and say, I want to purchase a new refrigerator. I want to purchase a new refrigerator. It will do the searches, send me all the comparisons, which saves us about 2 hours. So the AI can do everything. You write something in, they look at everything, and you can tell them execute and purchase. So we will have to innovate on other issues. If you don't know whether if it's a machine that's executing the purchase or if it's the individual, and that is going to be important. That's we want to be able to validate whether it's a human being that is making the purchase, because everything else can be impersonated. The machine can do it for you. What we need to understand here is the difference. That's why it will be a differentiating role. Before, we were using AI with machine learning for projection, but now it's for creativity, so that the machine will be doing things for you. And parallel to that, it can do not only the work of looking what you want, but it can plan a trip, it can do a research that I need, and it can make a presentation for me. And so I become a superhuman by doing all these while I'm dealing with my mom. And I do believe that for all companies it's very important. It's difficult, but they need to start thinking, how are they going to change? How will people be looking for my product? Will they be doing it in new ways of searching? How will be the advertising? What will I do for a purchase decision? What will influence that? So we need to ask all these questions. When with generative AI, it's important to have those questions answered. I believe that it's important how we are going to use it and how the businesses are going to use this intelligence. With Andres, we were talking about comparisons at the time of purchase. If you have entered e-commerce to buy something, what they do is that they'll say, given what you like, these are the 5 possible products.
So they will tell you, these are the top 5 that you may like, and you will choose it according to closeness to your city. This buyer will get to you earlier, and you can get connected with a fridge or whatever you want. So that's the next step. So the additional step in our daily life, are we going to maximize use of those efficiencies? And what's going to happen with our leisure, free time? Are we going to be able to use it for something else? And then we will be seeing new avenues from business to advertising. As you were saying, will be a total turnaround in the way we live. And in line with other avenues, let's talk about a divide or a division of e-commerce, which is buying commerce, the integration of e-commerce with the social media, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, which will enable the user to buy directly from postings or the social media without leaving those platforms. So Marco, you at Meta, how do you visualize this growth in e-commerce? How do you think, how important you think that channel is going to be? It is important to leverage Instagram and democratize this social media among people, and I think that the transactionality since the days of barter trade to date, things have been evolving like that, and what the company is seeking is to have that flexibility. In WhatsApp in Brazil, we first have the P2P, which was really brutal, and I believe that's a way forward. I think that the payment portion is critical, and beyond that, it enables you to be a differentiator in terms of recommendations. But we are discovering it, and we will enable you to scroll down in this algorithm, which is AI based for prediction. You will understand what you like and you don't like. When you have that service, a service that will do that job for you, and that's when the user says, hey, hold on. So you're getting into a loop with an opportunity, and that's really fantastic for you to do e-commerce. I feel that industry such is losing, and this is a snapshot of radio, television. You have various brands, and this is an easy snapshot to read. When you have 45 to 100 communications vehicles, and as a brand I have to be on all 100 or have some presence, I think that the idea is to go back to stretch, and you have to be where people are. Basically, when people can interact with my product, and I can generate a transaction on that value that I as a brand or service can offer. And a number of things have been occurring in that area. Namely, the more authentic and genuine experience can be, it will build up a greater audience and greater hits. So talking about e-commerce, you see there is more risk and success in this area of e-commerce than in traditional brands, which are hard trying to convert to this digital spectrum. So again, the point is, I need to be where people are engaged. We need to understand the value, have a presence and identity that will be in line with that level of influence. Is there any threat to e-trade or e-commerce? I think we are at a collaborative economy where we can coexist, and although the market is free, it has its own unique ecosystem, and so we are all partners in this equation. And I think there are a variety components that will enable us to develop trade and commerce in the industry, and this has an impact on the financial industry. We're still looking at the cash system, and without bankarization, it is very difficult to reach the goals we expect to reach. In the end, we're just scratching the surface, but Latin America is a geography where innovation, need-based innovation, is already bringing a lot of good things for the world. And now to close on the economic issues without being specialists in the security system and technology startups, how important is technology and technological innovations in the area of security for this type of company or system. Point of clarification. I do have a street PH on fraud. Yeah, street PhD, street level. Yeah, because when you announce something in the media, they will put a big target on you and they will start attacking you. And the bigger the your posting is, the bigger the target you will become. We've seen it several times, and this is vitally important. This is something that you're never prepared for, such a thing. And my brother and I are now using a toolbox or a tool suite to deal with this, because the fraud issue is unbelievable, because the other one is a team player. And with all respect, due respect for my Mexican friends, there's no Latin American fraud against them. Everybody thinks that this is about Visa or MasterCard, and that Mexico is being targeted, and then Colombia and Peru, but it's not like that. I mean, this is how we fared very well. Whether this was an AI or some other functionality, what you do is that you will contract a top-notch mega crack expert, and then you talk to 5-10 people who will pick up the phone and are world-class on world point based, and we would learn all the basics on how to do with fraud, and then you would do a strong SWOT with tech people, and a daily do check in and check out every day until you could fix your issue. Otherwise, you will go bankrupt. Basically, that was what we would do to deal with fraud. There's some very good vendors where you can do this, and you can do very good things about fraud very well, and you can do many WhatsApp issues too. We just got the genius out of the bottle through the chat, WhatsApp chat, and you can ask whatever questions you want. It's a real hit. That's one tool. The other one is Juno. Juno is owned by Juan Pablo. You have a company that wants to try different tools, different methods of payment or anti-fraud softwares. You will connect with Juno. You will have infinite switches, and you say, I want to test this, and that, and they will allow you to do this testing of your tools. And at the end of the day, the fraud issue, to my mind, you don't have to prepare for that except install Juno. But when you do that, you have to implement SWOT analysis. And the minute you have a fraud case, Visa will not allow you to operate. So you have to take good care of it, otherwise you'll be in trouble. I saw that you related to this experience of personalization in this area. How do you achieve that? Probably with communication. In the digital advertising industry, you're talking about the big third wave. What is this wave, and why is the B2B a protagonist, and what is the advantage that this media has over traditional means, so that the brands will think of you as announcers and you will, or advertisers, and grow in this channel with free market? I think this is quite related to points we've been addressing here. The consumer is increasingly using digital platforms, and I was mentioning it when I said that you can do an e-commerce search, and then you'll have to decide where to buy. This is another part with our Latino world, which is 85% brick and mortar. But when you realize that people are there, the time to decide what product to buy, when you find with this 146 million users who were there at the time, you're making a buying decision. For the brands, this will generate a very specific condition of finding the right timing to make your ads grid start up awareness and make a conversion of the purchase. And this will lead us to AI and big data. As we discussed earlier, we have a programmatica product in how it works. This is an advertising product that enables you to do audience targeting on the buying day in order to achieve your goals as a brand. My goal is to create more awareness or the right timing to be recognized. I know where I will appear on all the free market pages and which is the user that makes more sense to me, because we have first party data that will enable to know how this type of user will behave, the pros and cons, and how much sense it makes to target that audience. Then you also have other advertising solutions that enable you to increase your conversion. In other words, you look at the best simile when you go to a supermarket. You go for the shampoo, which is sometimes the most difficult product to find. You will never use the one which is at the bottom or the top of the shelf, because it can fall on your head. It always require an effort for you to do it. You need to be at a point where people will see you. And finally, the shelves are all the same. What changes is the format, because it's digital in nature. You need your product at the buying time to be at the foremost positions where people are going to buy, and that's what the ads targeting performance or commercials consider. When you have sponsored products, what you're simply doing is to gain new positions vis-a-vis your competition. And in the third big wave of media, we're making headways thanks to the penetration of e-commerce in the area, and we know that all the retail media industry is going to be of $250 billion until 2025. It will be like that by then. In U.S. markets, it will be 100 to 150% on retail and e-commerce, and in Latin America, it's going to be much lower by 5%, but it's growing at a pace of 2 digits per year. And on Chinese markets, retail media has 84% of the digital spending and advertising share. So there is clear trend that you can be in this place where the searching is going on and where the purchase decision will be made. I could give you free market figures, and advertisers there will have 1 million clicks per month. When you are considering Latin America, e-commerce is so big, 146 unique users, you have a whole ecosystem enabling you to make those advertisements. So retail media is about leveraging e-commerce as a platform to display your brands from a moment of awareness up to purchase, with solutions to use first quality data to be more self-assertive to target the ideal audience you're seeking. Thank you. Marco, I love to see that we have duality with e-commerce, which is quite interesting, because obviously, as you pointed out, there is a lot of space for all, but if you're looking for the same traction and engagement, which are the most effective strategies to engage and maintain a loyal community in Facebook and Instagram, despite the company saturation that we're seeing in the media, and to be able to attract them directly? In the 10 years that I've been working in Meta, I've seen several things. I think it targets the individual mostly. Every person working in a company has an entrepreneurial mindset, and we can always share ideas regardless of how crazy they can be. And so you can have a hacker where you have a customer or hackathon on points of advertising for engineering and to maintain communities engaged. And a clear example of this is when you were perceiving that there weren't contents alluding certain geographical point. We understood that soccer was interesting, so we brought the Champions League and the Libertadores Cup to the platform. So I think that sort of thing will ultimately generate a perceived value that you're incorporating to the process, but then you're developing understanding of the customer you want to serve. If you can develop that on a consultating basis, it is very difficult to innovate and capture that engagement. So I believe that from within the company, we've always had that culture that I don't need to look at my own navel. I need to look at the consumer because he's giving me what he wants, and based on that I will generate goods and services with a perceived value. And that's where Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp, in those three components, have managed to stay on. And Facebook has an ecosystem where you're closer to friends and family, while Instagram, you have a briefer or fleeting topic where you will express your interests with a personal duality, and WhatsApp will be management of your businesses and friends. So if you keep iterating to the consumer, iterating goods and services with that perceived value, with a clear experience, I think that it's going to be frictionless. And as you were pointing out, what's the issue with products? Anyone can use it and get it remasterized, then I think we would have peripheral or fringe ecosystems that could take care of that. And now we also have the topic of creators and influencers market. None of that could have been allowed if consumers wouldn't have given us those hints for this to explode, because at the end of the day it goes to the value and that authenticity you're seeking. And I always try to tell people, keep it simple. Simpler you can keep it, and genuine you can be, the more successful you be in the long run, because not everybody has the knowledge or that kind of thinking. You need to synthesize it, and the value of your position in the market is very attractive. I believe that this is like a view. If you were a retailer, how would you approach that? Basically, a free market is following a system similar to that of Amazon, where everybody's trying to do research in Amazon. I want to be close to the purchase intent, and there are some ads, and then you buy. I was on an ad, and then I changed, and that thing is really working. So what you're seeing there is that you see more money going to the free markets, but it is competitive and supplementary. A free market doesn't have Facebook because they can't have it. They would love to have that, all the business on their side, but if I were a retailer, I would think twice in that case. If you're trying to seek a purchase intent, free market, and where the conversion is going to be, and that's where the greatest and lost opportunity is, which is in WhatsApp. If I am a retailer, I would invest heavily in WhatsApp, because the first one you will purchase, but everything is in WhatsApp. I don't know anyone who is not in WhatsApp, and you're driving people crazy with it. Or the PAM. It was the PAM before the PAM. And that's one of the reasons why I always push my brother to do WhatsApp tools, and one of the strongest is doing is WhatsApp tools for customer service, cross-selling, upselling, and user onboarding. But again, the very strong portion is I would spend money on close to purchase intent. We're making very beautiful products in Rappi that you're going to see with Julian tomorrow, and also free market have their own. And of course you would spend top dollar in Instagram in Brazil, because everybody's buying through that platform. But in my own time, I would spend on figuring out what's up, because that's where the repurchase is. And as a comment on the site, as an individual user, I would spend about 20 to 50% of my free time when I'm researching on pure AI as a user, because everything that you keep using will, well, every company will end up using in 4 or 5 years. And then you are 30 years old and you're a Neanderthal man as compared to them. I want to dig more because I want to finish with AI for rapid. What are the great opportunities and great threats of AI that you're seeing? I think there are very good opportunities, obviously, although very few of them in customer service, very nice opportunities. We take a product called Rapitrave. I purchase all my flights through Rapid, and some people do it, but how do they do it? Rapid will do everything and get all your flights via WhatsApp. Getting back to the same issue, you can use Rapid for many things. There are many of those opportunities available to create new systems. As to threats, I don't know. If I knew, I would have already found out, but we don't know. It just as we see it in social media. We need TikTok, and nobody saw through it, saw it coming. And 4 years ago, everything was in denial, facing TikTok. I mean, that's a bad, not working. Yeah, they have taken over the market. Now, Laura, to wrap up the AI issue, what are you seeing in Latin America, apart from putting a label of AI to everything? What are you seeing which is really innovative, and where do you think Latin America will go on the path of AI? What we're seeing in Latin America a lot is like a scare. I mean, how many of you are using ChatGPT? This is a learned audience. It's like WhatsApp. I mean, it has a social value. You can use WhatsApp and through Telegram on a Lux channel, but I think that 100% of you should, at least, if you're not in GPP, there are 300 more who have a big language model. But I think that more than opportunities, there's a concern that we are not visualizing what this is going to put on our table and how everything is going to be changed to the way we are developing software from ground up, and how it is going to be. And if a company has any restriction on hiring people because they have limited resources, with this they can expand productivity without doing anything different. They just have to start using some of these tools. And not visualizing that is a problem. I see a lot of work happening in Argentina and Brazil. Recently, I did a summit called Atlantic. I saw a lot of things. We were about 35 who were on a call, and it was a small summit. And what many of these companies were already doing was unbelievable. I mean, you can set up a chat box and it can speak to you as an individual. We're not predicting your responses with a logic tree, but it's really creating positions based on the existing information. And with ChatGPT, you can do it. In order to close what we're doing at Factory, 100% of the companies have such a big number of apps that they're using. You use WhatsApp, Excel, Gmail for customer service, Intercom, Jira, and there are only a few people who know how to find this information, where all of those resources and data are. And on the other hand, people who are totally disconnected. You have people, if you want to know what's happening with the client, all around you need to go to a system to see what are the complaints they have lodged and how they're using other systems and the 15Z, and we, with an LLM in factory, you can ask what's happening with so-and-so, and it will tell you, because since platform is already connected to all the company information repositories, and they are connected to generative AI, they will give you a summary report about any customer. Mauricio Hoyos bought this, complained 5 times, and probably next time will go XYZ, and it's his birthday, so send a congratulatory message, and that's what I do via email. So that only takes 3 seconds to implement. So I think that more than opportunity, it's important for people to see that this is one of those technologies that if you have not gotten on top of it, you will be in trouble in the short term, because you will not be able to understand business in an easier way. We were talking recently about mobile first, the importance thereof, and I think we are going to go to a world where it should be AI first. That's a message. Play with those technologies, do your research, learn as much as you can, and I'm sure you'll find interesting apps there. And hire one of them. That's quite curious, quite intriguing. I have an organization where we have makers with just graduates to create future entrepreneurs, and we're developing techniques, and we're launching AI little projects, and we're learning. This is a nonprofit. Please, can you dig further into that? Because my second question, going outside the ecosystem that you're seeing in Latin America, what are you seeing now in Latin America? It's just what you have just said. I had 2 very important calls, and this project that we did was for 5,000 people. It was not a gigantic number, but there's a very good example to illustrate this point, and I'm pretty close and have an investment in a company called Markel for predicting rare diseases. It's a machine that will create its own algorithms based on small data at a Pereira company or in Bogota, which is doing a small amount of work. We have to do more. I think that there's a very good opportunity there, because people who are real aces for this are not available. So you have to hire teenagers to do this, and they're very cheap. So AI would have an idle capacity right now, and I would have some work. Instead of hiring the marketing practitioner from whatever, I would hire 15-year-old girls for AI. And if a person doesn't know AI, you can still think of solutions based on AI, and all the companies that are here can do it. You can do in-house hackathons and understand what are the in-house issues you can resolve with AI to generate more efficiency. And I'm sure you will find not only 1,000 ideas, but also the right character who has used the GPT chat and has done a deep dive in recent months by getting ahead of the learning curve, and you didn't think they have it, and they're working with their companies. And when you work with customer service, if you're customer services and not putting AI to it, you're wasting your time. The number of people who are doing customer services and getting voicemails, and 100% sure that the reps are not hearing that. Taking a voicemail, transcribe it to a text, or translate it, and get a feeling of it. I will pay some attention to it and respond. These are very easy things you can do tomorrow. And a company like Meta, how are you looking to this innovation, this need to adapt to this ever-changing system? And I think that with the AI topic, you have the human factor. And we human beings are adverse to change. We don't like change. When we are presented with AI, everybody will demonize it. say this thing is going to render me jobless. But if we as an industry deal with it, that's what we're going to do.
And to see how we can change perception to a constructive mode. And I think basically we're talking about the freedom I take away, repetitive, labor-intensive tasks. My machine can help me, and it will also help me to make money. When you say free time, that is like for a lot of opulent countries, but no, what I'm talking about is we have to change the dynamic. It has to be something that will not replace the human, but it will be complementary, and where you can use your experience to make your work even better. It's not something of a replacing. I believe that if you don't know how to use AI and you don't multiply your productivity, I am sure you're going to be fired. I agree. And I understand from the point of view of a narration and everything, from the point of view of if you are a copywriter, GPT can make a better copywriting than you. But they don't have the thing is, a human being will have feelings and emotions which a GPT doesn't have. I have a friend from Rappi who is making something called Ava. It's an avatar that when you're alone, you can talk to your avatar. It does not have the empathy that you don't get from your wife, you get it from the avatar. My recommendation for all of you, go home and watch that film, Her, the last episode, because it's from a humanist point of view, but they're in denial. One is that it might not have feelings, but the other thing is it will make you feel. If you have to take into account that whatever you put into ChatGPT is information that becomes public. So be careful. Don't send through a lot of confidential information. You have so be careful with your data independently. But one interesting thing that I would like to ask, I like to do this with all these language models, is not only to ask it to do things, but have an existentialist conversation with the machine as if you were talking to somebody else. Just give it about 6 months, but I like the tests. I am a little old school, but there's a pop test on communication. He decided to interview ChatGPT, and they asked if you don't look at the first 30 seconds that they're telling you I am interviewing ChatGPT, you would be sure that it was another person, an expert in communication that he interviews. Normally, they take the best information from all the academicians, and it will give it to you. But going to the matter of productivity, you cannot remove the feelings, but being productive and effective and doing things better is something that is going to happen. This is not the first time that this is happening. We had the Industrial Revolution in the 1800s, and the form of industrializing changed. One of the things that you bring to the table, we are we're facing a new revolution, and we need to be prepared to be productive with this new revolution. It's a revolution that will change the way we purchase, we do our work, and what we're saying is that from the point of view of the consumer, yes, we have e-commerce and all these other things, but it will be a change in the daily activities. With a job that my children are going to have does not exist today, so we have to give them different capabilities. You're going to hate going into certain links and just getting the answers for everything, and not if Andres and I sit in front of Midjourney to generate the best image of a home, I am 100% sure that the difference will be great between what Andres will do and what I will do. And if we have an artist doing the same kinds of prompts to the machine, it will be different. So, and we're using the same platform. It's not making us the same. It's what we can extract from it that will be different. How do we get better with this type of technology? Evidently, AI, there's a lot to debate about it. But Marco, are you in denial, or the human part has an important part? I think that denial is not in replacing. I look at it constructively. It's as if I want to lose weight, for instance. There are 45,000 different ways to do it. The denial is changing my habits, and in the end, if I understand that there is a component that will be more productive, it's how can I use it for my benefit? It might be more fruitful to have a peer-to-peer relationship than with a machine, but it's a decision made by your free will and your common sense. There are a lot of things that one can be done, but that free will make you either a productive superhuman that will enrich its ecosystem in the labor market or individually, or you will always be in denial as someone who never did anything. And I think that's where the matter lies. And Meta is in line totally and fully invested in generate these complementary experiences. We're talking about business today, but there will be a quantum leap from in education. Our children are going to have knowledge, and AI is going to create things that we had no idea that could exist. And we're giving these children the opportunity, but how are they going to define it? We first have to say, work on this and see what happens. We were talking at lunch. The problem is that in Latin America, there are countries where we have a young population, and our young population has no employment beyond 30 or 45%. If they don't have opportunities, and we as private capital are not giving them the opportunity of changing from a fearful status, because right now in Latin America the government are becoming fearful with this, that it removes productivity and private capital is fleeing. And I include Meta in this. If private capital make our youth understand that it's not the demon that's going to replace us. If we do this in a coherent manner, we're going to move forward, and that's where Meta is. If I would like to give you my recommendation, if you, as a parent, I am just an uncle, but if I want a very easy school with free time where the children will learn more forward-looking thing, because schools are always late to the party. I want them to be educated in different things. That's my recommendation. My 13-year-old, I tell them it's like playing Monopoly. There are rules. You play You play by the rules and you make your own strategy. It's the same with education. You go to school. Children nowadays are bored in school, but in that free time is where there are breakthroughs. If there is not a parent or someone who will allow them, not tell them what to do, but give them the opportunity that so that they can prove what they think is right, that's where the evolution comes in. Okay, I'm going to take the next 5 minutes to read 4 questions from the public. The first is for Laura from Juan Maqueda. One, if I don't pronounce this, when are we going to see real applications using AI? There are thousands. The difference today is that you don't have to change your habit. You don't have to ask anyone to change their way of chatting, and things will happen. If Adobe has something that's called Firefly. You have an image and you text what you want to have happen to this image, to move the wave, make it darker, give more appealing, upbeat music. How much you would before this, you would take a long time to do what you can now do in 5 seconds. Things that you can imagine in marketing, you can do it. You can redesign. In factory, we have implemented a thing where you put a photo and you say, okay, make it totally dark, and that the chairs will be fluorescent, and half a second later that happens. In health, a lot of things are happening. In WhatsApp, there was a company called Good Doctor, and they would have all sorts of consults in the during the day. At the end, there is obviously a human being to validate the recommendations that you're getting. But 100% virtual doctors are working better than anyone because they're compiling a lot of information and data. I can give you an example. I can give you many examples of what they're using today. Will video format replace the video static from Meta? No, I believe that it all depends. If we look at in commerce, for instance, static images is what sells. I think motion is like a complementary experience that you can enrich its value proposition. I think there is more adoption in the issue of influencing marketing, how video can make you go more beyond what you're doing. If you don't capture the attention in 10 seconds, and 10 seconds can be as effective what 55 years ago was in 30 seconds. And we have this format. We have a very short video. They're called shorts, and they're being produced in Mexico. The logic, somebody will show you a short video of the same product, and when you're ready to purchase, it operates very well. This whole format of someone who recommends something to you, that short video, it functions well. And with this new generation, those of us who are older, we want a more static form. For instance, the slideshows, which is basically a recollection of static videos, and when you go, you just put all your photos, you have a catalog, and you program it with 2 things, and the machine itself will give you a video show. You will have a video. The machine will allow you to show the consumer an experience who is expecting motion, but you as a salesperson don't need the expenditure of all of that. Andres, the last question, Victor from Mexico. You call yourself a doctor of doctor fraud, against anti-fraud. We were talking about the hyper-personalization, and Victor asked, how can you guard the personal data without compromising the technology? Well, the whole model in Meta has to do with your data. Apple says no, we need privacy. It's nice but it's good for the business model too, because they don't depend on the ads. The truth, and I believe that I believe that our level of privacy is directly correlated with the technological capability, with the state that is monitoring us. Some are worse, such as in China. Others have more guardrails, like here. But as far as how you protect yourself from innovation, I think there is a lot of mature policy in Europe, and it's fine. If there is a tool and everybody is using it, we know what they're doing. So at that level, it seems to me that I am in agreement with the policies and everything, but you don't want to give people that much power. But from there to not knowing what is happening, that's like a little too cute. The companies have an ethical responsibility based on all the data, that they should not be selling it, or they should try to protect it. The regulator does that. With an incentive, everybody will develop buy ads but that's where the state has to regulate. Free absolute market with addictive products can't be. Just look at TikTok legislation and regulation in China. They can't use it from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. They have a maximum limitation of 2 hours. It's something that's well done. Any parent would be approving of that. And these are the types of conversations you have to have in legislating. And the question is, how do you do to not trump the innovation? I am more concerned about being correct and serious. People are too creative in having more addictive products. A quick response, a quick question for the four of you. What impacted the most that you talk about e-commerce, AI, in the next 6 months in Latin America? What should we be looking at as far as technology? What should we focus on? I believe that there's something very important than in Latin America, and it came up in the conversation, how we can more and more use analytic data better. And I believe that as businesses, to be able to use all your data to strengthen our business and make a better decision will be key. It will be key from the purchasing, marketing decisions of where innovation should go along. I think that use of data and analytics is very important to take advantage of all we have. Marco, what should we be looking at? Personally, I think that with e-commerce, how do you figure out WhatsApp, Messenger, to generate value and business? We can have a feed of everything we've talked about. You can feed in AI for productivity, value, experience. in Buenos Aires. The government has OTI, for instance. They have their whole infrastructure for the city of Buenos Aires. They have a natural language. So in the final count for industry and business, the next step would be how can I go that extra mile, which is, he said, at how do we close that gap to do this as a vehicle, peer-to-peer, to generate business? Laura? To me, it's very easy how to take advantage of large language models. If they do that in 6 months, it would be very successful. I would, thinking about Latin America, I would look at something like percentage of people beyond college with technological, and if I had a magic wand to double digits every 6 months, it would be that, because the rest of we're exposed to being just another consumer of a series of value-added services without creating technology. Latam has to create technology, not just consume it. If I could use a magic wand, that would be my idea. Thank you, Alejandra, Marco, Andres. Thanks for your time. Thanks for being here with us. What an excellent conversation that we had here with our panelists. Thank you for moderating. I believe that one of the big conclusions here is that disruption I'm sorry, we cannot hear the floor. The microphone went out. Microphone. At the end of the session, we will have a raffle.
¿Qué te parece esta iniciativa que ha creado el para el Día Internacional de la Latinoamérica? Ah, perdón.
¿Qué hacemos?
Dame un segundo.
Y muy buenas tardes, aquí estoy con Marco Casas, Head de Ventas de las agencias para Latam. Marco, muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos hoy. Espectacular panel, súper interesante, me encantó escuchar de ti todo lo que opinas acerca de inteligencia artificial en este momento y que además hables con ese romanticismo. Quería preguntarte, ¿cómo crees tú que podemos aplicar la inteligencia artificial para crear comunidades más interesantes y más amplias a través de esta herramienta tan maravillosa?
No, mira, yo pienso que la AI lo único que juega, así como Facebook, Instagram, fueron vehículos de comunicación que democratizaron de alguna manera las conexiones. Hoy yo creo que el AI, independientemente de lo que uses, va a ser algo que te va a generar un atributo de valor el cual tú puedes potencializar, ya sea intelectual, artístico, musical. Al final es un valor que tú puedes generar, ¿no? Pero al final de cuentas creo que va a ser el individuo, ¿no? Y tu esencia es tu esencia, ¿no? Y de pronto para ti va a ser algo artístico, para mí va a ser algo intelectual, y al final usamos la misma plataforma, pero tenemos un approach diferente, el cual va a generar diferenciación. O sea, yo creo que el caso acá en particular es entender, o la percepción es, AI viene para construir, para hacer algo, una experiencia complementaria mucho más fuerte y revalidar muchas veces lo que tú eres como persona, ¿no? No para reemplazarte, ¿no? Que yo creo que es como muchas veces el speech que se nos da.
A ti no sé si este insight que te voy a compartir ahorita lo han compartido contigo antes, pero hay mucha gente que siente que es una herramienta maravillosa, pero la usa con culpa. ¿Qué has pensado en eso de la culpa? Sí, como por ejemplo, yo soy periodista y recurrir a inteligencia artificial para hacer un copy, siento que estoy haciendo estoy haciendo trampa de alguna manera, me da culpa. ¿Cómo ves ese planteamiento con otras profesiones también? Porque precisamente, o hacer una tarea del colegio de tus hijos con AI.
Claro, yo creo que para eso hay un dicho muy cierto, y es no work harder but smarter, ¿no? O sea, no trabajar más fuerte, sino de una manera mucho más eficiente y más inteligente. Y yo creo que ese approach está igual, ¿no? Cuando en tu caso el periodismo vas y usas ChatGPT para hacer un copy, no es que estés cheating, es que simplemente tú de alguna manera sabes que tienes primero la constricción de tener, ¿cómo se llama esto? Un valor autocrítico de decir, quizá mi punto de vista hoy puede ser mucho mejor, ¿no? Y estás recurriendo a un mecanismo artificial que está de alguna manera conglomerando un montón de otros puntos de vista similares al tuyo, que lo hace mucho más poderoso, ¿no? Quizás entonces lo sintetiza o lo hace más robusto, ¿no? Entonces
optimizo tiempo de repente.
Optimizas tiempo, o puedes hacer algo mucho más elocuente, ¿no? Entonces al final de cuentas, cuando lo miras de esa culpa, que era lo que hablaba en el panel, creo que nos están metiendo miedo, nos están metiendo como que demonizando el uso de algo que realmente puede potencializar un valor diferencial que tú puedes traer a la mesa. Ahí es donde yo creo que uno tiene que usar el sentido común, el free will, para realmente entender cuál es tu propósito, qué es lo que quieres hacer. Para mí, por ejemplo, en el panel se dio claramente que una vez tú, por ejemplo, Andrés, con el tema de Rappi, hoy su propósito es generación de oportunidades, crear. ¿Por qué? Porque quizá hoy se ha dado cuenta que crear empresa es interesante, pero si no fomentamos la creación de oportunidades, vamos a llegar a un dead end, ¿no?
Andrés, Marco, perdón, me quedé con el nombre de Andrés Bilbao, que es un personaje. Marco, quería saber tu experiencia hoy aquí. ¿Qué te parece esta iniciativa del Grupo Ohla de sentar a panelistas tan increíbles como tú, como Andrés, como Laura, y conversar sobre este tema y enfocados en Latinoamérica, que es un tema que además va evolucionando muy rápido y muchísima gente no tiene acceso a este tipo de información? ¿Qué te parece esta iniciativa del Grupo Ohla?
Para mí me parece que es fundamental, que es necesaria y ojalá hubiesen muchas más. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando logramos sentarnos todos en una gran mesa redonda en donde muchas veces la percepción es que el poder yace o el conocimiento o el valor yace en unos pocos, el poder traer diferentes puntos de vista en una perspectiva no soez y en pro de la construcción es enriquecedor y de alguna manera rompe paradigmas, que es lo que al final cuando yo siempre digo, ¿no? Perception is reality. Y si estos eventos permiten el poder democratizar hacia dónde vamos, pero desde una perspectiva productiva y constructiva, creo que vamos a estar en un mejor lugar.
Andrés, ay, Dios mío, me quedé con Andrés. Marco, muchísimas gracias por tu tiempo, de verdad, increíble. Yo estoy contigo, yo soy romántica como tú, sigo pensando que el control lo tenemos nosotros y lo importante es saber cómo hacerle las preguntas adecuadas.
Hombre, ¿quién creó la máquina? Ya. Chao.
Mi respeto, un placer.
Chao.
Bueno, ahora seguimos con... ya va, pero es que Emi. Ahora vamos a tener otra de nuestras grandes panelistas. Bienvenida. Vamos a colocar para que se te vea tu nombrecito, Alejandra Restrepo, de Mercado Libre. Bueno, bienvenida, Alejandra, muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos. Increíble el panel de hoy. ¿Cómo te sientes de haber participado en este panel? ¿Qué resumes de lo conversado ahí? ¿O se formó una dinámica súper interesante en torno a diferentes temas increíbles? Y queremos saber un poquito tu resumen final.
Primero, gracias por invitarme. Creo que es un placer poder estar en este tipo de paneles donde no solo estás pensando en el día a día del negocio, sino también en lo que viene hacia adelante. En términos de resumen, yo te diría, obviamente como Mercado Libre y con la perspectiva de todo lo que yo estoy entendiendo, la tecnología sigue siendo parte esencial de nuestra vida y de nuestra forma de consumir y hacer las compras. Parte de lo que hablábamos ahí, 8 de cada 10 búsquedas de productos ocurren en un e-commerce hoy. O sea, yo creo que eso no es menor, inclusive pensando como latinoamericanos, donde más temprano habíamos dicho el 85% de las ventas siguen siendo en físico. Puede que la venta termine siendo en físico, la gente busca los productos en un e-commerce y creo que eso abre un espacio completo, que aparte de lo que hablábamos, para inclusive hacer advertising o posicionar una marca dentro de un e-commerce y usar toda la tecnología que venimos trayendo con datos, con First Data y con analítica, que te permite tomar mejores decisiones de inversión, de advertising y de publicidad para estar a través de todo el funnel, seas una gran marca o seas un vendedor. Yo creo que el segundo punto es cada vez más todo este tema de inteligencia artificial y todas estas nuevas tecnologías vienen alimentándonos. Y digamos, aquí ya viene la parte medio orgullosa. A mí me encanta trabajar en Mercado Libre por eso, porque creo que es la empresa latinoamericana número 1, porque realmente nos creemos el ser latinos y el estar todo el día generando nuevas tecnologías y nuevas cosas dentro de América Latina para América Latina. Y yo creo que eso nos hace muy únicos y resume mucho lo que oímos aquí también.
Más temprano en los primeros paneles conversamos sobre la experiencia del usuario y quería saber, en el caso de Mercado Libre, dentro de todo ese reto o grandes retos que hay para llevar una experiencia ideal al usuario, ¿cuál es la prioridad de Mercado Libre?
Es una muy buena pregunta. Yo te diría, Mercado Libre basa, digamos, toda su propuesta de valor en los usuarios y nosotros creemos en que hay que generar valor para los usuarios. ¿Cómo se genera valor? Yo te diría, la primera es, nosotros estamos asegurando que generamos un ecosistema de soluciones que le permitan a tener a los usuarios todo lo que se necesita. Ya ve un poco. Entonces tenemos Mercado Libre y Mercado Pago, son la solución fintech de nosotros de Mercado Pago y la solución de e-commerce. E-commerce también tiene toda una plataforma desde Mercado Shops que te ayuda a tener una página de internet y a poder llevar tráfico a tus tiendas para después generar una compra dentro de Mercado Libre. Tenemos soluciones de logística que no es menor en América Latina. O sea, en América Latina nuestras geografías son complejas, nuestra logística es compleja, nosotros tenemos soluciones de logística que le permiten a los vendedores, no importa dónde estés, nacimos para democratizar el comercio, poder facilitar esa compra de productos. Obviamente la plataforma per se de Mercado Libre, todo el tiempo estamos pensando en cómo ayudarte a tener la mejor góndola, digamos, de productos a los mejores precios, menos menor, y asegurar que todas las personas tienen además soluciones de pago. Entonces, para que sea mucho más affordable, perdón el Spanglish, más alcanzable para cualquiera. Y finalmente está toda la unidad de mercado ads, donde básicamente lo que buscamos es usar la tecnología para que digamos, las empresas que quieren invertir en mercadeo puedan tener soluciones tecnológicas que están donde están los usuarios hoy y poder llevar todas estas soluciones de posicionamiento de marca hasta conversión. Entonces, básicamente hay toda una lógica de el usuario nuestro no es solo el comprador final, el usuario nuestro es también el vendedor. Quien vende puede ser una marca o un vendedor. El millón de personas que yo hablaba, pues, puede ser yo vendiendo. De hecho, yo vendo en Mercado Libre. Y ese millón digamos, de vendedores necesitamos unas soluciones que nos permitan conectar oferta y demanda. Entonces, Mercado Libre está todo el tiempo pensando en cómo usamos la tecnología en función de generar un ecosistema que nos permita dar a esos 146 millones de usuarios únicos esas mejores, digamos, alternativas que conecten oferta y demanda.
¿Y estás de acuerdo en que a pesar de que somos Latinoamérica, cada país como usuario, como cliente, es un usuario diferente? En el caso de ustedes es así, ¿o estás de acuerdo con de repente las declaraciones que dio el CEO de Diageo, que dice que pues tenemos muy pocas diferencias y la verdad que en cuanto a idiosincrasia estamos más unidos que separados?
Yo creo que me gustó mucho cuando lo oí. Yo estaba, de hecho, lo oí, y yo creo que los latinos hay cosas que nos hacen únicos. Yo tengo un equipo en Brasil y adoro trabajar en Brasil, y ellos hablan del Brasileirão, ¿no? De su forma de hacer las cosas, pero realmente cuando tú te pones a pensar, yo creo que lo que tienes hay mercados que tienen necesidades particulares, las generaciones cada vez van convergiendo mucho más porque se unen mucho más tecnológicamente, ¿no? Este famoso libro del mundo es plano, y lo que tú necesitas es asegurar que todas las demandas, digamos, son resueltas. Yo lo que te diría es, con mis equipos en diferentes países, yo me encuentro que en general, el vendedor latino es un vendedor innovador, es una persona que quiere, que se la rebusca, como diríamos los colombianos, que está buscando cómo innovar, cómo encontrar pequeñas soluciones para resolver barreras. Todos somos muchas más barreras que otras cosas, pero en general yo creo que hay una motivación siempre de poder querer seguir adelante y trabajar. Y yo creo que eso nos une mucho más como cultura. Como cultura nos une mucho algo que en Mercado Libre llamamos el beta continuo. Somos una cultura que está mucho más tranquila hacia el cambio. O sea, culturalmente el latino le gusta el cambio. O sea, sí, somos aversos al riesgo y el cambio, pero en realidad el latino en general, si tú le puedes abordar los cambios y hacerlos de una forma natural, lo lleva. Y yo creo que, por ejemplo, inclusive la misma adopción de Mercado Libre como e-commerce en muchos países nace de esa tranquilidad del cambio. O sea, uno ve generaciones como, no sé, mi papá compra repuestos para el carro en Mercado Libre. Eso es impensable, sí, o sea, mi papá es un señor ingeniero civil de 60 y pico años, pero lo hace. No es natural. Pero tú ves cada vez más inclusive esa adopción al cambio que yo creo que es muy latina. O sea, si yo lo resumiría, hay muchas ganas de innovar, hay muchas ganas de poder ver cómo resuelves barreras, y finalmente yo creo que hay una capacidad de adopción al cambio que nos hace mucho más únicos que diferentes, con algún grado de medida distinto en un país o en otro, porque hay países que pueden tener mejor educación y estar más avanzados, pero en general yo creo que eso nos une.
Me encantó esa respuesta, me llenó del alma. Gracias, de verdad, Laura, un placer. Bienvenida. ¿Ah? Alejandra, Dios mío, pero o sea, yo estoy hoy con los nombres, soy un desastre con los nombres. Pero Alejandra, de verdad, mil gracias. Bueno, y seguimos mañana. ¿Sigues por aquí mañana?
No, yo tengo que regresar acá.
¿Tienes que seguir corriendo? Sí. Bueno, ¿qué tal te trató Miami?
Bien, muy bien. El clima perfecto y el evento estuvo perfecto. Muchas gracias por invitarme.
Alejandra, muchas gracias, de verdad. Que tengas buen día. Hasta luego. Bueno, y creo que voy a ver si puedo traerme a alguien más por acá. Emi, ¿tenemos a alguien más? ¿O estamos listos? Bueno, así que con este cierre maravilloso de Alejandra de Mercado Libre, pues nos despedimos por esta ocasión. Los esperamos mañana para la segunda edición de Summit Latinoamérica.
6 cabinas estaban así.
Quiero darles la bienvenida nuevamente.
So welcome back to our auditorium, our group of virtual assistants that have joined us. Welcome back. And now, I would like to express a warm welcome to Charlie Matagliati, el socio de Meta. Charlie, the stage and podium is all yours. We have over 2,500 virtual participants, so welcome. Thank you. Can you all hear me? Perfect. Super. How are you all doing? Are you tired? No. You're all very good liars. I promise I'm going to make this very fun. The last speaker or presenter today, and almost there for the flight trip, so you have to listen to my presentation entirely to be able to participate, and that's the rate. All those seeing us from Peru, Ecuador, Chile, Colombia, big hug, and my sister too, big kiss for you. Let's get started. Perfect. Thank you all for the invite. I'm FIU, where my son studied, and it's a pleasure for me to be here to share this session with you. Today I'm going to talk to you a bit about something I'm passionate for, future, how we can look at it, and we're all embarking on new connections through technology and in relations that will unblock opportunities for us. We'll have a Q&A later, and if you want to ask questions, you can use the chat box for that. And let me clarify that we're not experts. We're not going to give you a master class and we have all the answers. We just want to throw some questions at you, and maybe you can find answers with value to it. Did you like the previous panel discussion? Yes, it was a little spicy. We say it was really hot, and it was good, I would say. And obviously, Marcus is working with me. He knows there's a panel on Meta, and I'm dealing with the mass consumption, retail, and also the kids from Rapid. I'm going to draw on them because we're going to look at the future. Take a look at the future. The future has many names, as we always say. For the weak, it can be unreachable, can be unknown. For the people who are afraid, but for the courageous, it's an opportunity, according to Victor Hugo. And we often talk about ChatGPT. This is going to be the end of the world. We'll be beaten by machines. We're going to talk to people in this reality. I think it's going to be very dependent on all of you here, how we want to connect and draw on this future. Future is going to come one way or another, and nobody can stop it. Neither the companies nor you. The future will come. And how well prepared are we going to be as individuals, corporate executives, or entrepreneurs to try and, leverage it to the most? I'm going to share a personal story with you. Where am I from? Argentina. Who said Colombia? I love Colombians. My accent is a telltale. It will always show who I am. If I weren't an Argentine, I would be Colombian. I love Colombia. And as an Argentine, middle class of working class parents, there's always an encyclopedia at home. How many of you have one? Let's make this interactive so you won't fall asleep. There's an encyclopedia, something that was fun. We would buy the whole line of it, A, B, C, D. If you wanted to see something on C, you would have to buy it by installments, and that was the investment that your parents and mine would do, so we could access knowledge. It was always on the last shelves, so nobody would break it or use it, as in my home, and that was the investment for information access at the time. Then it kept evolving, and computers came up, and we had access to this digital world and connections. Reason I'm bringing this up is because when we think about the future and metaverse, since we all young people here, we should go back 20 or 30 years and what we thought internet was going to be, nobody thought internet was going to become what it has become. No one. And I think that has a lot to do with technology and advances, how we're projecting into the future, and the ability that we humans have to project into the future, get what we know projected into the future. But that's not exactly how technology works, because one day Chat GPT will start and AI will start, and we're realizing that this is going to turn our lives around. There wasn't a linear projection of it. This was the way how our parents would enable us to access knowledge. That's my son, Lucas, who's 8 years old. This is how I am investing on his knowledge. What am I doing there? How many of you have children here? Please raise your hands. How many are you paying stuff so they would buy in Fortnite or Amazon or whatever? Don't be shy. Don't be afraid, because I'm also investing on that. All of us. Well, we're thinking, living on a virtual world, we see that as an abstract idea and as a folly for our children, but it's something quasi natural. So when this rapid phenomenon came up, we have to look 15 years ahead. We have to start thinking about getting younger kids to teach us. Because my kid is in Roblox and he knows Gucci brands because he saw it on Roblox. And he saw it in Nike. So brands show a potential. And the question is, how much of that potential can be turned into transactions so it will bring a financial gain from the brand that maybe is not known, but someone saw it there. My way of investing, and I put this on quotes because sometimes we spend a lot of money by buying the Roblox a skateboard or super clothing at Fortnite, which is $10 or $12. So after building these entities on virtual worlds, today you may have your avatar, and our boss, Mark Zuckerman, has said that there's a million people with avatars with the Tom Ford suit, which is $10 worth, and if you multiply it by a million of them, we're talking about big business, which is technically difficult to sell in a product. Now that Bob Iger came back to Disney, the first thing he said, we need to learn as a company that value is not only in physical stuff. We need to move our company so we will understand that new generations see value in virtual stuff. So that's my investment, building virtual worlds and stuff, and go into Oculum and start interacting with AI. And I feel I'm an ignoramus in that area. And yeah, this is something that happens to us with a smartphone. And when I see it, I say, wow, I was eating so badly all my life, and my kid is telling me how to eat right. That's a world where our kids live and where our consumers are going to live. So it is very important to start understanding it. I'm going to show you a video so you can look at virtual worlds. Audio. Este electrohogar va a estar construido donde los estudiantes van a aprender. Eso es real, y un cirujano va a practicar. Hace que necesiten este universo o poner sus manos en un paciente real. Poder explorar una aeronave es una cosa, pero el metaverso nos permitirá ir más allá de cualquier cohete que nos pueda llevar. En el futuro los estudiantes van a poder tomar un viaje de campo a Roma, a la antigua Roma. Y los jóvenes van a poder aprender de las obras de arte maestra. Y también se va a utilizar la realidad aumentada un día para ayudarnos a lograr el mejor uso de todo. Y los planificadores urbanos van a poder modelar soluciones de tráfico para reducir los desplazamientos laborales. Y mientras el metaverso puede ser virtual, el impacto va a ser real. So, getting back to my talk, when I show this video to you, we're talking about a vision and construct long term. But if any of you would like to follow Leo Picciola, think long term and act short term, which is a very good quote and a very important one. And people of the free world, without going any further, any of you downloading the Adidas app there. We have all the ideas right there, or sneakers, and you can try them here. You don't have to go to a feature. It's all available. They're all digitized. The brand lifting are also digitized. The more companies are attracting that information because it's contributing value and an experience and emotional bond. And we all live with an isolated virtual helmet as we are seeing in movies. I hope not, because I'm optimistic and I look at the future as courageous people see it as an opportunity, but nobody knows. We're all working to work on technology and use this tool in the best possible way. So how do I prefer to explain this? Because when you talk about metaverse or something else, it's too complicated. How could I explain this to my mom? And what I'm saying there is that this is a natural evolution in the way we connect. Those who connect to the used to connect to the internet in the early years, how many of you would use a laptop, and when you would the dialing sound, it would do like that on the dial-up and download a picture. When I tell my kids, they won't believe downloading a picture would take me 7 minutes. Today, the whole world will be over if we did that. So at that point in time, access to information was through consuming the information, and it was a point where I have data, and I am able to visualize that information. That's what we show you before. This is the digitized encyclopedia. I go there, and the data is available, so I can access it and download it. That is what we call Web 1, without being too technical. If a tech would hear me, it would hate me. But imagine this is Web 1. And now, how this evolved over time, we get into a more social type system where you see the social media. Today we go to a digital platform, not to build an information. I start socializing, connecting with people, sharing info and receiving it, building communities, and that's what we are living today at Web 2. And where we see this interaction going somewhat is, remember, this is an evolution of human interaction that will have to go to Web 3 with a greater experience around it. So the focus of Web 3 is how do I manage to use technology to give me a different experience to the one I have. And Web 3 won't replace the human connection, the connection I have with you. It will never replace it. While this is going to be the last briefing and you're tired, let me tell you, it will not be replaceable. If I have someone 5,000 miles away from me, you can go to a four-fighter recital. We can watch the person look at each other, sing together. That's an add-on or value added, so my experience will be more significant with an emotional connection. The way this is seen by others, we think that this is an evolution of social connection. That's why we made a decision to change the name of our company, and we often talk about why we call it Meta, because this is changing the way we interact and the way we're going to live in the future through it. And we will see some lawyer examples later. And this is very important to note. The point I always like to make is that we're building bridges to the future. Today, we just have a rope, not a bridge. There's stuff there, things you can do, and we can see examples, but we need to build those bridges. And how do we do that? With the panel discussion we just had a while ago. Why? Because today all companies and all the people who want to build a personal brand, all those who are entrepreneurs and corporate executives, need to know how to play in a world where credit is important, where video is important. And today we're living through the times of videos, and Kay was asking, what's going on with the videos? Video is the way we live. 75% people see on the internet while navigating is video. Someone likes to read, one over there. A bunch of people like to read. But when you go to the web site, you see visual content, and try to get told about it through a video. The way we build those bridges is to address what we were discussing 15 minutes ago. There you go. Now, what is different in Metaverse? Metaverse will feel different from Web 1, 2, and 3. Basically, 3 things are changing. Let me give you an example. First, presence. It's the feeling of being in that place. Let me give you an example I love. We have a partner I love very much. Maybe you know him in Miami. His name is Charlie. Let's go a demo in the office. No problem. We'll go with the Oculus. He's a gentleman, always impeccable, like James Bond. Okay, Charlie, let's give it a try. We take the Oculus, put on a game named Plant, which you go on an elevator, which is Plant, and there is a plank, and you have to walk on it. The door opens and he says, well, fucking shit. Like we always complain, because a gentleman saying that says something like that, there's something odd to it. So we stop or continue. And once we saw this there, he was afraid of walking on that plank of wood, and he had transformed his body language and virtual language because he was experiencing that, and this feeling that we getting into a virtual space is real. We are experiencing it. It's very interesting. Say that there's no difference between your head will process virtual or real emotion because they're both exactly the same. So one thing is the feeling of presence. And in that case that we have there, we have many colleagues with whom we use the Oculus to have meetings. And the dynamic when I have a Zoom meeting is different from looking at people, and I can turn around and see the person. He or she can look at my gestures, and I can greet them, and will transform you. It's like being present, but I am adding a level of connection we don't have, which is a very important point being added on by Web3. Then persistence and continuity. Today we are interacting on Web 2, and many of those things are disappearing. Now what Web 3 has is the feeling that we can be building something, or well, for those who love gaming like Minecraft, and I'm building something and I live and that stays there, and I continue with that feeling of persistence. What's key or critically important there, which personally I believe is going to be the single most important thing for this to have a value, is interoperability. Because why is this so important? Because let's expand on this. When I'm there, there's not only one owner. There are many companies, like in the web, many pages. If I bought a pair of sneakers, I want to use them everywhere. So if you go buy this pair of sneakers because I love them, I just have this pair, but I will use them only on Saturdays. No, you have to use them every day. If you paid $100 for them, you have to use them everywhere and every time. So if I'm going to make a purchase, I'm going to spend on that. I want this to be part of my journey, whatever I am. So interoperability is key. Okay. It's not just limited to virtual. When we talk about the metaverse world, it's not only about virtual space. There are many realities: augmented reality, virtual realities. So going pretty fast here so you can see it and absorb it. What is the augmented reality? It means about turning a layer of information into something real with some filters. How many have seen filters somewhere? Please don't be shy. I don't want to say it because I'm shy. What's a filter? It's putting me something virtual or real on my appearance. That's augmented reality. That's a layer of information. Second layer is the one related with virtual reality. When I put on goggles, it can be any kind of goggles, and then I walk into a more immersive type of reality where I'm 100% into it. And what has become very strong in recent times, when I say recent times, in recent months, we're not talking about years of development, it's something that has to do with mixed reality. which is a virtual info layer interacting with physical objects. If I'm playing something in my living room, sitting room, I'm looking at baseball, the ball will bounce on the table of my sitting room. That's a mixed reality. I'm not only putting a virtual layer of information on the virtual reality, but objects will start interacting between them. And that's most interesting, because if you look at the virtual reality and you think about it, I get into an isolated space where I'm interacting. So the experience is not only extremely interesting, but extremely enriching. So what is the value of this as for companies? We think it has a value of 3 trillions, both for people who are creating things here that have to do with building ecosystem, and creativity is critical here. It has to do with industries. It will impact them all as we know them. And it has to do with personal experiences and virtual identity, which is the one topic I'm most passionate for. So just to give you an idea of this, how do you build this metaverse world? There are many parts at play here. The devices will come into the picture, what kind of device I have. The device I have will allow me to make a difference in the kind of experience I'm enjoying, which is extremely important. Oftentimes, what we think, for all those who are watching live from Latin America, this is just if I have a $600 gaffle. Not really. Major challenge of all corporations is how to can make it available to all, for those who have a smartphone, computer, laptop, or virtual reality. And the experience is going to be different. It's not the same to have an experience on a computer Zoom that in a cell phone, on the first line of a concert, or from the Pullman of a concert. We all experience reality in different way, and the devices are important, infrastructure too. Without it, it won't work. The creators too, because this is the access point to this space. So there is a lot of creativity behind these constructs and the platforms, how we build these worlds. Each company has its own world. In our case, we have the Meta Horizon Worlds, Meta Wallrooms. I'll talk about that later a bit, and all the platforms, Roblox, Fortnite, Decentraland, and so on and so forth. And more and more, and these are platforms building this idea in different modalities and experiences. So something that is extremely key, as I mentioned it before, there is not an owner of this. It's a collaborative construct. There are some companies playing strongly, others less strongly, or some are betting more, others less, but we all have a stake to it, because this is going to be built in a collaborative fashion, and especially we're going to build a greater system compared to all the players getting into that space. As you can see, there are many little wolves involved. Some of them you will be able to recognize quickly, others are more difficult to recognize. But all companies that you're seeing today have a step on this area, and also on AI, one way or another. They're there because they know that that's where we're headed to. And something I like to tell my partners, because the first questions they ask always is, what about today? What do I do today, Charlie? The first thing I say is, thing is not to do the shining object. I'm the first who did this or that, or the first brand to achieve this, or the first in the company to do this, and I got a check for that. No, you have to think that you all know your business and your operations. Of all your ops, what's the value that this could bring to your business? That is where we would be really building this based on a business model that will make it sustainable. Otherwise, it will be just a single shot operation. So something which is also important is the evolution thereof. If you think back 20 years when we started using Facebook, what did we used to do? We would put on a text and change statuses, then we would get in the era of pictures. We would have pictures, and then now we are in the era of video. Future, we're going to be in the era of more immersive experiences. Perfect. Obviously, what is the role that we can show as a company? Basically 3. First, we need to build platforms, Horizon Wars, Worms in build technology, and I'm always delighted to show this device that I have with me. I wear them. These are devices. I love this kind of glasses, and when I go biking, because I just touch it and I'm push a button and I'm recording all of you. Please greet. I'm recording you. I can take a picture of you with these glasses, put on a picture on the social media and go on Spotify, play a song, and I don't look like a strange bug when I put it on. My wife will hate me when I take pictures with it wherever I go. You can be with me and I can start taking pictures while I'm with you. So next time I took it with me, I would record and people would not realize. So it is the most interesting device in that it will enable you to generate content and in the future also to have information. But at the same time, it's so natural, and it will not generate that personal isolation because it looks odd, but it's a common glass, so you need to build platforms, technology, and ecosystem tools, and of course leverage all the products available to us, such as Facebook, Instagram, Messenger, WhatsApp, and how you can start experiencing all those products and leverage all the learning we had at Web 2, which are the key plans or learnings in those spaces. First, put people first. Second, give control to people, and I always give an example of that. Imagine you're watching a recital or an NBA game, Miami Heat's playoffs, watching the game. Anyone can come up to you, and maybe you don't want that person to get near you. So you can give it people control. I have my boundaries, and nobody can approach me or interact with me, and that gives power to the user to decide how he wants to connect, what he wants to open or not. And then you have to test the controls first and then make it more all-encompassing and more democratic, even though all can access one type of experience. Like I said before, the point is not only to have an $800 device, but how I can possibly extend this experience to every device without surprising people, because sooner or later we will all have to get used to it. For our kids it's going to be easier, but we will all have to get used to living in these spaces one way or another. Now, going farther into what I like, how we are going to live within those spaces, how we are going to represent ourselves there. And a very fun topic is how we are going to look visually on these spaces. We are going to create an ID within these spaces, how we are going to represent ourselves in it. And there, for all tastes, for those who love virtual reality, in my case, this is an advantage we have with the virtual media, and there are others saying, I want to do something else. You can select who you want to be or what you want to do. There are no limits. So the avatar will represent us. It will go beyond virtual representation, because at some point it will mean the evolution of our identity, digital identities. What's our identity? Historically, the user, your password, this is the identity that has evolved into our social profile. And when you say, please meet so and so, the first thing you do is to show the profile. You go to the profile and you share what it says about it. That's my ID when I share it. This has been evolving to this part. How is that avatar? Does it look right? Is it good? You are a good audience. I like you. I like you. There are some things that are real fun, very interesting here. You can look skinnier or thinner or fatter, and your friends will see you like that. And the way we deal with this in the retail side of it, the part of apparel, all kinds of how you can buy sneakers, clothing, wallets, and where I can take that there and to what space. This week, Nike came up with the Air Force sneakers with a virtual and physical version, and LeBron James had it. Why? Because they purchased a company that does virtual products, and there's launching them simultaneously on both. And 85% of people in Brazil believe that they should have both versions, and they should have more virtual presence, so they will have greater value for the future. Most of the participants are there. What are we doing to capitalize on this? Sometimes I can take the physical and move it to the virtual world, but the other way around as well. 3 models of speakers were put out by someone, and he produced the greater version, the version people like the most, and it can have the reverse value, and you can cross-pollinate the Nike models. If you buy a pair of sneakers from Nike and you resell it, Nike will benefit from it, which doesn't happen in the real world. I mean, 200 million pairs of sneakers were resold. It's a new business, doesn't have the same scale of the other, but it's quite interesting. If you take digital product and you resell it, I, as the IP owner, will get a percentage. But if I resell Nike today, I will not keep anything. But in the future, I will, because every element is trackable and it's associated to a digital ID. Why? Because they're wallets, and there's art in the products we want to buy. So we are not only operating on virtual spaces, but also how many of you are using your emojis, WhatsApp, or your characters on stories or real areas. So we're taking that digital ID concept to all the products we have. So if I have a digital ID, I can use it on a sticker, on a story, or anywhere else. So let's start thinking how this will change and redefine everything, because again, we are what we use and purchase, and we're going to build a digital ID based on what we have. So why do people have this avatar? Most people say because you want to have a virtual representation. I think that's valid. Others because you like getting customized and having an identifying value, an extra trait to the ID. 40% will say that it will help them express emotions. That's good. Others are more geared to communication, some because they would have more unique experiences they wouldn't have without it. So I like the word value to it because it has a value for users, brands, and businesses, and one shot will have that value. It has value for different things, but they are trying to leverage one way or another.
Okay, so there's a number of things. What can I do? I'm going to tell you a couple of things. The first is to see how we look at the virtual for business. I'll talk to you about some cases that seem interesting. The first is how can I use it to provide education to my team if they need to take it to a factory or a shop. So with education, how can I transfer that learning that is not virtual, does not require people to move? How can I do for collaboration across teams and the line of products, additional products aside from what I have? I don't have to hire somebody to set up this strategy. It can be someone from my business who understands this and how it can live in other environments. This is real quick because you guys have to leave. You have to travel somewhere. Have you thought where you're going? To Buenos Aires? Yes, I love Buenos Aires. I miss my country quite a bit. Okay, so think about where you're going on a trip. It does not mean that we're cheating, but we're all participating. So what can we use this for? We can use it to learn, to see how the process and interaction is. It can be a feature. I can use it to interact. We have workrooms. It's like a Zoom meeting or team meeting where you can interact with people. Where I can stand up and write on a blackboard. I can have my digital computer. I can type without keyboard. It's crazy. When you try it this way, it's something. How can I write on a board where there is nothing but we can do this. It's not, this is happening today. It's not science fiction in the future. This is available, and it's part of the learning that we all have. Or as I was saying, of all the economies around different opportunities with products, sales, etc. All of this is part of the development of economies and businesses. Second part, the marketers. How can I tell the story of my brand and to help, which will help me sell more, because that's what I want to do, sell more. So what are my options? There is a series of things where I can have augmented realities. We're not talking about markets or countries thousands of miles away. First, there is 750 processors in the world. There are 100 million people in Latin America who use AR. Colombia is the country that generates and consumes the most. This has a large global adoption and locally also. It's this bridge that we did at the Bogota fair. We had all the artworks. We transformed it with AR, and people could put in their drawings and their paintings. Something like that. What does it allow? It allows people to connect more and to purchase if they want to. Some examples to show you their industries that I like a lot. There's the retail. It could be a product, tennis shoes, where the floor opens up and the shoe comes out. Now we can do this with any of Nike application to use you can use the mirror to see how it fits. We see a Mini Cooper, how I can change the color, how does it look with a different color. So it's an additional experience to a product in which I am interested or looking to purchase. Additional example with regard to these glasses. I'll see how they look on me. I can try on a pair of glasses, and it will help me to make a quicker shopping decision, or how this chair will look in my living room before purchasing it. We all know that it's not the real chair, and it will not be exactly like that in the living room, but that will sell 2.5 more times than if it weren't. How much sales can I generate versus with a video that does not have that functionality? It sells 2.5 times more. So it helps to decide on a purchase, so they can decide what they want to purchase. We also have more immersive experiences with virtual reality. We have that Wendy's. How many hamburgers will Wendy's sell for a virtual world? Maybe not that many, but if you take it to marketing all over, they can have this experience, they can play, and it positions Wendy's in a different way from Burger King and McDonald's. We can look at a vehicle on the inside. The thing is, how can I take what I have and build additional value onto it? And thirdly, how can I explore new talents? Because behind all of this, as Marcos was saying, we have content creators. All these industries are nourished by content creators. I think about creators who help me to bring these worlds to life. They share it with their audiences. We have all of this founded in a world where we can share, and based on that, something that we always show, any word in digital ecosystem will bring additional voices to the brand so they can talk about these. This is a case that I love. It was made by someone called Oli. Let me see the hands of all Colombians in the room. Do you know Bless? Bless, the reggaetonero? You don't know Bless? Okay, one person knows him. If nobody knows Bless, it would be Bless is sings reggaeton from he's from Medellin, and what we did with him was with my friend Oli. What we did was in the music industry, they create video clips, videos, and so we did the first music video in Latin America, probably from the world, in a virtual environment, and we took the artist to a virtual environment, and from that virtual world he sings. We use the virtual world to generate content. This that we generated is what was his video for that song. What value does this bring to the artist? Well, he can communicate with other communities. It makes him very competitive. He can position himself with those artists connected to technology, and he begins to position himself differently, not just his art, but in his business. From Colombia, we did it with a team in which we could create it and then amplify it in the real world. So this is what I was telling you: creators, collaboration, commerce, video, messaging. These are the building blocks of this that will allow us to build bridges toward the metaverse, or whatever we want to call it. If I want to be prepared for that future, I have to be the best in this. There are lots of opportunities in all companies so that we can, in each of these devices, messaging, WhatsApp, in short reels, in the video reels, I can transmit something that is very short. I can have commerce experiences that are more immersive, and I can use creators to have experience with other voices. That is the building block to build this road, this journey to the future. We don't need to be fearful of it. We are at the start. I believe it's going to arrive quicker than we really want it to. So we need to decide how much we want to allocate. We should allocate 70% to basically be the best in those 5 things that we showed you. Short videos, reels, commerce, WhatsApp. We should allocate 20% and 10% thinking toward the future of this technology for my business ecosystem in Latin America, and how to take advantage of this. So that's all. I hope you liked it. I know you're tired. I know it's late. I did not go beyond my time, much beyond my time limit. Did you like it? Good. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you for this presentation, this excellent presentation. A number that impressed me with $3 trillion. That to put this in proportion, it's the GDP of Brazil and Mexico. So this is a very important universe, and we must be persistent and have interoperability. Thank you very much, Charlie. Thank you. To close today, I would like to present you Raul Romero, who is from Grupo Ohla. He wants to greet you and have the drawing. So please don't leave yet. Hello, good afternoon. Thank you, Juan. I would like to share with you the vision of Ohla Group. We believe that with the more important brands in the world, it's important to develop this change, this way of thinking, and if we don't act, and if we're not sure that our business generate the value, then our brand will die. So as businesses with many years of tradition, we hope to have this part of the change in brands. And today we're generating this in many ways, and above all, adding value, the value of many capable people. So I do want to thank you, those of you that are here, and those of you that are watching us virtually, because you invested your time. That is very important for us. And so we want to end today. We want to thank you for your time, and we hope to see you tomorrow, very bright and early. Good afternoon. So we want to thank those who attended for Consumer Trends and Marketing side. This was a day full of learning and reflection, and hopefully new learning for you. I hope you enjoyed the day as we did. We would like to thank our speakers and our moderators for sharing your experiences with us, the entire organizing team. Before we leave Delta and Latam Airlines, we will have a drawing to any place in Latin America. The drawing will be done through this digital roulette with all of you who have participated. In order to win it, however, you have to be present here today. Now, and before this, for our online present public, Sami Latino, we will be drawing another ticket tomorrow. The drawing is very simple. We will turn the wheel, and the name that comes up will win the airline ticket. Camille Francois from Alianza team. Are you here? Very good, Camille. Congratulations. We will invite you to stay connected and join us tomorrow at 9 a.m. We will be beginning with an introduction, 9 a.m. Miami time. We will start with a panel and with rabipopsico.com, and we will go to until 3 o'clock. We have a panel with former President Duque and the present and future of Latin America. We will be ending at around 5:30 in the afternoon. Thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Es cierto que los latinoamericanos tenemos cosas en común. Cada país es diferente. La idiosincrasia, el acento. El descaro, la pasión. Cualquier marca que quiera estar presente en América Latina debe tener conocimiento de cómo es el mercado o tener un aliado estratégico que lo tenga. Pero sobre todo, debe saber que esta región hoy no está para nuevas conquistas. A Latinoamérica se le enamora y toda relación comienza con un hola.